dokie. I am live here in the booth for the first Joe King Canlander tournament. Let's see how we're sounding. Testing out some audio here and getting the volume dialed in before we do anything else. Let's see if we can hear me coming through. Hopefully, yes. Sounds like maybe the music is a bit loud. Yep. Sounds like I'm just a little quiet here. Crank down the music here and we will get it all dialed in for you. Okay. Getting closer. Okie doke. That's sounding pretty good to me. Anybody in the chat, feel free to let me know if the volume's no good. Otherwise, I think we're good to go. We are just at the start of round 4 here. I'm going to be jumping in to table number 1, assuming that they're not intentionally drawing, and we will just see if they're playing or drawing. If table 1 is drawing here, then we can always move down to a lower table until we find somebody who's playing their game for some stakes. I do have the deck lists in front of me, I hope. So let's see what I can tell you here about the meta today. Interesting. Sorry, still gonna mess with the music volume a little. It's a bit loud in my ears. Okie doke. Looks like I do have access to some deck lists here, so we should be able to pull up exactly what people are playing once we manage to get into a game here. Looks like the next round is going to be getting going in just a second here. So we're going to go ahead and hop in.
It's for now. It's just for like in case the judge comes to spectate, but I might like review the games with like the other players on the Discord. So
that's all good.
Okay. I will not publish you on YouTube because I don't believe in YouTube.
Yeah, I thought about like recording my games and putting them on YouTube, but like I probably could do it, but I have to figure it out.
Okie doke, we're just jumping in.
It would... I would like over edit everything. Not over edit, but like I would want to like not just like edit out the time between games.
Hey guys,
so
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah?
Since you're talking about putting your games on YouTube, I am starting up the coverage. I was wondering if it's okay if I stream your match.
It is okay by me.
Yeah, that's okay by me.
Sweet. Thank you guys very much. I'm going to go ahead and deafen, and I'll just be in here looking on.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okie doke. I think they cannot hear me. I think you all can. So we are good to go. I'll just get the score set up here. And we should be good to go. It's gonna be Purokogi on the left. It's gonna be Zoe on the right. And we do have some deck lists here. Assuming I can figure out who is who on Melee. That's looking a bit easier said than done, unfortunately. Oh, but we can look at pairings here, can't we? Ooh, it's a tricky one. I'll just keep messing around here until we get it figured out. Oh, probably can't look at my Discord actually, or it's gonna mess up everything. I'll try and remember that. We just have the players shuffling up right now. In the meantime, I will go ahead and see if I can get you what they're playing. You'll just have to bear with me here as we all figure out the streaming thing together. And by all, I mean me. I would love to be able to tell you what our players are on today. But I'm not able to see the matches, I don't think. Oh, goodness. Okay, we have the deck list here. Looks, or at least one of the deck lists. I have found Zoe's deck list. Looks like she is on 4-color aggro for this tournament. And already we're seeing... Uh-oh, that's a 2-drop I do not know. Must be from a new set. That's tough for me. If anyone knows, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to scroll through the deck list here until I can tell you what it might be. I don't think it's a Bristly Bill. Looks like it's going to be... Oh, this is a tough one for me. could be a Tarmogoyf potentially. Maybe I will just tune into what the players are saying and we can listen to a bit of the gameplay discussion that's happening here and see if we can figure out what's going on.
Okay, so 3 is on bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. You can go 3 on top, 2 on bottom.
Okay. And then I will resolve my surveil. I will put a Voltaic key in the graveyard. And then I will move to my turn.
Sounds good.
I will cast a Soul Guide Lantern, exiling your Flush Portico.
Or...
Yeah.
We see
I will pass to you.
a Soul Guide Lantern and a Voltaic coming out here, so it's certainly looking like some kind of artifact combo deck for Purakogi over here. Joking has come through and told me that the card is a Cankerbloom. Cankerbloom is looking to be pretty good in this matchup. It's a 2-mana 3/2, and it lets you sacrifice it to destroy an artifact or an enchantment or proliferate. Assuming that Purakogi is on some kind of artifact combo deck, that's likely to be a pretty impactful card here in the matchup. That looks like a Swords to Plowshares to me deployed by Purakogi to get rid of the Cankerbloom. Seems like he agrees that it's going to be a problem for his deck and something that he's going to need to get out of the way here. I also realized that we don't actually have life totals displayed here. Thankfully, Zoe is writing them down for us on her boogie board there, so maybe with some sharp eyes I will be able to keep you up to date on the life totals. It looks to me like Puru is sitting on 16 here, Zoe on at least 20. Assuming that we're right about Puru being on Time Vault here, it's unlikely that Zoe's life total is going to matter that much, so I'm not going to stress too much about it. Looks like she was on 22, now down to 20 from the Shock Land, and applying some pressure with this Endurance. Scavenging Ooze is going to come down here representing 1 activation from the Bayou. Generally, Time Vault is not a deck that cares too much about the graveyard. It can be kind of a secondary resource for them, playing things that get cards back from the graveyard, like potentially that 1 white creature from a Horizon set, or even Savine's Reclamation. But for the most part, I would imagine that the Scavenging Ooze is just going to be hoping to eat a creature out of Zoe's own graveyard to represent a faster clock. With the attack for 3 from the Endurance, looks like she might have Purakogi down to 14, maybe. That could be 13, something like that. So definitely a reasonable amount of pressure on him to try and find some kind of combo out here. I don't think he's just going to be able to chill forever. I would like to discuss the deck list more, but I think we're going to save any discussion of actually what points and exact cards people are running until the top 8, just in case anybody is able to join us from the tournament. We don't want to be giving away too many secrets here. Purakogi's going for a Transmute artifact. Looks like sacrificing a 1-drop to go and find the Voltaic key. Still stuck on 2 lands. Oh, and we're going to get a look at the hand. That's a Wargate. There's another key, the One Ring, a Remand. That's an Oko, and then that one card, there's a bit too much glare for me to see. It's a Search for Glory. That's going to let him search his library for a legendary card and put it in his hand, but it seems like without access to a 3rd land, it's going to be pretty hard to deploy any of the spells that Porokogi's sitting on right now. Getting the ring down would certainly buy some time, and with access to 2 keys, provide a lot of cards extremely quickly. The Oko might also be able to stem the bleeding here, even just making a food and absorbing a couple of hits. Elking one of the creatures doesn't seem like a great option considering that they're on 2 and 3 power. It's a Witherbloom command coming down from Zoe. Looks pretty good here. Witherbloom command. I'm just going to find all the modes for this card. Looks like it's going to be destroy target non-creature non-land permanent with converted mana cost 2 or less, and mill 3 cards and return a land from your graveyard to your hand. Allowing Zoe to make her land drop up to 5 mana to Porokogi's 2, as well as destroying the key and putting Porokogi down to 7 life. It's probably do or die here for him to find a 3rd land drop and be able to deploy either, well, most likely would have to deploy the Oko here. Doesn't look like many other good options based on the hand we saw. A Search for Glory here for something like Academy or Caracas to hit the 4th land would be nice, but I think his life total might be under a little too much pressure to be able to go down that route. Ooh. That looks like it might be a new card here. I wonder if that could be a Nethergoyf? Let's see what I can find from the deck lists here. Looking for deck lists. Yeah, whatever creature it was, it represented too much power for Porokogi to survive. He's gonna scoop it up and move on to game 2. The card in question, I believe, was a Barrowgoyf. Power equal to the number of card types among all graveyards, toughness equal to that number +1, and whenever it deals damage to a player, you mill that many cards, and you can put a creature card from among them into your hand. It's got Death Touch, Lifelink, and it's 3 mana, so it's probably representing at least another 2, 3, maybe even 4 power on that board. Too much power for Porokogi to survive. I'd love a way to be able to put a card up on screen as if this was Spell Table. But I will try and get that worked out between rounds. For now, I will read you the cards and rely on chat to be able to tell me what they are if they've been printed in the last 6 years or so. I played a lot of Canlander back in some of the older days of the format around 2015 to 2018. I was pretty active in the format, but I haven't been playing that much recently, especially not with the new cards from Modern Horizons 3 back to kind of Modern Horizons 2. In that time, I have moved on to CDH. Don't tell anyone. So if anybody plays a Rhystic Study, boy am I going to be able to give you some insight on that card. As long as it's aggro creatures, we'll see how we can do. It's looking like a pretty exciting time to be playing Canlander though. Modern Horizons 3 has certainly injected some new cards that are likely to be playable here. I think Canlander often, as far as creatures go, will turn to cards that are a pretty similar power level to the ones that we're seeing in Modern and Legacy. The kind of one creature threats that Wizards have been printing, which can really carry games single-handedly. Even that Barrow Goyf would easily be able to represent something like a 4/5, 5/6 Death Touch, Lifelink that generates card advantage when it attacks. That's certainly the kind of card that will be able to put another control or mid-range deck pretty far out of the game very quickly if it's allowed to get rolling and continue making attacks, milling yourself and returning creatures to your hand. Without pretty prompt removal on that, it's easy to generate a 2 or 3 for 1 just by making attacks. As our players are shuffling up for Game 2, we've talked a fair amount about Zoe's 4-color aggro deck, but on Purakogi's side, it's looking like 4-color, that's going to be Sans Red, Time Vault. It's certainly a deck that has been putting up some insane results in Canlander recently, often at the hands of our tournament organizer, Joe King, who has really breathed new life into the 4-color Time Vault archetype, going on an absolute tear of Canlander events down the West Coast, and just destroying everybody with it. I know Purakogi's a pretty long time player of these artifact combo decks as well, and is likely to be showcasing some pretty good gameplay on the deck today. The deck is looking to combine Time Vault with some kind of untap effect. Time Vault lets you tap it to take an extra turn, but the cost of untapping it is to skip a turn. If you can find something that untaps it for a cheaper cost, say 1 mana, then you take all the turns and can find some kind of way to piece together a win from there. The 4-color Time Vault deck tends to play a lot of these untap effects. We saw some Voltaic Keys and Voltaic Key adjacent cards last game, but it's common to see some creatures as well that untap an artifact. Even planeswalkers like Tezzeret the Seeker or Teferi, who slows the sunset, can also win you the game outright with a Time Vault. Beyond that, the deck will be playing a lot of tutors, especially ones that can find artifacts like the titular Time Vault or the One Ring. The One Ring's been a huge printing for these kind of artifact combo decks, such as this one, Paradox, and even Turbo One Ring, which is kind of a new archetype that's come around since the printing of the Lord of the Rings set, that I believe Purakogi's been playing a fair amount. That deck just looks to put the One Ring into play as quickly as possible, gain protection for a turn to avoid dying to the more aggressive decks like Zoe's, and then activate the One Ring, keep finding more untap effects to keep activating it, and eventually put together a win once your grip is absolutely stacked with cards. I'm a big fan of some of these more artifact-heavy combo decks for Canlander. I played a lot of Storm, Doomsday, Flash Hulk, and decks of that style, which probably explains why I will need to read every 2-drop creature that Zoe puts into play, since they're not my forte here. But more than ever, Canlander is gaining more and more powerful creatures which can take over the game on their own. That's kind of been the direction of Wizards' philosophy as of late, so as the rounds go on, we're likely to see a fair amount of these aggressive decks, often playing a fair amount of colors, You can always get punished by Wasteland, but it's kind of the price you pay for getting to play all of the best cards. Having a look at some of the deck lists here, we have a fair amount of people registering aggro decks, and certainly the high color mid-range decks are in attendance as well. But I'm seeing a lot of decks more in the combo direction as well. Looks like some people have elected to register Jeskai, of course. Actually, a fair amount of Jeskai decks in attendance. Ooh, but here we are. We're into game 2. This looks like a great start for Purakogi here on the play. That's a turn 1 Chrome Mox plus Mox Diamond into a Sylvan Scrying, and then following up with a Soul Guide Lantern. We'll see what land Purakogi's going for here. It's possible we'll see a dual land. Oh, it's going to be Urza's Saga, actually. Urza's Saga is awesome in this Time Vault deck because it lets you tutor for a Voltaic Key coming in a few turns. Turn 1 over for Zoe's side, and she also has an explosive start with Scrubland plus Mox Jet plus Elvish Spirit Guide, representing some kind of 3-mana threat here coming down. Let's see what it is. Oh, and it's going to be an Archon of Emeria. That would have been incredibly backbreaking on the play and may still be backbreaking on the draw. Archon of Emeria is going to make all of Purakogi's non-basic lands enter the battlefield tapped, as well as restricting him to 1 spell a turn. Might make it more difficult for him to leverage his explosive mana advantage, but 2 mana plus an Urza's Saga is enough to start pumping out constructs, and boy are they going to be big. Currently Purakogi representing a 4/4 construct off the first activation. That would be a 5/5 next turn, and once the search resolved, they'd be 6/6s. So Purakogi may be able to opt into more of a beatdown plan this time, and we'll see if Zoe's able to keep up and race. She's going to deploy a Luminarch Aspirant. It's a small creature, but every beginning of combat lets you put a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures. She's going to throw it on the Archon of Emeria and send 3 damage across at Purakogi. On her end step, he'll make a Construct Token. It's a 4/4 right now, and move to his turn. He's drawn a card, resolving the Saga trigger. Let's see if he wants to do anything in response to that trigger here. He's probably debating whether it's going to be float a mana or whether it's going to be make a construct. It's interesting, it kind of depends what Zoe has as follow-up. If she's not sitting on many more creatures, it's possible that the construct will just be sufficient to take over this game with a pair of 6/6s. But it's also possible that Purakogi has a more powerful follow-up. Zoe's sitting on a Prismatic Vista. Many of these 4-color aggro decks will play some artifact removal, so he could be debating whether or not to try and play around something that could be cast off of a basic land. And it looks like he's just going to produce another construct and then go and tutor. Be common to see a Voltaic Key here with a white-black mana up. It's unlikely to me that he has access to a spell bomb, like an Aether spell bomb, to remove the Archon. I would more expect to see a key, especially the one that lets your creatures become unblockable. An unblockable 6/6 might play well on this board. Oh, it's actually going to be a Mana Vault, getting Purakogi up to looks like 6 mana on his next untap, and this is going to be an attack for 6. Zoe's thinking about cracking the fetch land, I wonder if she does have some kind of removal that she'd like to deploy here. And it is going to be Sword Splashers off the basic planes. I imagine that Porokogi's not too upset about that. Gaining 6 life here is certainly going to slow down the Archon of Emeria clock. And provide him with a pretty good buffer for life total. You'll see hopefully all of our players doing that 3-pile cut as the tournament continues. It's one of the best ways to cut the deck for your opponent through a webcam tournament like this. Oh, that's a Voltaic Servant. I believe it's a 1/3. Beginning of your end step, you can untap an artifact. That, of course, combos with Time Vault to let you take as many turns as you'd like. But it's also going to combo with the Mana Vault here to produce a lot of mana every turn. Porokogi wishing to deploy another artifact, but the Archon of Emeria says only 1 spell per turn, so he's going to go ahead and tell him to take it back.
Mic off. Mic on.
I'm not too sure what's happening right now. Looks like they're just confirming the board state and making sure that everything is correct here. And then it's probably going to move to Zoe's turn. Porokogi is sitting on 2 cards here. We've seen that one of them is a Retrofitter Foundry. And the other one I didn't quite catch. I think a Retrofitter Foundry could potentially be pretty good here, combined with the untaps from Voltaic Servant. Even just managing to produce a Thopter every couple turns will really slow down the clock from this Archon of Emeria. And maybe let Porokogi continue to get aggressive with his Construct token. It's still a 5/5, but we know that Porokogi's representing an additional 2 artifacts on his next turn, with the Retrofitter Foundry making a servo. And with 2 more power, it'll be a 7/7, which sure does produce a fast clock. Oh, but this is really looking like a stabilizing play from Zoe. She's going to deploy that Barrogoyf again. Barrogoyf, oh, and she's representing it for us, which is really appreciated. It's going to be a 5/6 right now. That's going to pretty cleanly block Porokogi's Construct, and with Death Touch Lifelink, he's really not going to be able to get aggressive into it. It's likely going to need to be answered by a removal spell or circumvented by a combo, and here is that combo attempt. Transmute Artifact, sacrificing Mana Vault, that's going to be searching for Time Vault, and Zoe's going to scoop it up. No free answers for the Time Vault, so Porokogi will go ahead and take all the turns until he can find a way to close out the game with something like Planeswalker Ultimate or attacks from a flyer. And just like that, we're going to be heading to Game 3. When I've found Purakogi's deck list at last, I have figured out how to use this website. I'm not going to leak the whole deck list, but I will have a look through and tell you if there's anything extra spicy in here, especially cards from the new set. I'm actually not seeing anything from the new set. So nothing too exciting for me to share from here. Oh, actually there is one card from the new set. Purakogi is on an Urza's Cave. That's a new... You know what? This is actually not from the new set. Oh, no, it is. It is. It's a cave land, comes into play untapped, taps for a colorless, and for 3 mana you can sacrifice it, search for a land card, and put it onto the battlefield tapped. So that's going to be giving access to all the powerful lands that the artifact decks get a chance to play, such as Tolarian Academy, Manamo to go with the One Ring, of course the Urza's Saga that we saw in the previous game, and that one is especially good because it comes into play tapped, but that doesn't matter since it's not until the second chapter that you're eligible to start making the construct tokens. Yeah, that time vault sure can close out the game. Just all you really have to do is draw a way to find it once you have your untapper set up, and then aggro decks like Zoe's are going to have a pretty difficult time interrupting the combo if it gets jammed while she's tapped out. So she's going to be looking for cards in Game 3 that will be able to disrupt that just enough for her to get across the finish line with her aggro deck. Things like the Canker Bloom we saw in Game 1 that can represent artifact removal while putting on a clock are pretty much exactly what she's likely to be looking for in this Game 3. Now, I believe, yes, both these players are 3-0 right now. Going into this round, we had 4 3-0s. The other table of 3-0s decided to draw. I'm interested to see if they are drawing because they're friends and they plan to play a future round against somebody else, or if they think that 3-0-3 is going to be a good enough record to get in here. Either way, it did look like an ID on table 2. Purakogi and Zoe playing it out though. 4-0 should be pretty safe to double draw, I would imagine. Although continuing to win, of course, lets you be on the play through the elimination rounds, which is going to be a huge advantage. Looks like Purakogi has a hand he's happy with. I believe it was a 7, although I have to admit I wasn't looking that closely. Nice, got confirmation from chat to say yes. It was a 7. But being on the draw against the aggressive deck might be still difficult if Zoe has another really good start like she had last round. That Archon of Emeria, turn 1 on the play would have been absolutely backbreaking. And yes, thonking in the chat, it is a triple cut and your opponent gets to stack the piles in any order they want. Since everything remains on camera, it does a pretty good job of making sure that you can't stack your deck or engage in any sort of funny business. So this should be Zoe looking at a 6 here. And she is going to keep. Oh, maybe a 5 even? There's 1 card going back. My god, she's scaring me. It looks like she was putting 4 cards back there for a second, but I really don't think she had time to mull to 3 while I was looking at deck lists. Oh, she's really deep in the tank here on this one. Must be a difficult decision. And it is going to be 2 cards going back. So it looks like she will be on a mull to 5 for this game 3. Yeah, leading off with a Scalding Tarn. And that's going to be a pass of the turn. No 1-drop, no mocks for Zoe this game. But Purakogi has another pretty fast start with 2 artifacts deployed here on turn 1. The Mox Opal is not going to be online yet, but the Lotus Petal is likely to mean that it will be online on turn 2, along with a 2-drop artifact. You'd expect probably that Purakogi would have deployed a 1-drop artifact if he had one. It's possible that he could be putting Zoe on Stifle here. Stifle on the fetch land would be absolutely backbreaking, especially if he was counting on the Mox Opal to be turned on by whatever 1-drop he wanted to deploy, and didn't have another land. That would likely be game over right here. If he thought that she was on Stifle, a common play pattern though would be to crack his fetch land either with hers on the stack or right now. Looks like he's going to choose to respect Wasteland instead, which makes sense. We didn't see any blue mana out of Zoe in the first couple games, so Stifle's pretty unlikely here. Zoe down to 19 off the fetch land. Though as I mentioned, her life total is unlikely to be too relevant in this game. It's much more likely that Purakogi's life total is going to be determining who is actually ahead in the game here. That's a scrub land plus the Mox. Looks like maybe Zoe was holding it for a big play this turn. Oh, and with 2 cards left, she's discarding one of them. Let's see what the 4-drop is. Boom. That is going to be an Undercity Adventurer. I don't know the name, but I do know the effect. It's going to give Zoe the initiative here, and she will venture into the dungeon, finding a basic land in the first room. And this card will put an immense amount of pressure on Purakogi here. Assuming she follows the most aggressive route through the dungeon, it will get 2 +1/+1 counters and throw a lava axe right upstairs. I believe that means it attacks for 5 next turn, 10 the following turn, and then 5 the turn after that, representing potentially a 3-turn clock on its own here. Unless I have the power wrong, of course. It's an Undermountain Adventurer, and it is a 3/4, so it will be representing an exceptionally quick clock here. Yeah, and just as I said, it's going to be 5, then 10, then 5 again for a 3-turn clock, but she is going to have no cards left in hand after this. So it's everything is in Purakogi's hands now. Either he has a fast enough combo to get there, or this Under Mountain Adventurer, according to everybody in the chat, is going to get the job done attacking. Or, of course, Zoe could always draw more threats off the top and be able to represent an even faster clock. That is a Hedge Maze fetched out for Purakogi, sending a Fellwar Stone to the graveyard. These new Surveil lands have made a huge impact in pretty much every format they're legal in, providing decks with selection off of fetch lands in a way that they have rarely had access to before. 2-drop here is a Talisman of Dominance, turning on that Mox Opal, and let's see what the follow-up is. Oh, it's a Life from the Loam, getting back the fetch land. Loam plus Wasteland coming out of the Time Vault deck is a pretty interesting inclusion and could certainly put pressure on more controlling decks. Looks like that's not going to be a plan Purakogi can go for here under so much pressure from the Undermountain Adventurer. Excuse me while I get some technical stuff set up. Oh, I looked away for 1 second and it's an absolute banger off the top for Zoe here. That is a... Stalling while I look for the name. It's a Moloch off the top, and that's gonna do it. The Moloch coming down as a 7/7 and just representing lethal next turn. And that's it. Holy, that was such a good draw off the top there for Zoe. Just a big dummy, putting on enough pressure to send Purakogi packing here. And that's going to mean Zoe's standing alone at the top of the standings on 4-0 here. And yeah, she flashed the White Plume Adventurer. That was the draw off of the 7/7 Moloch, which would have been a huge follow-up, drawing a card as it moved through the as it moved her through the dungeon. Let's just go ahead and jump into another pod here and see what's going on. Okay, we've hopped onto table 3 here. It looks like we have Ryan on Red Green Monsters and Josh also on Red Green Monsters. Just for a second here. I guess we'll just keep jumping around until we find somebody who's still playing here. I actually don't know how to see both of these perspectives at the same time. Oh, not like this. Oh goodness. Hold please for some technical difficulties while we jump around. Okay, this looks like a match that we can tune into for a bit. Looks like we have Jeskai on the left, Harju playing it, and I'm gonna say Vaste Oof on the right, playing an initiative deck, maybe black, green, white, maybe red in there as well on the right. We have no life totals or any information, so I'm just going to let this play in the background and have a little chat here. We had some questions in the chat. I am... Oh, thanks, Thonking. And Connor as well. Yeah, vast oof. I had a question if I am somebody that you are likely to know from the main Discord. It's possible. My name is Burger King. In that Discord, my profile picture is Tendrils of Agony. You can find me in the Flash Hulk and Doomsday channels mostly, complaining about the amount of points that Thassa's Oracle has in the current format. But I'm going to save that rant for top 8 once I have the maximum amount of viewers who I can tell about my feelings on Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, that last game was quite something. That was just Windmill Slam, turn 2, Undermountain Adventurer, down to nothing in cards, and just hope for the best that it was good enough, and boy was it. Some of these initiative threats can absolutely solo carry the game. They do pretty much everything. Somebody has gone ahead and won in this match. I'm sorry, I don't really know who or what was happening, but it is what it is. Idiotic Avocado in chat saying we got there. I wonder if that's Zoe coming in the chat. If so, very well played. I saw you really tank on whether to keep that 5-card hand, and turned out to be a pretty good decision. Yeah, it's pretty hard to throw away some fast mana along with a threat like an initiative creature here. So good stuff. Well played. I see Thonking in chat asking for some advocation on behalf of Flash getting lowered. And you know what? You couldn't be more right. When has Flash ever won anything? I've hardly even won a game with it myself. I'm pretty sure Flash could go down to 3. I'm not scared. We just need it to be high enough that you can't put it in the same deck as Recall. Let those Recall gamers have their 8-point Recall. We just need like 5-point Flash. Surely it would be fine. The best thing about Flash, of course, is the play patterns that it encourages. Nothing is more fun than trying to play a game of Magic while your opponent just tries to play the Flash game of tutor your 2 pieces and put them on the stack. Take that, creature decks. we might be able to have a look at the standings here. The round should be just about over, but we are going to have a bit of downtime between rounds here. Maybe I will use this time to try and learn how Melee works and see if I can give you a bit of a metagame breakdown. Ooh, it's not letting me search or sort by deck list, so it's a bit hard to see. But it certainly looks like aggro decks, monocolor, two-color, three-color, even four-color are pretty heavily represented today, as well as some artifact combo decks. I see some more spelly combo decks as well. Joking mentioned to me that these deck names don't mean much, so I'm having a little peruse through to see what we've got here. And I'm seeing some pretty spicy lists, which I'm going to avoid leaking for now as much as I'd like to. I haven't blocked you, Connor, and I will divulge my Subway order. But like a true anarchist, I can't commit, and will get a different sandwich every time, just for fun, to try something new. But I was a practicing vegetarian for a long time, so the old veggie patty has a special place in my heart. But now that I've moved out into the suburbs, I have a local bakery to go to for my sandwiches, and I don't have to darken the door of Subway too often. Ooh, that's a great question, Rubber Duck Sauce. Any well-known players doing well, or anyone to look out for, or favorites? As I mentioned, I haven't been that active in this format recently. Yeah, Zoe is number one right now, and 4-0. Behind her, the next highest players are 3-0-1. That's going to be Jack and somebody else. Prawn, yeah, 3-0-1. Jack also 3-0-1. I have been 2-0'd by Jay Wyatt at our bi-weekly Canlander tournament, the one time that I played it in the last few months. So I can tell you that he's a pretty good player, at least good enough to soundly defeat me. Purakogi still doing very well at 3-1, with his only loss being to Zoe. He's going to have the best breakers of the X1s, and could easily be paired up against one of the 3-0 and 1s if there are pair downs happening, which is pretty likely, I think. Let's have a look and see who else is 3-1 here. The problem is you're going to make me read all the names. But for you, I will do that. Okay, let's have a look here. Ooh, this sure is difficult. I can see some other players who were 3-0 going into this round. Actually, we've already talked about all the players who were 3-0 going into this round, so about half these 2-1 players are going to be 3-1 now. In the view I'm seeing people's real full names, while many of them are going by Discord names for this tournament. But I can tell you some of the decks that were at 2-1. Looks like we have some aggro decks here, a couple of Gruul aggro decks, as well as a burn deck. We also have a spicy looking black-white mid-range deck here at 2-1, as well as some higher color mid-range decks in the Jeskai or Jeskai Splash world. I'm also seeing a Selesnya mid-range deck here at 2-1. And oh, what looks like it could be a Flicker, maybe Pod Evolution style deck also at 2-1. And Randy saying that they are 3-1 now. That's Symbol Man. Looks like the next round is likely going to be starting up pretty soon. Nick's made the announcement, and there's just one game still going that must have a time extension here. Hey Connor, are you busy? Do you want to hop in commentary while we wait for the next round and say hi? You'd be welcome to jump into players meeting and I can drag you in if you want. We've got a few co-commentators lined up for later in the tournament as people start dropping out or not making it to top 8. We will likely get some of the people who have not quite made the cut to top 8 on the commentary booth for top 8. Oh, perfect, Connor. You can just hop in. Perfect. Hello, hello.
Hello, gamers.
Hello, Connor. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Here, I'm gonna have to mute the stream because I'm hearing two of you right now.
Oh yeah, good call. Should be hearing
How's it
yourself
going?
coming through on the stream too. Oh, I think maybe I need to pause my music and crank you though. Or maybe just
Am I
crank
quiet?
you. I just don't know how loud you'll be for the stream. So I'm just gonna mess with audio for a second. Are you willing to leak what you're playing?
Happy to do so.
What are you on today?
So today I showed up with a Reanimator variant. It's the best deck in the format.
That's something pretty outside your comfort zone, eh?
Yeah, I'm feeling very bold today.
Ah, nice, nice.
Yeah, we're sitting 3-1 in standings right now. Took one loss to the Winota deck.
Ooh, a Winota deck. Was that like a
Yeah.
two-color aggro deck?
Well, it was a full 4. Sans
Ooh,
blue on that one.
sure.
I believe there was splashing black for opposition agent Saskia type of cards.
Those ones are pretty good against you. Opposition Agent especially. Quite a good one into the blue-black base decks.
That one definitely got me good.
Yeah. Uh, how are you feeling about your pick for the meta today? Do you like your matchup into Jeskai?
I think the Jeskai matchup is pretty close. I think it's close to 50-50 and very much dependent on how many discard spells I draw. I think the match really hinges on that.
And they play a lot of removal spells, I guess, that might not be at their best in that matchup. Things like Lightning Bolt.
Absolutely. The more removal spells they draw, the better.
Do you generally feel good into, I suppose removal spells like Swords to Plowshares might be a little more difficult.
Those are, for sure. Against Jeskai, I'm hoping that the cards they see off the top are Lightning Bolt, Flame Slash, Fury.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good one. For not against you.
Exactly.
And your other 3 rounds, what have you been against?
Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm too loud.
No, I'll mess with it. It's my it's settings on my end, I think.
Okay, I just saw a comment in the stream.
Yeah, I'll turn you down.
Sorry for screaming, guys.
Thank you very much for keeping me informed on the volume. It's very hard to tell on my end.
So we were saying my other 3 matchups. I played against Red Deck Wins. That was a really close one. Came down to how fast I could get out an Archon of Cruelty.
Ooh, that one's nasty against Mono Red for sure.
That one, yeah, it does a lot of work. We also, trying to remember, played against Czech. Czech was playing some cool Modern Horizons 3 cards. I saw them bestow a Spring Heart Nantuko onto their Psychic Frog.
Okay.
And that was really, really cool.
That's probably a first time in Canadian Highlander that's happened.
It might be the first time in any format.
You know, you could be right. I don't know how good those cards are in sealed.
I think they don't go together very often.
Yeah, fair. Are you playing any Modern Horizons 3 cards?
Well, you know what? I am. There are a few that I'm quite excited about for other decks. Reanimator didn't take too many new ones, but one that I guess we could talk about is Sink into Stupor.
Ooh, yes. It's,
that one's
I see you've been paired for your round, so I'm going to let you go.
All right. Well, thanks.
And I will tell the chat about Sink into Stupor. Make sure you close the stream before you go into your round.
I will do so. Thanks, Rowan.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for jumping in, Connor. And good luck in your round.
Thank you.
That goes for any of you cheeky viewers who are in the tournament. Please make sure you close down the stream so that you're not getting any unfair advantage in the tournament during your rounds. I'm going to go ahead and get the music going back here. Please let me know if the volume's okay on the music. I have high hopes that that might be alright. Something like this. And we are going to go ahead and jump in to one of these pods here, maybe just back into pod 1, because Zoe is doing such a good job of tracking her life total, it really makes it easy for us. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have Zoe versus Prawn here. I'll just take a look and see if pod 2 is equally easy to view, because it'd be nice to get new decks on camera as well. No, oh yeah, this would work. So let's check out this match for a bit. Go ahead and hide myself. So this is going to be Jack on Jeskai versus somebody else who I'm going to tell you based on what I can see on Melee here. Just going to take me a few minutes to figure out who it might be. Looks like their opponent is on the Selesnya mid-range deck. And it's going to be Felipe, their opponent. Yeah, Jack is on Jeskai. Good guess here. And I almost have it set up. Okay, I think the setup is good to go. And the players are ready to go as well. It's Felipe on the play, Jack on the draw. And Felipe's going to lead with a Llanowar Elf off of... Your guys' guess is as good as mine, but I think that's a Horizon Canopy. In their hand, that's another land, bit tricky. Looks like it could be a Minas Tirith, which I think is Caracas, as well as a Thrun the Last Troll. That's definitely a Voice of Resurgence, a Silent Clearing, and that last one's definitely a creature, but I could not tell you what creature it is. Pretty nice of Jack to play a Gitaxian Probe for us, and let us have a look at that hand. Jack's going to follow up with a Spirebluff Canal into a Serum Visions. Pretty nice for Jack to avoid playing a land that hurts them further after already deploying the Gitaxian Probe for 2 life, because it's likely that their life total is going to be under more pressure this game than Felipe's is. Felipe is going to be playing a Thrun the Last Troll on turn 3, and I'm going to be honest, chat, I don't know how Jeskai deals with a Thrun. Thrun is a 4/4 trample. It's got Regenerate for 2 mana, and it's hexproof and can't be countered. Pretty much every single one of those words is good against Jeskai, making it quite difficult for them to interact with it through pretty much any of the usual axes that they would interact with creatures. I'm not sure if these Jeskai decks are usually on an actual factual Wrath of God that says cannot be regenerated, but that would certainly play. Another option would be Terminus. I believe these decks are pretty commonly on a Mystical Tutor in order to get their recall, which likely means they're opting for a Terminus as well. Ooh, and Jack does have the recall. Just ripped it in the opening 7. That's the way to play Jeskai. Let's see if it's given him a second land to deploy here. It has. That's going to be a Thundering Falls, or Sulphur Falls, sorry, coming into play tapped. Since Spirebluff Canal is not an island. Thonking, we're on Discord today because Spell Table doesn't let us see both players' battlefields at the same time when there's only 2 players. It's really made for 4 players. Discarding 2 cards to hand size is Jack. It's going to be, I believe, an Opt as well as a Brain Surge coming out of Modern Horizons 3. That lets you brainstorm extra large, supersized, drawing 4 and putting some of them back on top of your library, maybe 2. This will be an attack for 3 from Felipe, and developing another creature. If anyone knows what that one is, please let me know. Okay, turn 3 for Jack here. That looks like maybe a Mana Confluence. Or it's some kind of Universes Beyond card that I cannot identify. Maybe a Caracas. It looks like a one-word name. And I see 2 abilities. One of them's got a lot of words. So maybe a Caracas here. I think that other 2-drop that Felipe deployed has a lot of words on its type line and may well be legendary. If so, that Caracas is going to be a huge pickup for Jack, really letting him stem some of the bleeding here. I'm having a quick look at Felipe's deck list here to see if I can tell you what that other 2-drop is. It looks like it's a Melira the Living Cure. She's a 2-mana 3/3. If you would get 1 or more poison counters, instead you get 1 poison counter and can't get any more. You can also exile her, choose an artifact or creature. When it's put in the graveyard this turn, you return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's going to be letting Felipe protect some of his creatures if they're killed. Felipe's deck here is primarily green-white, but he is splashing just a couple of black cards. An Opposition Agent and an Orcish Bowmasters. Both of those are likely to be somewhat good against Jeskai, especially the Orcish Bowmasters, which really lets you put pressure on against them once they start recalling. Here is going to be the Caracas activation targeting the Melira, and she's getting picked up. Thrawn the Last Troll has entered the battlefield, and with 1 green up for his Regenerate ability, he is going to be so difficult for Jack to remove here. Jack is down to 12 life, and Felipe on 14. 12 is not the end of the world for Jack, and certainly gives him some time to work with. But Felipe is on 7 power here, so certainly putting the pressure on. It's a Ponder here for Jack. Looking for something to stem the bleeding, likely. Terminus is certainly his best pickup off this Ponder. Can always put Terminus second down on a Ponder and reveal it on your follow-up turn. And here's a nice little bit of synergy. Found a Mystical Archive off of the Ponder and is using it to surveil away the worst card on the Ponder. Getting some extra card selection. Brazen Boar, we're going to the graveyard. It does not target Thrun with the bounce ability. And this is going to be a March of Otherworldly Light. trying to exile the uh, Voice of Resurgence, I would imagine, to avoid giving over the token. Yep. That's gonna be exiling Voice of Resurgence here. But Felipe is deploying a Worldly Tutor, I would say that looks like. Let's see what he can find here. That was not one that I recognized coming off of the tutor. And now Jack is going to be following it up with a treasure cruise. This Thrun is really going to have to do some heavy lifting into Recall plus Treasure Cruise. Oh, and we're getting another look at that card here. Looks like it could be... Oh, it's actually another Thrun. That's going to be 5 mana Thrun. That one cannot be countered, it has trample, and it can't be the target of non-green spells your opponents control, or the abilities from non-green sources your opponents control. So it's not hexproof, but it's very close to hexproof. Hexproof from non-green. Notably, that does make it hexproof to Caracas. And as a 5 mana 5/5 trample can't be countered, that is another big problem for Jack to deal with. We have a judge call here because Felipe put the Worldly Tutored card on top of his hand when it actually is meant to go on top of the library. Since the card is revealed, we'll see what the resolution's going to be. Certainly an awkward situation. It can be very awkward playing on webcam, especially if you don't grind a lot of webcam tournaments. Pretty much every mechanical thing you have to do feels a little bit less comfy doing it on webcam for me. Okay, looks like we've got it all resolved here. Heading into Felipe's next turn, we will see if he's going to try and leave up any mana for the Thrun activation. It is 2 mana to regenerate, which would not leave him enough to also deploy the Thrun. He is going to put shields down on the regenerate and say, if you've got a Wrath, you've got a Wrath. But I don't think it's too common for these Jeskai decks to play any of the 4 mana board wipes these days. Things like Supreme Verdict or Wrath of God have been pretty heavily played in Canlander in the past, but I think they're considered a little slow for the format nowadays since they don't answer things like the Initiative or the Monarchy. It's going to be another land deployed for Jack here. And a Forked Bolt to take care of the elf and deal 1 upstairs to Felipe. Felipe is representing lethal right now. 4/4 Thrun and the 5/5 Thrun. Only creatures he has in play right now are 2 Thruns, who are really just going to have to try and solo Jeskai after Jeskai drew 6 cards. On the furthest left of Felipe's board are 2 Horizon lands. I believe it's a Horizon Canopy as well as a Silent Clearing. If you're asking about Felipe's left, that other green-white land, not familiar with it. Some kind of dual land though. Looks like Felipe just showing off the Malira, which was previously bounced by the Krakus. And here's the attack for 9. It's Aven Mind Sensor for Jack. He's going to go ahead and try and block the Thrun that doesn't have Trample, throwing it in front of the 4/4 and taking 5 down to 2. Against the 5/5 Trample, it's pretty much do or die time here on a big creature with lifelink, thinking Triumph of St. Catherine, or the Terminus I've been talking about. Just gonna redeploy the Malira is Felipe to put pressure on that Caracas and at least be able to take away a mana. So consider here from Jack, binning Prismatic Ending. That one doesn't target either Thrun, and let's see what the draw for turn is. That's no Miracle, straight into the hand, no triggers announced. And Jack in the tank here. Possibly able to set up an instant speed card draw to represent one of those miracles on Felipe's upkeep or in combat. But no, doesn't look like Jack has access to anything like that. Gonna go ahead and scoop it up here. And that's just the Thruns showing their power into this matchup. Those cards are pretty niche. You wouldn't really want to be drawing a Thrun against Time Vault or other combo decks because they're a bit dorky as far as creatures go. A 4-mana 4/4 and a 5-mana 5/5 aren't generally on rate for creatures in today's Magic the Gathering, where if you want a 4/4 or a 5/5, usually you can get them for 2 mana, like Tarmogoyf or even the Barrowgoyf we saw out of Zoe's deck. Even in Felipe's hand there we saw the Malira, that's just a 2-mana 3/3 with upside. But the real power of these Thruns come in just how hard they are to deal with for the mid-range decks. Hexproof and can't be countered means that the only way to answer them is to play a bigger creature or some kind of Wrath. And you will not see bigger creatures than a 5/5 coming out from the Jeskai deck. The only creature they have that matches those in size is the Triumph of St. Catherine, which is a 5/5 lifelink for 2 as long as you can miracle it. Sorry if you hear me typing in the background here. I'm just going to mess with the stream settings a little bit while the players shuffle up here. The Jeskai deck is on Flage. Oh, and we're starting off. I missed that Gitaxian Probe, unfortunately, looking at my other monitor, so I cannot give you a list of the cards that Felipe is working with this game. Unfortunately. Eerily like game 1 here with Gitaxian Probe into Spirebluff Canal for Jack. And that's going to be a fetch land into a Mother of Runes for Felipe. Mother of Runes, another excellent card into Jeskai, protecting all of your creatures from their removal. A common play pattern here would be to see Jack try and remove it on his second main phase. But tapping out of 2-mana counter magic going into Felipe's turn 2 can be good enough for the Selesnya deck to get something going. And just as I mentioned, here's going to be a main phase fire from Jack to take care of the Mother of Runes. Again, deploying the Karakas. This card's extremely good in the matchup. And let's see what Felipe's able to answer back with. Fetching up a Savannah here, and still shuffling before he proceeds to his next turn. The 2-drop of choice here looks very mysterious to me. Let's see if we can figure out what it is. Just looking at the deck list here. And I'm not recognizing that one. So we might just have to wait and see. We're going to see a Utopia Sprawl and a Wild Growth getting enchanted on the lands here for Felipe, up to 5 mana on their next untap. Doesn't look like a creature deployed there. Could be a Skull Clamp, perhaps? I'm seeing one word, and it looks like it might have a quip down there. Jack fetching here on his 3rd turn of the game. It's going to be a tapped Thundering Falls to Surveil here. Maybe this is on Felipe's end step. Okay, here's the Surveil. Choosing to leave it on top this time. And what's the play here going to be? Oh, it's going to be a mana leak. Getting surveilled away. And then passing the turn here. Urza's Saga deployed for Felipe is going to be a really good one here. Following on the theme of threats which are difficult for Jeskai to answer, it's going to be Urza's Saga into Grist. Grist also a bit of a difficult threat to answer. It provides a number of insect bodies. And is just going to be pumping out 1/1s until it gets answered here. Here, maybe you're seeing Grist producing a 1/1 here and milling a card. If an insect's milled this way, you get an extra loyalty counter and get to repeat the process. Not hitting anything else. Thanks for the update, Nick. I was a little distracted. It was a mana leak on the end of turn Bowmasters. Bowmasters makes it very difficult for Jeskai to develop their game plan of drawing a lot of cards. Here we see another Surveil land coming in. It's end of turn Mystical Archive to get a Surveil. But the combination of Skull Clamp and Grist is potentially going to draw Felipe a lot of cards, assuming that I'm right about that being a Skull Clamp with art I don't recognize. We can maybe take a look here. Yes, it's going to be this Secret Lair Skull Clamp, or Fallout Skull Clamp, excuse me, giving equipped creature +1, -1, and when it dies you draw 2 cards. In combination with the Grist, it's going to be providing an additional 2 cards every turn on the Grist uptick ability, putting a lot of pressure on Jack to find an answer. Jack has a Hardcast Fury here, dealing 4 directly to the Grist. A lot of Furies here. The 4 damage is going to take care of the Grist and stop that card draw engine. It's also putting a 3/3 double strike in play, which can potentially be a pretty quick clock here for Felipe. This is one of the creatures that does actually profitably attack and block against many of Felipe's larger threats. Things like the Melira we saw last game that's a 3/3. Ooh, that's a Palace Jailer off the top, or deployed from hand from Felipe. That's going to be an extremely good one here, giving Felipe the Monarchy. The Monarchy tends to be quite good against Jeskai. They're not on many hasty threats, so we'll likely see Felipe able to hang on to the Monarchy for some time here. Unless we see an end-step flash threat out of Jeskai, like an Aven Mind Sensor that we saw come into play last game. Felipe's main phase right now with the Urza Saga trigger on the stack. Let's see if he's interested in making a construct. Looks like he is. And that's going to be a Tashana's Tidebinder from Jack here to counter the activated ability. I believe we're still going to see a search here off the Urza Saga since both triggers were on the stack at the same time. Felipe is going to be searching out a Mox. What is the green one? A Mox Emerald here. Tishana's Tidebinder is exactly the kind of flash threat we might see. And is pretty good into the Monarchy. Interestingly, it can counter the Monarch triggered draw ability one time, but will not remove the ability. It only strips abilities from artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers. So it doesn't answer things like Quartz, which are an enchantment with a triggered ability. Also doesn't answer the Monarchy because it's a emblem or emblem-like status of the game. Interesting. We're going to see an attack here from the Palace Jailer for 3. Jack just taking it. Probably feeling pretty happy to have a blocker out of the way, but it's going to be a follow-up Eldritch Evolution from Felipe, sacrificing the Palace Jailer to draw 2 cards here from the Skull Clamp. Eldritch Evolution sacrificing a 4-drop is going to allow Felipe to find a 6 or less cost creature and put it into play. Could well be the 5-mana Thrun that we saw last game. Run away with it. But it's going to be a Spell Pierce here coming out for Jack. Fetch Land Cracked in response for Felipe. This is very likely going to be a pay on the Spell Pierce. I wonder if Jack's follow-up could be something like a Daze here. Also possible that he just wants to stem the bleeding and prevent Felipe from following this up with a 2-drop, since Spell Pierce does not have a lot of great targets against the green-white deck. Felipe searching now, so it looks like the Eldritch Evolution is going to be resolving, and we'll see some kind of creature put into play here. And there he is. It's 5-mana Thrun coming back in. We saw this card make pretty short work of Jeskai in the previous game. Let's see if there's an answer to it in this one. Thrun also indestructible on your turn. Something I didn't realize. So even with a big creature to match it, it's going to be pretty difficult for the Thrun to die in combat as long as it keeps attacking. Looks like it was just an instant pass back from Jack here. No attack with the Tishana's Tidebinder into the 5/5. And Felipe very happy with a stalemate here. As long as he retains the Monarch, he will be drawing 2 cards every turn to Jack's 1. And that is going to favor the Selesnya deck as time goes on. Making an attack here with the indestructible 5/5 is Felipe. Now a 6/4 thanks to the Skull Clamp, putting Jack down to 7. And let's see what the follow-up is here. Fintorn Elf represents a blocker for the Tishana's Tidebinder to prevent Jack from regaining the Monarchy. And of course, if Jack gets the Monarchy back, it is going to be Fury coming into play and getting another ETB trigger. ETB trigger does not do anything against Thrun, since it has hexproof from non-green sources. So likely going to need another follow-up. Here is Jack. Even if he connects with the Tishana's Tidebinder and puts the Fury into play, the Thrun 6/4 trample indestructible on Felipe's turn is still going to be representing a very difficult threat for Jack to deal with, and may end up just having to put creatures in front to try and live. It's going to be a 4th Aer Lingus here for 2. That card is pointed in our Canlander format. It ran absolutely rampant for a month or so after the release of Lord of the Rings, providing these Jeskai decks with yet another card that's good at every stage of the game. It's good early, it's good late, it slices, it dices, it makes a lot of 2/2s. It gives you the monarchy if they connect. Just an attack with the 2/2s here for 4 damage, and Jack will reclaim the monarch and put the fury into play, killing the Fintorn elf here, you have to imagine. Looks like this could be swinging the race back in his favor. Putting, that's going to be 3, 6, 9, 13 power exactly into play, representing lethal if Felipe chooses to just jam the Thrun. So Felipe is going to need some kind of follow-up here. The 1/2 Stoneforge, I guess not Stoneforge Mystic, that must be a Giver of Runes, is pretty good here, even as a potential chump blocker. Oh, and it's going to be a Legolas's Quick Reflexes, also coming out of Modern Horizons. It's giving this Thrun hexproof, reach, and whenever it becomes tapped, it deals damage equal to its power to a target creature. So Thrun coming in and murdering the Fury. When it becomes tapped. With the 4/4 Thrun as well as the 5/5 Thrun back in play, Jack is again going to be looking for some kind of answer here that can deal with the hexproof and regenerating threats. And that's going to be it. Jack not able to find an answer to the board. 2 Thruns absolutely putting in the work against Jeskai. We did not see either of them get answered in any way at any point. Just able to beat down here. Let's go and check in with our first place player, Zoe. And we're right on time. I would imagine that this is a game 3, considering how much has already been played. It's going to be Prawn on your left, Zoe on your right. I'll just get the note set up here. That means it is going to be Felipe sitting at X and 1 with his green-white mid-range deck. We had a little look at the hand there from Prawn. For Zoe's Gitaxian Probe. Looks like a Throne of Eldraine storybook card in play here for her. Not one that I recognize. Let's see if I can find what it is for you all. Doesn't look like it has an adventure. and I don't recognize it, so maybe somebody in chat can tell me, or we're just going to assume it's some kind of attacker. Her follow-up play is going to be remanded here by Prawn. I think that card's going to be an Ayara's Oathsworn. An Ayara's Oathsworn. So it's going to get a little bigger every time it hits. It has Menace, and it also casts Demonic Tutor when it becomes a 6/6. Currently a 3/3 Menace, going to be providing a lot of pressure on this board against Prawn. But Prawn is hanging in. Looks like consider into Remand for Prawn. And Prawn is on, looks like check mid-range to me today. Playing, of course, some new Modern Horizons cards. Psychic Frog as well as Pyrogoyf in his list today. And a Galvanic Discharge. All kinds of cards I'm excited to see in Prawn's deck. But let's see how he can hold up against Zoe's aggressive start here. In with the Ayara's Oathsworn for 3. That's going to be taking Prawn down to 13, it looks like. And another counter here on the Oathsworn, getting up toward the Demonic Tutor, which will happen when it becomes a 6/6, now up to 4/4. Zoe is down to 15 off of her spells so far. And now deploying another threat, which is going to meet a Mana Leak from Prawn. Thanks to the Gitaxian Probe, Zoe knew that the Remand and the Mana Leak were coming, so likely sequencing her spells in a way where she is, if not happy to be losing these cards, at least aware that they're going to be going to the graveyard. Zoe on 15, Prawn on 12 after the fetch land, and casting a Thought Scour here. This is pretty commonly used in the blue midrange decks to set up things like Treasure Cruise or Dig Through Time, providing graveyard fodder for Delve. Nothing with Flashback going to the graveyard as of yet. It's an untap and a draw for Prawn here. And a 3-drop here. Looks like an Uro. And back over to Zoe. Oh, and Zoe has a Comet. Let's see if Prawn has an answer here, or this Comet is going to be putting in some serious work. Prawn having a think here on the Comet. If that one hits the board, who knows what's going to happen? I'll pull that up for all you fine folks at home. Only has one ability, but boy does that ability do everything. Zoe is going to be able to roll a die here, and all the options are good. On +2, makes 2 squirrels with haste. On -1, gets back a card with converted mana cost 2 or less, which would be the Gataxian Probe or the Arid Mesa here. 4 or a 5, and you just get to go upstairs for 5. And of course, on a d6, you get 2 more rolls. That's a 4, so it's just going to be 5 damage to Prawn. That's the only option that doesn't actually give Zoe any card advantage, so Prawn might be quite happy to be taking 5 here compared to the alternative. Although he is down to single digits now, an attack from the 4/4 Oathsworn is going to put him down to 6, I believe. And Comet is representing lethal next turn in a number of ways. Making squirrels would represent lethal. Another 4 or 5 shock to the face would also represent lethal. Likely that Prawn is going to be looking for a removal spell here for the Anya's Oathsworn at least, and then maybe leaving his chances of survival in Fate's hands to see what happens with the Comet. Here's an Orcish Bowmasters. That is going to kill the Comet with an ETB ping right now, as well as an attack for 1, or representing 2 blockers for the for the Araya's Oathsworn, which does have Menace. Bowmasters here amassing an Orc army and dealing 1 damage on the ETB. I'm not sure where that's gotten pointed, because I believe the Comet was already on 2 loyalty. Maybe just electing to go upstairs. Zoe is 4-0 this round. And Prawn 3-0-1. So whoever wins this round will be on top of the standings. That's going to be an escape on the Uro here. Eating some cards out of the graveyard in order to play it and not have it die. Coming into play, it's going to gain Prawn 3 life, draw a card, and offer the ability to put a land into play. Looks like Prawn does have a land to play. It's going to be a Xander's Lounge, I believe. And Prawn back up to 8 life. It is going to be an attack for 2 to the Comet. And finishing it up with a Ponder. So Comet down, no chance for that one to roll a bunch of 6s and just remove Prawn from the game, which is always a possibility when you see Comet. The Araya's Oathsworn is representing a tutor here, though, if it connects. And since it has Menace, it can attack through the Uro and get that demonic tutor. I wonder if Zoe has any way to go upstairs for the remaining damage if that Oathsworn is able to connect. So shuffle on the Ponder, and Prawn drawing a card here. Prawn at 8, so unless he has a Lightning Bolt or something, that Araya's Oathsworn might be able to get the job done just off of Demonic Tutoring for a Lightning Bolt here. And it is going to be an attack here. And let's see what the tutor target is. Taking 5 damage is Prawn down to 3 life. This Arise Oathsworn putting in some serious work here for Zoe. It would have dealt this game 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 4 is 9, plus 5 is 14 damage, as well as tutoring for a card. That is a pretty absurd rate to be getting off of a 2-drop. Zoe is going to shortcut the shuffling here and possibly put a spell on the stack before she finishes shuffling her library. Here is a fetch land, so maybe just planning to go back in. Oh, and the spell here is a Minsk and Boo. And that's just going to be a scoop here from Prawn. Too much damage representing on the board off of that Minsk and Boo. Throwing the hamster. It does look like the players are scooping it up here. And likely are going to be reporting. So it looks like that's the game. Game 3, that is. And Zoe, advancing to 5-0 here, should have a pretty clean ability to draw or even lose into top 8. Yeah, that's a 2-1 for Zoe. And we are going to go on just a short break here. I will be back.
Charging battery.
Hello. I'm gonna join the pod one. Yeah. That's what I was waiting. Yeah, no worries. No worries. The points work, but I'm pretty sure I'm a lock. At 13 points, I should be a lock.
Yeah, I remember looking, and there's not a
All right, all right, all right. I am back. I am lost in the sauce. It's true. Just finding us a game to watch here. I'm not too sure who's going to be playing and who's going to be drawing. So just giving it a minute to see if people start sharing their screens or not before I commit to where we're jumping in on. It looks like Pod 3 is playing, so I might just jump in on Pod 3 for now. This is two players who we've seen before. It's going to be Prawn on your left, playing 4-color mid-range. Up against Purakogi, playing Time Vault. Oh, and here is an Inquisition of Kozilek. We're going to get to take a look at Purakogi's hand over on the right side of your screen. It's Meticulous Archive, a Savannah, a Wargate, a Chrome Mox, and a Tezzeret the Seeker with an expedition map already in play after Waste Landing Prawn on turn 1. Looks like the Wargate is going to be discarded here. Not wanting to give up too many ways to find lands. Okay, and I think I have everything set up here. Very close to having things out of frame, but I think that's all good. It's going to be a crack on the expedition map for Peru here, finding the Urza's Saga. Urza's Saga is exceptionally good, as we saw previously, at putting on pressure against these mid-range decks. They do not want to expend cards to answer the constructs, so it can often put enough pressure on them for Purakogi to transition into the combo game plan. And a Thopter Foundry deployed here for Purakogi. That is half of a pretty powerful combo. Along with the Sword of the Meek, it allows you to pay 1 blue to make Thopters as many times as you'd like, and Prawn's going to respect it here with a Force of Negation. And that looks like an ice tapping down Purakogi's Urza Saga before it can move to Chapter 2. That's a very heads-up play, because it basically removes the option of making a construct this turn, essentially removing a construct without going down a card because the ice replaces itself, drawing a card. Porokogi has a meticulous archive here, surveilling a Boseiju into the graveyard. And nothing from Prawn this turn. I bet Porokogi's going to be very loath to deploy a threat into the open mana from Prawn, who is heavily representing another counterspell like a Mana Leak. Instead, it's just going to be an activation of the Urza Saga to make a construct, and going to search for a 1-drop here. The 1-drop that Poro is going to be finding is a Manifold Key here that can both make the construct unblockable as well as comboing with Time Vault. Really pulls double duty in this deck off of Urza's Saga, because double construct plus unblockable effect can very easily end the game in some matchups where there are not a lot of good ways to deal with those constructs. I bet Prawn has lots of removal in their deck though, so they should have a pretty reasonable way to answer these threats. Although, it's never fun to have to use your removal on something that didn't even cost Poro a card. I missed that. Looked like some kind of cantrip deployed here for Prawn. And it's just going to be a Botanical Sanctum coming into play tapped and a pass of the turn. I think it was a cycled Xander's Lounge at Pori's end step. Pori showing us that they had the Time Vault on top if they hadn't cracked the fetch land. But they are representing just full lethal off this Tezzeret at any time. It's going to be pretty scary for Prawn to ever tap out here in the face of the Tezzeret, which does just function as a 5-mana Time Vault. Tezzeret -2 searches for an artifact with CMC, minus X searches for an artifact, converted mana cost X or less, puts it straight into play. So it's going to be pretty important for Prawn to avoid letting this Tezzeret ever resolve. Play a removal spell on the construct did Prawn previously, so no pressure right now from Poru. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have any good way of tracking the life total where I can see it. But in this matchup, I would be surprised if either of their life totals are that relevant to the game. We'll do our best to figure it out, me and you, chat. Was another Surveil for Peru, getting rid of the Soul Guide Lantern. Doesn't think that Prawn's Graveyard is going to be relevant this game. And just putting the Tezzeret on the stack, this is going to be a must answer for Prawn. And answer it he will. That's a lose focus replicated twice. So pay 6, please, Poro, if you want your Tezzeret to resolve. Poro thinking for a while there, it looks like maybe they had a counterspell of their own to answer that, but because of the replicate, it would have to be a 1-mana counterspell in order to answer it. Countering one of the replicate copies and then using the Manifold Key along with the Mana Vault to pay for 2 more. Doesn't look like Poro is able to answer that one, so they're going to be down to 1 spell. We've seen the Chrome Mox revealed, and it's unlikely that that plays here. And it is a banger here from Prawn. Ancestral Recall, probably drawn off of the Uro draw, but Poru's mystery card was the Mental Misstep. So That will cleanly answer the recall, assuming that Prawn doesn't have another counterspell, and they do not. Untap on the Mana Vault all the mana in the world for Purukogi. Just looking for any tutor to find the Time Vault. Not going to be finding it here, passing back. Prawn, 2 cards in hand, also has access to the escape on Uro. It'll be a Thoughtseize here. Oh, and it's another banger. Intuition for Purukogi. Intuition does let Puro put a Time Vault into their hand by way of the graveyard, likely playing a couple ways to get it back in order to build these 3-card Intuition piles. Quick fetch in response by Prawn. And if this is a counterspell for Prawn, it's going to be pretty tough for Purukogi, losing the Intuition and the Chrome Mox, and then facing down an escaped Uro. Likely going to be a 3-turn clock here from the Uro, as well as drawing an additional card every turn, if that's what we see. Must be a Tainted Pact here for Prawn. And they're gonna need to go until he finds a counterspell which answers the Intuition, I suppose. Oh, and it's even better. It's Oppo Agent. If you've never seen Oppo Agent against an Intuition, it is pretty brutal. Prawn is going to get to search Poru's deck for 3 cards and exile them under the Oppo Agent. Those 3 cards all can be played from the Oppo Agent. And it's just going to be a concession from Purukogi there because Prawn can find Time Vault, a way to untap it, and a counterspell to protect it, and that's just the game right there. Oppo Agent versus Intuition is pretty much as brutal a beat as you can get. I don't think there are few card interactions in Magic which feel as bad as getting your Intuition Oppo Agented. Purukogi sitting at 4-1 right now, and Prawn at 3-1-1. This looks like it could be a pretty clean win and in for both of them. Although it's possible that Purukogi could be in even with a loss. His breakers are pretty good here, so he might already be locked. For Prawn, though, this is about as clean a win and in as you can ask for. For anyone just joining us, Prawn is on a 4-color mid-range deck today, often called Check Pile, in the good old legacy tradition of naming decks in some kind of impenetrable way. Check Pile tends to play a pretty slow game plan in 4 colors, no white. You'll see a ton of instants in the deck. Counter spells, removal spells, draw spells, all at instant speed, planning to deploy them at instant speed and play very much on the opponent's turn. Looks like we're going to have Vast joining us for a bit of co-commentary here. So please excuse me while I get it set up. Just going to be technical difficulties for about 1 minute here. And just like that, we're back, missing just about nothing here. Hello, hello. Okay, it's going to be players looking at their opening hands here. And let's see if they have anything that they like. Oh. Sorry, just some microphone noise from my potential co-commentator here. I'll mute the desktop for now until we get it figured out. This is going to be turn 1 Inquisition coming in from Porokogi, answered by Mental Misstep from Prawn, not wanting to give away their secrets. Also, just denying them the choice between what cards to keep. And Gitaxian Probe here from Porokogi is going to show us Pillage the Bog, maybe a Force of Negation, and some cards that are a little hard for me to see, including a second land. And from there, Porokogi is going to deploy a Caracas, a Signet, and a Key. Hello and welcome, Vaste. I managed to have you muted for that whole nice intro you did.
Oh, wonderful.
So please, can you go ahead and repeat for the people who you are and what you're doing?
So I'm a very, very active member of the main Canlander Discord. I'll keep this brief just because they're playing. I scrubbed out of the tournament, and so here I am to commentate.
Fantastic. That looks like a balance from Porokogi.
Indeed, one of the better cards in the deck against any fair deck. That's you could see Genghis's sort of mannerisms going like, "Yep, that was a balance. Go."
Yeah.
Things are looking good for Peru.
Looks like Genghis was able to answer it with an evasive action.
Oh, okay, right.
Evasive action, one of the best counterspells out of this 4-color deck. It will pretty much always be counter unless they pay for it, looking like a mana leak upgrade.
Hmm. Well, sometimes if you draw poorly, it can end up being sort of a four spike. You
Yes,
just sort of have
indeed.
the one basic island,
Can always be
and
a
then
day's downgrade.
your dark slick shores, and then your yeah, and then your I don't know wasteland, and then yeah, that's not ideal.
No, not great. Uh,
But I'm not sure it would matter a huge amount here with Peru's Tolarian Academy that he's just played, making enough mana to pay for most conditional counterspells.
yeah, very true. We saw a big replicated lose focus last game.
Yeah, yeah. I can. Yeah, you can beat Academy in terms of mana production, but it's quite challenging. That's one
Yeah,
of the
no
reasons
doubt.
why a lot of these Academy decks have gotten a lot better at dealing with blue opponents. Is that the blue decks have gotten started to play much more conditional counterspells. They've gotten rid of some of the more like the Archmage's charms of the world that are all those sort of mystical disputes. Yeah, it's a lot easier to just pay through a lot of these counterspells. Gets remanded, you just cast it again. It's yeah.
Yeah, and those are the kind of cards that the blue decks are not going to be wanting to see in the really late game. You're pretty happy to draw Counterspell. You're a lot less happy to draw Spell Pierce on turn
For
8.
sure.
Can you see what the leftmost card in Prawn's hand is here?
Aha, yes, it is. I can't remember the name. It's Boggart something. It's the 3/1 goblin that ETB it does a Bajuka Bog effect, and it's an untapped land on the back that produces, but you have to bolt yourself to come in tapped. It's one of the new
Boggart,
stuff.
Boggart Trawler is the card.
Yes,
Awfully
it's
exciting. It looks
it's
like
really good.
also the new Goyf there.
Yes, Nethergoy.
Nether Goyf. We saw that one in a previous game, basically looking like it could single-handedly take over a game against some of the mid-range decks. It's pretty huge body and also providing card advantage as it attacks.
It's especially powerful in a deck like Czech, where they are just filling their graveyard with everything. They've got baubles, they've got Gitaxian probes, they've got fetch lands, all the fetch lands they can, all the cantrips they can. It's going to be very big very quickly.
Yeah, and provide the kind of clock that they need to put a deck like Academy away. Although it looks like Puru is stuck on no cards in hand, just ripping off the top.
Yeah, that's not a great position that you want to be in. Time Vault is quite resource hungry. It does really well. You've got a million mana with Academy, or you just slam a One Ring and then you just go off. But when you're just sort of hellbent and just sort of hoping that you top deck the right thing, sometimes it works out. Sometimes you just top deck a Wargate or something like that, and you do well. Sometimes you top deck a Fellwar Stone, and and there's not a huge amount you can do about that.
No, don't feel fabulous about that one. The Thopter Foundry is more interesting since it can convert some of these less useful artifacts into blockers here.
Yeah, yeah, that can be helpful. Genghis is going quite wide, so that does make that slightly less good. It's got three. You need to sort of really keep this at bay. You need to almost sack your whole board, which is not ideal.
Yeah, and putting those 1/1s under creatures is going to start to take the Academy off of its, off of that mana production. Currently, currently Peru does have access to looks like 8 mana here, so able to cast pretty much anything that he draws at this point.
Well, yeah, so all in the heart of the cards.
Exactly. Yeah. If it lands on top, it's not going to be easy, but you never know when Time Vault's going to come rolling off the top.
And when there are as many functional copies of Time Vault as there are in Peru's deck, that can very much happen. There's a million different tutors.
It's true. A Sword of the Meek here would also be pretty exceptional.
Yeah, I think it would be, barring removal, it would be quite hard to beat as Sword of the Meek.
It looks like it wasn't a Krakus, it was an Ancient Den, and Pro is going to go ahead and convert it into a Thopter and block the Nether Goyf here.
Yeah. Which isn't, it isn't that much better than a talisman coming offline, because it still is an artifact land. It still fuels Academy. Still pretty painful.
The Nether Goyf must be quite big at this point. I'd love to get a look at life totals, but they're both a bit hard to see.
Yes. The Netherglyph doesn't actually look like it might be that big. Maybe a sort of a, well, I say not very big. It might be a 4/5/3 or a 3/4.
Yeah, we
which is
certainly
still
have
very large.
Artifact, land, sorcery, instant.
Do we have a bauble in Genghis's graveyard?
Oh, is it your graveyard only, this one?
It's just your graveyard.
No, I don't recall seeing a bauble, actually.
Okay, so it might just be sort of instant sorcery creature land.
Hardcast Force of Will, the draw for Poru here, countering the Pillage the Bog.
Yeah.
Pillage the Bog is a very powerful new cantrip. Would have let Genghis look at 10 cards here.
Yeah, it's unpointed dig through time.
Yeah.
And another land for Puru. This is not looking good.
No, this is looking pretty tough. It's hard to believe that Genghis wouldn't have some kind of counterspell here too if the Time Vault did come rolling off the top.
Or just kill him on board now. It must be close at this point.
Yeah, and that's going to be the match.
There we go.
GG, we saw Poru's intuition get Oppo agented in game 1.
Yeah, that's really rough.
And that was just an instant concession right there. That one's pretty much impossible to come back from.
Yeah. Sometimes that happens. Like opposition agent finding a card in the early game, or anything important can be just game ending on the spot. You're just like, wait. So what do I do about this? I've lost an important resource. You've gained an important resource, and now you have a 3/2 that's attacking me.
Yeah,
That's just often near impossible to beat.
pretty much the cleanest 3-for-1 you can ask for. Or of course you can hit an intuition and hit them with the 5-for-1.
Yeah, well, it honestly, it's almost more than that, given that you find a time vault and then you just win.
It's true. Yeah, you find the vault, the key, and the discard spell and call it a day.
And infinite for one, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Winning the game pretty good, worth pretty much as many cards as you want.
Yeah.
Shall we hop over to pod 2 here and see how they're doing?
Sounds good.
All right, I'll see you there. Okay, and we are joining a game in progress here. It's Felipe on the green-white mid-range deck.
Yeah, so green-white monsters. This is one of the decks that he's been playing quite a lot recently, and I believe this is the first time he's put it together in paper.
Ah, very cool.
And then we also have Symbol Man on 4-color Winota.
Oh, this is the 4-color Winota deck I've been hearing about.
Yeah.
Oh, and they've got a message to us.
Oh my goodness, he's drawn an Undercity.
Oh my goodness.
He didn't have a token, so he drew it. That's brilliant.
And Symbolman saying here that this is just a for fun game that they've already
okay.
drawn for the tournament.
Makes sense.
So maybe we can hop over to pod 5 instead and take a look in there.
Sounds like a plan.
And let these gamers have fun here.
And here we have nearly the mirror match: Jeskai versus Jeskai Green Slushy. These were two people. These were two people that I had faced earlier in the tournament and lost to both of them. In fact, I hadn't realised that Choir Boy was on a Slushy variant until in the end of Game 3 he intuitioned me and then killed me. And
I see.
And I assumed it was just Guy Green. I was very ahead on board. But see here, here they are just sort of acting like normal mid-range decks. Well, blue mid-range decks. So we got an Aragorn out for Harju. It's just cast an expressive iteration. clearly very much dominating the board. There's a seemingly slightly dead. Sorry, I thought that was a hand. Not a huge amount going along for Choir Boy. Some cards in hand, but clearly nothing to answer the Aragorn or the Expressive Iteration. No Force of Will. We see a Force of Negation in the graveyard.
Yes, looks like there's been a lot of back and forth here. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a bit of echo. Sorry, just muting you on the stream for a sec because I was getting some echo through Google Meets. Okay, sounds better. Hello, hello.
Hello. Is that
Okay.
better?
Yes, you sound crispy and clean. You were mentioning an Aragorn in play here.
Which is no longer here, seemingly.
Fair enough. Unfortunately, he does leave the Monarch behind forever.
Indeed.
And
No way to get rid of that.
no, that one can be backbreaking enough in some of these mid-range mirrors.
Aragorn is an important permanent though. It's a 4/4 vigilance lifelink that falters something when it attacks. It's a really brutal card, and you need to remove it. But even I see Choir Boy his prismatic ending it for 4 mana. That is getting rid of the threat, but spending 4 mana on your removal spell and not being able to develop your own threat is really, really rough.
Especially in the face of the Monarch, which will just continue to accrue value every turn that Choir Boy isn't able to develop a threat.
Indeed. Well, and you say there seems to be a bit of back and forth. You never know with these Jeskai decks. They fill their graveyard so easily. This could be turn 3, and they could each have graveyards this full.
Could be turn 3. They could still be in game 1. And these are resources traded back and forth for an hour.
For sure. Often these are over very quickly, or they don't even make it to game 2. You get the library. You get both of them with the Library of Alexandria. That's not going to end anytime soon.
No, indeed, it's not. We mentioned that Harju is on the slushy version of this deck.
No, I think that's Choir Boy that's on the slushy version.
Choir Boy's on the slushy version. Can you speak to what that slushy name means?
Oh, sure. So that essentially means that instead of going with you're sort of a Jeskai control deck, but instead of going in the direction of playing Ancestral Recall and card advantage spells as your points, you put your points into Underworld Breach, and you play Lion's Eye Diamond and Brain Freeze and things like Savine's Reclamation and Intuition, and you basically turn it into a combo control deck. And so that you're just often just a normal Jeskai control deck, and then suddenly you breach combo someone out of nowhere, which Choir Boy did to me in round 5 today. Just out of nowhere, just like, Intuition, yep, we're dead. Okay, yep. And it's a really, really powerful thing to do when you're sort of, there's 2 different angles of attack where you can be losing on board and then suddenly you combo kill them, or someone's holding up their interaction for the perfect combo thing, and then you slam Ragavan and then Dreadhorde Arcanist, and it's like, oh, that's not what I needed. It's really, really powerful, just to be able to sort of diversify your threats. It's called slushy because what happens if you drink a slushy too fast? You get a brain freeze.
I didn't know that, actually. That's very funny. This is looking like that the red-white Uro.
Indeed. Flage.
Yes, of course, Flage. Good one.
What a very, very cool card. It's really, I think, a big push to move away from Jeskai Green and more into just pure Jeskai, which I'm a big fan of.
That red, white escape cost is going to be pretty hard to play if you're on green exclusive lands like the Beseiju that we see here out of Choir Boy.
Yeah, for sure. I doubt Choir Boy will be on it, and if he is, that's a brave move.
Yeah, tough. Also, the slushy variant does put additional pressure on your graveyard as a resource. But
for sure.
Since they're filling the graveyard so much, they do have access to some of these powerful delve spells. We see Choir Boy resolving a Dig Through Time here, which is likely to be a big swing. That's the kind of card that can catch you up in terms of card quality, if not quantity, to the Monarch. And is that
Yeah,
an Underworld
sure.
Breach going on the stack?
Oh, that looks like an Underworld Breach. Okay, here we go. But no cards in graveyard, just a dig through time in the graveyard.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Where is I don't know where this is going. Is he going to cast an Intuition?
Looks
That's an Intuition.
like he is. And if the breach
Oh,
resolved, the follow-up might too. This is just what you were saying, that it doesn't matter how developed your board state is. If you don't have an answer on the stack to breach, it can be over just like that.
for sure. This is an interesting position because there are very few cards in Choir Boy's graveyard. Can he find a way to breach kill here? Does he have the resources? Only one land untapped as well.
Mm.
You can't hard cast the Brain Freeze here. You'll have to go for the Lion's Eye Diamond line. This is tense stuff.
Would we expect the last card to be a Consider here, or a Lotus Petal maybe?
I think it's likely to be a Savine's Reclamation.
With the breach?
No,
already in play-
the breach is already in play.
Yeah,
Could be a Lotus Petal. I could see a Lotus Petal.
yeah.
Or potentially a Thought Scour might be the
Ooh,
one.
Thought Scour is a good call. That one, in a way, is Lion's Eye Diamond. It puts 3 cards in the graveyard,
Yes,
allowing you
correct.
to cast your Lion's Eye Diamond. But there is going to be some kind of choke point here, especially if Harju chooses to give him the Lion's Eye Diamond. That tends to put you extremely all in for the combo, since you do have to discard your hand. But Brain Freeze is an extremely difficult spell to counter. Storm, famously good against counter spells.
Certainly so. I think if a Brain Freeze hits the stack, I think it's over for Harju. But that's going to be the difficulty: is can we get a Brain Freeze for enough to hit the stack?
And here is the Thought Scour we discussed. Thought Scour also would be giving quite a clear stress point here on the combo turn. If Choir Boy is given the Thought Scour, they'll have to put it on the stack here, and that's going to be a good point where Harju could still have interaction, something like a Mental Misstep.
I was thinking exactly that. Is that is the card that hasn't had a target this time yet. It could very well be sitting in Harju's hand.
I think Choir Boy might still have the requisite resources. If it was misstepped, they could eat the Intuition, the Dig Through Time, and the countered Thought Scour to replay the Lion's Eye Diamond, and then use the 3 cards in their hand to escape the Brainstorm. So, even with a mental misstep, I don't think Harju is quite out of the woods yet. Looks like they are going to give Choir Boy the Thought Scour, and we'll see it put on the stack here.
What has... Oh, Harju is casting something. Okay.
It's a Remand, it looks like.
Oh, very interesting. Oh, that's
That's
very
actually
interesting.
Oh, wait. Maybe it's not a Remand. Is that an Ancestral Recall?
That is a Flame of Anor.
A Flame of Anor here.
That is potentially drawing 2 cards. There are no other relevant targets.
No, looks that way. And the Thought Scour is resolving. Mill 2 and a draw coming for Choir Boy. And you have to be pretty scared looking over at Harju's very stacked hand. But generally once you're this deep in a breach line, all you can do is click your cards and hope for the best.
Yeah. Eventually you can mill enough and then cast Teferi Time Reveler, and then you've really locked it up.
Nice. Looks like we're pulling out the mana lands here.
Yes.
3 blue in the pool for Choir Boy. And we're counting
I'm
on the
sure.
fingies. This is an absolutely tried and true Storm technique.
I'm sure Harju is potentially he's just sort of sitting there with nothing in hand, just hoping Choir Boy messes up or presumes that he has some interaction that he doesn't and plays around it when he doesn't. It's or he could have something perfectly poised. He could be. I haven't seen the deck lists. He could be on something like Beckon Apparition to exile something from a graveyard.
That would be a spicy one here. Also, always the possibility that he's sitting on an Ancestral Recall and hoping that Choir Boy will get to few enough cards in library to get for the recall to be lethal, going upstairs on Choir Boy.
Yeah, and that's why the Teferi Time Raveler would be so important. Well, but it may not be high enough in the library.
That's true. Also, as Choir Boy breaches, there will be a lot of counterspells potentially developed in the graveyard, which can be escaped as well. Tends to be once you start seeing Pact Negations and stuff going in the graveyard, then you're really not in good shape.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's one of the... You'd have to make quite a lot of mana from Lion's Eye Diamond first, given that you can't do that at instant speed.
And
but if Choir Boy thinks ahead and does do that, then that should be pretty easy.
Yeah, very true. Also, notably, during these breach combos, you cannot pitch cast Force of Will or alternate cost cast Daze.
Indeed.
Oh, I see Joking saying in the chat that maybe that 3 mana card was not Flame of Anor, but was Brain Surge out of Modern Horizons 3.
Indeed, it is. I'm seeing it in slightly higher res now. Yes, it is in the retro foil frame.
Impressive to have gotten one of those already.
Yeah, I managed to grab mine this morning from my LGS.
Oh, good stuff. Is retrofoil your pick as well?
Indeed, yes. That's
Very nice.
when possible.
Looks like Harju stanced up with the arms crossed, just gonna let Choir Boy cook for now. And this is a big brain freeze here.
I think when it's Compareal, you've got to make him play it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In my experience, breach combos are pretty easy to mess up as well, especially under pressure, and even more so if you start trying to think about what you can play around.
From what I understand, Choir Boy has only recently returned to Highlander after years and years. They supposedly played last back in 2019 before Underworld Breach was printed. So there is very much the possibility of he may have played with Breach in other formats. I don't know. He seems pretty competent, so I think that's probably likely. But you never know.
Yeah, he does seem to be flicking these spells around pretty quick. And doing a very nice job of tracking all the spells and mana and stuff, which can also be a little tricky with Breach. I always find the hardest part is to actually remember to exile the 3 cards to pay the escape cost when there's so many other things that you're tracking at the same time.
Indeed. I think at this point you sort of understand what's going on. You're just having fun. You're just spinning your wheels, doing what you love to do.
Yeah, and they've seen the commentators in their match as well, probably, so... Sometimes you want to see if you can find a slightly flashier kill when you've got the eyes of the stream on you.
Yeah, no, these slushy decks, they've become a lot more popular in the last sort of 6 months or so, and have been winning events. They've been doing really well. In fact, it's quite funny. Harju was one of the main pioneers of Highlander slushy back years and years ago, when Underworld Breach was printed, and here he is losing to it in the first winner duel, the worst webcam winner duel for Highlander. So yeah, Harju was very familiar with all these lines. I believe the archetype was originally developed in Australian Highlander, and Harju brought it over.
Oh, very cool. I have seen deck lists of the archetype from Australian Highlander, especially with the assistance of Lurrus Companion.
Indeed. Yeah, those are your points. Lurrus Breach. Those are your points.
Yeah, that's my Australian Highlander weapon of choice. Although I haven't actually played the format, but I've got the deck. I've got a list. Have the cards around.
As is I've only played the format a couple times, but when I do, I play Lurus Breach.
Yeah, it's sort of a unique archetype that you don't get to play in Canadian Highlander because of the soft ban on companions in our format here.
So some people have talked about bringing them in. Obviously, I think Lurus and Lutri would likely be some amount of points, but
Yeah.
it is an interesting thought. It's I know some people have advocated for even adding sideboards. I'm not sure that's ever gonna. I'm not sure that companions or sideboards are ever going to happen. But you never know.
I've been a long time proponent of unbanning wishes in Canadian Highlander by allowing you a certain number of cards in your wish board, which you can't board in and are not part of your deck. But nobody has shown a lot of interest in that proposal.
I think we'd rather avoid the scourge of Khan the Great Creator in our format.
You know, that's so fair, actually. Avoiding Karn Great Creators, I'm big on that. Looks like Choir Boy was able to slush their way to victory there.
Indeed.
I saw a lot of mana getting produced. I didn't see any shaking of fists, so likely got it done there with the combo. And it looks like we're going to be blessed with a game 3.
Excellent.
Going to go ahead and guess that they're both one win right now.
Well, you never know with these blue mirrors. This could be game 2.
You know, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and the blue mirrors, they are incredibly interesting. Often it's a sort of whoever moves first loses, and it's kind of on the onus is on the non-combo version to make the first move. Really, they need to have a clock, otherwise they will find a way to lose when the graveyards are completely stacked and there's nothing you can do about a breach.
Yeah, once you can just wait until they're tapped as low as they'll ever be tapped, and then jam the breach, it's pretty nice as far as being the player acting second. But playing the slushy combo does cost a lot of points, and the cost of that is not getting to play the Jeskai recall games, where you see the Jeskai control deck sometimes able to just put you under so much card advantage that you cannot even have a chance of playing. It's not the first recall that kills you, but once they're casting 2 or even 3 in a game, it can be lights out for most decks.
Yeah, or just finds you to your treasure cruise or your dig through time. It can be brutal. But and that's one thing. Underworld Breach can be a completely dead card in plenty of spots. It can be just a blank piece of cardboard that doesn't pitch the force of will, which is it's nice when your narrow cards pitch the force of will, which is unfortunately not true for Underworld Breach.
Hey, at least it pitches to Fury.
Does pitch the Fury, yeah.
I watched a game earlier where I saw Jeskai resolve recall into Treasure Cruise. But it turns out no amount of cards from Jeskai can beat 4 mana Thrun into 5 mana Thrun.
Oh yeah, that's very true. I've been playing a lot of green-white monsters recently, where you just sort of aggressively tutor your Thruns and then just ride them to victory, and hope they don't have dress down.
That is a good one against Thruns, but it does seem like the players are all ready to go here, both of them keeping 7-card hands.
Did we see a fetch from Boy?
Yeah, and it looks like a Meticulous Archive fetched up and surveilling a card away for Harju. It seems like these surveil lands have made a huge impact in pretty much every format they're legal in, but especially in the 100-card singleton formats.
Indeed. I was very low on them when they were first spoiled, and turns out they just go in every single deck that can reasonably have them.
I was also very low on them when they were originally spoiled, and boy were we wrong.
Yeah, we were thinking about temples, and these are not temples. These are much better in many ways.
Yeah, I would argue maybe in every way.
I mean, sometimes you want to put your combo piece on the bottom of your library rather than your graveyard, but that's a very small angle. I think often you want to be able to just fuel your Murktide Regent or put your Archon of Cruelty in your graveyard. I think that the blue decks, that playing Delve spells and reanimated targets, they're the ones that are really benefited from it.
Yeah, even the slushy deck gaining a little bit of extra card in graveyard equity.
Certainly. Yeah, but even like I'll play it in Gruul Monsters. I was on white black aggro today, and I was playing one. It literally every two plus color deck wants them.
Yeah, nice. When you're on fewer colors, you're more incentivized to play one to try and generate some fake card advantage. And then when you're on high color decks, you just want more duels. So
I think we might have a judge call going on. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
interesting. Uh, Looks like a second Surveil land fetched up for Harju here while we talk about them.
Yeah, these blue decks really can't get enough of them. They've been slowly. Well, when I play Jeskai, I don't play a Triumph anymore. Like, I just don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, and when do you ever want to search for one when you could search for a Surveil land?
I guess when you'd be color screwed, but that doesn't happen that often.
No, very true. Um, let's... Looks like an ice deployed here for Choir Boy. Fire Ice is a pretty nice card in these Jeskai decks since it plays into almost every matchup, offering a pretty free way to draw a card in the control-y matchups or a Forked Bolt against the aggro decks.
Yeah, it's really just so unbelievably versatile. It also got some recent points for being a 4-mana instant or sorcery with the new there's a new card from Outlaws of Thunder Junction that gets cheaper for the different mana values of instants or sorceries in your graveyard, and that counts as 4, even though it's a 2-drop.
Ah,
I'm trying to remember
interesting.
exactly what. It's like a new Murktide region. I'm trying to remember what the card is. Chat may be able to tell us.
Looks like a fight happening here. Intuition put on the stack for Choir Boy.
Oh,
End of Harju's turn. Harju's fighting back with a counterspell, but
And-
Choir Boy had the forced negation.
and it looks like it's resolving. That's scary. That's a breach.
Will we see a Savines and an LED trying to push for a win here?
I assume Harju, if he had the other counterspell, would have just cancelled it again.
Looks like yes. This is an incredibly aggressive jam from Choir Boy on Harju's end step of turn 4.
Looks like it may pay off though. But the question is, we don't have enough mana for the Savines Reclamation quite yet.
Yeah, 3 lands for the front side. Back side is 5 mana to flash back. Looks like the
Jeez.
LED is going to be given
Well,
to Choir
okay,
Boy
then
here,
that will potentially be enough.
but it's pretty spooky because you will have to discard your hand.
Often I don't think that's actually a major cost. Often that's a boon in these decks. Put extra cards in your graveyard. When you've got a breach in play, they may as well be, the cards in your graveyards may as well be in your hand.
That's a very good point. But if we see a counterspell on the Savines Reclamation, it could be all over with no hand remaining for Choir Boy
Yes.
if they choose to go all in here.
I think that's a near instant win for Harju if Choir Boy just has to discard his hand and then do nothing.
The counterspell that I would think is a possibility here is Remand or Reprieve. You don't necessarily want to give them back the Intuition, but boy does hitting the flashback on Savines Reclamation feel good.
It could potentially be a spell snare that could hit the breach.
True.
It wouldn't have hit intuition.
Is that a Brain Freeze and 2 lands in hand? It looks like it is.
Oh,
So, Choir Boy just with Intuition Brain Freeze in the opening hand, it's I mean, what are you doing with that hand except just jamming it when you feel like the time is right?
it's almost hard for it to go wrong. Is that, well, yeah, must be nice to always draw your combo pieces.
Here's Savines on the breach.
Here we're seeing very, very similar situation to before. Of just Choir Boys thinking about what interaction Harju might have.
Oh, and Archer
he's
shows
just
the
he's just
hand.
shown his hand,
That's
and there
it.
we are.
Wow, Choirboy with the turn 4 Storm kill out of Jeskai.
Yeah,
Very
it's,
difficult to prepare for that in Mulligans.
It really is. The whole point of the slushy deck is it's not necessarily fast. It's the whole point is that you're a control deck, but sometimes you just have it and you jam, and you win.
Yeah, and keeping a hand that's good against that one, like the kind of hand you'd want against Storm, generally not necessarily a winning prospect against the deck's more Jeskai-like hands.
Indeed, it's often you'll be like, okay, like, is this bolt can be relevant? It's a good question to ask because like they could be a Ragavan, they could just be an intuition, and you can't really prepare for that.
Well, very well played to both players.
Indeed.
That was quite a nice combo turn there. Looks like that was the final round that was running here. Do you want to speak a little bit about the black-white aggro deck that you chose to register today?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think it was still a very good choice. So I'm famously a Death and Taxes lover. I play white-based aggro nearly every opportunity I can. But white-black has sort of eluded me. I've never thought it was that good. I felt the sort of combination of hand attack and aggression was often slightly in tension. But white-black got some really cool tools from the last few sets and also Modern Horizons 3. So I thought I'd give it a go. The power of Mother of Runes into Tide Hollow Skeller is a strong thing to do, even in 2024. But now we get the ability to reanimate our Ajanis or blink our white orchid phantoms. I felt that the sort of both disruptive and aggressive elements really came to a confluence, which was unfortunate because I felt like I won all my good matchups. I won all my bad matchups and then lost against all my good matchups today. I won against mono red aggro and then Gruul aggro, and then lost to Jeskai, Time Vault, and then Jeskai Slushy. Which I feel like is supposed to be good matchups.
Yes, for sure.
I even had probably my worst bad beat I've had in months against Purukogi.
Oh yeah.
Who was on the it was game 3. He was on the play. I was on the draw. I keep Mana Crypt, Timeless Dragon, the one that cycles to find a plains.
Oh yeah.
For 2 mana. And then a bunch, and then an Esper Sentinel, and a bunch of really good 3-drops and 4-drops. I think, okay, I'm going to play this Mana Crypt, cycle the Timeless Dragon, find a plains, play the Esper Sentinel. I'm good. I'm against Time Vault. That's pressure, and it's speed, and I'm off to the races. Yeah. Turn 1, he Thought Seizes me. I don't draw another land.
I see. That's a...
he takes my Mana Crypt. I don't have the mana to cycle my Timeless Dragon, and I die.
No, that's very tough. That's really not where you want to end up.
Yeah, no, but it was good beats. I think Peru played very well. He deserves to be where he is at the moment. Sort of, is that locked for top 8?
This
we think
is locked for top 8. We actually have the top 8 listing here.
Excellent.
I have streamer mode on, so I cannot see who everybody is here.
Yeah, so we have Zoe, Felipe, we have Simbleman, who's on with the Winota player, we have Genghis Prawn, we have Crayon and Reanimator, Jack Morgan, who also known as Jay Wyatt, who I presume will be on Jeskai, although I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I spectated one of those.
Peru, who's on Time Vault, and then Fireboy, who's on Jeskai Slushy.
Awesome.
Which is an honestly a reasonably diverse top 8. This is great. We have Zoe, who's a 4-color blood aficionado. Some like to be honest, I don't know how 4-color blood survives in the meta game today, but Zoe is absolutely killing it. She is so good at this archetype. She has won events in Iowa before. Yeah, she's really, really good and slamming the greediest deck I have ever seen, which is amazing.
And it was a clean 5-0 for her into an ID as well.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Standing above everybody else on a 10-2 game record, as well as 3 draws. The 3 draws likely reported as an 003 for the ID, so she's
Mm.
probably only dropped 2 games today.
Mm. And then we got in second place Felipe, who is a relative newcomer to the format, who plays a lot in Cockatrice weeklies. His first time playing in paper, if I understand. He's a Brazilian guy. It's fantastic that he's brought this amazing archetype, Green White Monsters, who I know Parrot Bar, who's in the chat, has really developed, like honed to a T, and now it's top 8'd this winner duel, which is amazing. Felipe has had a proper rise to power today. This is really impressive.
Yeah, they've been looking amazing. I watched them versus Jeskai, and the Thruns were just putting in absolute work. Looks like I am going to hop out for commentary and let Cyclops hop in with you for top 8.
Great.
And I will do that by inviting... First, I'm going to go put the stream on a quick break here. And then I will get Cyclops into this meets call, and we can go from there.
Sounds good.
Looks like a bit of technical difficulties getting the pairing set up. Welcome, Cyclops, to the commentary booth.
Hello.
Hi, Sai. I see you have also scrubbed out of the tournament.
Hey, I went 4-2. I lost on tiebreakers.
You went 4-2. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, yeah.
Guys, I'm planning to just mute myself, and I will pull up cards as you talk about them and make sure that we've got camera on whoever you want to watch. So I'm just going to be muted, but I'm your resource here. If you have any questions or you want anything different up on stream, just let me know.
How are we doing this? Am I spectating or am I just watching the stream?
I think you need to spectate. You need to ask Joking for the role to let you do that.
Oh, okay.
I will ask him right now.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Who would we like to watch? That's the question. I think maybe you have a different preference. I'd love to see Puru versus Felipe, the Green White Monsters versus Time Vault matchup. I think that's quite. Felipe has deliberately teched super hard for Time Vault, so it should be quite an interesting matchup.
Yep, especially since he said he's teched for it and then never played against it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop in.
this ought to be especially interesting since I'm pretty sure for Peru it's like really late, probably midnight.
Oh yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also late. Also late for me. I'm almost glad I had in top 8. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to play on camera at 1 a.m.
Yep.
think
So I heard rumors of some nasty opposition agents being cast against Peru.
indeed, yes. With intuition, got opposition agents, which is pretty brutal.
Yep.
You don't want that to happen. It's I think that's the first time I've ever seen Czech Pile do a time vault kill.
Yep. You thought you were playing Time Vault? He's playing Time Vault. Did you run a 15-point deck? Time Vault plus Successful Recall.
Wait, do we do a deck check? So you can see that they seem to be shuffling up.
The top 8 lists are still closed.
Yes, although they may have an inkling of what each other is on. No,
Yeah.
obviously, rumors do get out.
Yeah.
Especially when Felipe has told everyone explicitly in chat before the tournament started.
Yeah. Yep.
And Peru live messaging his results in the Time Vault chat on the main Discord. So
Yep.
I don't think it's a surprise to anybody what the matchup is.
Nope. Good
What
on
do you
them,
think what do you think we can expect of this matchup? Because I know Felipe has teched really hard for it. Is that justified, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, the matchup's pretty bad if you don't tech for it. Green-white's really not fast enough to pressure Time Vault unless they have like a God Hand. And you really want like the extra density of the Pride Mages, maybe more tutors for Oof to just buy the time that you need. Even then,
Yeah.
I've played the green-white versus Time Vault matchup a little bit. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, as have I. It's can be rough, but the recent tech of playing Worldly Tutor that both finds Oof and Triumph for St. Catherine, depending on the situation, has been pretty fruitful, I found.
Yeah, I can see it.
Um,
My experience is that they somehow have 4 artifacts you need to blow up, and you only have 2 Pride Mages.
This is also true. This does indeed happen, but you never know. It's it can get pretty scrappy. It's not just overwhelming, and once again here we see Felipe's beautifully drawn Undercity token.
Yep. That is beautiful. If Peru is running the list that I think he's running, then he's actually made it somewhat grindier. He's added in like Wasteland and Loam and stuff.
He has indeed.
Definitely have some interesting games that are not just like turbo stop the combo, turbo go for the combo.
I think that's partially to support the new extremely powerful card, Shifting Woodland from Modern Horizons 3, which is pretty bonkers in Time Vault. Can just be a Time Vault. If you have Time Vault in your graveyard, it can just be a Time Vault that untaps itself, which is bizarre.
Well, not that it's unexpected, but Dork Start is always a good thing to have.
Indeed. And Time Vault doesn't really have the tools to deal with it that very well. It can't really slow Felipe down that much. You do need to be fast to win this matchup for the green white. But luckily there's nothing.
I mean, the only thing that's like a big haymaker is balance. But most of the time they just got 5 or 6 pieces of spot removal.
Indeed, and you've almost got to be slightly scared of a tapped Undercity Sewers here on a keep of a 7. If you're keeping a relatively slow land like that, there's scary things coming up potentially later.
I love Peru, but I would just love to see a strip mine immediately hit that.
Yes, as a lover of strip mine, as would I.
Oh, I spoke it into existence.
No,
Oh, wait.
no, he's casting something. Oh, here
Oh,
we go.
yeah,
Here's
well,
the
that's
white
probably worth taking a turn off.
That's probably yeah, sure. But then we do indeed see the strip mine, and then the white. Yeah, this is kind of an nearly ideal start for green white in this matchup. You have the strip mine. You have, as we like to say with the crypt mock strip spread, pressure and disruption.
Yeah. It's really good, especially because he was on the play. You actually can take the turn off, and holding up the strip mine is pretty good because there's a bunch of important lands like Saga and Flame Academy that you don't necessarily want to wait the whole time to snag specifically those, but it helps to have the strip mine out for disincentivizing, running those out.
Indeed. And running out the white plume means you're not going to be short of mana next turn. You're going to be able to strip and then potentially play another 3-drop.
Yep. Okay, looks like fetching Felwar Stone.
This does not look particularly fast. And that's a go. That's Felwar Stone go.
You could be holding up Enlightened Tutor, perhaps.
That's true.
It's hard to throw away a 7 that has acceleration, even if it is turn 2. I mean, it's a little slow on the draw, but sometimes when you get to attritioning, like an attrition-based game, you just want as many cards as possible. Oh.
Okay, some things are happening.
Also a Crow Monks. Look at the Trinket Mage.
Oswald.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something.
Yeah.
Question is it going to be fast enough?
Yeah, I don't know. But it is definitely scary.
With a white plume that's going to be attacking for likely... Oh, that was a missed... Oh, is that a missed initiative trigger? This is comp. Peru has seemingly allowed it.
Don't know. I don't know if we are allowed as spectators to be calling judges.
No, I know. I don't think so. I think, well, it's
it looks like a judge call was issued.
Okay. From what I understand, it's Peru's choice about whether that works or not.
Right.
He missed a non-detrimental trigger. Peru is allowed to put it on the stack if he wants to, or he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. Which I presume at this sort of stakes, you may be inclined to not allow it.
You're not trying to be nice. You're trying to. I mean, I don't know. I guess
I wouldn't put it past Peru. He's a very lovely guy.
Yeah, if you want to be a good sport, you just you let them have it. But see, Felipe's got a nice initiative trigger thing now to keep him reminded.
I need one of those. I always forget mine. I almost deliberately don't play Aether Vial so that I don't have to remember it.
Yep. Joking said we can
we
can call judges if we need to.
It's seemingly no counters. There we go. Does he count
as progressing to the second room, or and just not have the effect, or is he still stuck on room 1?
From what I understand, that would be Pura's choice. So I think he would rather do that. You can have him enter the Undercity, but not.
Oh, I see.
Have the forge trigger.
We're rewinding the draw. Okay.
Ah, I see. Okay. And then we are. Okay. So I presume he would then put the counters on. Which is not a bad outcome for Felipe. Still got the most important thing, which is attacking for a ton of damage.
Yeah. It is a little scary though, because this is one of the starts that is not very vulnerable to strip mine. So if that was like his disruption he's relying on, we'll see if he can race fast enough.
Oswald is unfortunately sorcery speed, so you can't use it as a blocker if you want to
Yeah.
use it.
That's true. I mean, we could end up seeing, depending on whether or not he wants to try and turbo for the vault kill, we could see maybe turning the Felwar Stone into like a cryptic code or something.
Yeah, that's very possible.
But being down to only 2 cards is a little scary. Is that an Ancient Tomb or is it just a normal land? I have to strip out the Tundra.
That looks
Pick
like
up
an
the-
ancient tomb. That looks like an ancient tomb to me.
Yep.
The weird Lord of the Rings variant.
Yep. Well, that's definitely what you want. It's more mana. Picking up
That's
the
what
white
we
source
were-
makes sense.
It's kind of what we were talking about earlier, is that Time Vault can have some really good top decks and some really abysmal top decks.
Yeah.
So top decking a mana rock in the mid game, it can be
That's for sure.
game ending. But then
Yeah,
sometimes you hit a Tainted Pact and you're like, oh well, okay, I guess I win.
Yeah. I mean, if he draws like a 1,000 or something, it's looking dire. Blue mana. Not blue mana.
Peru's not. He's got some doubts. He's
It's interesting to me that I believe they just passed with the 4 mana up because I'm not sure what that's signaling. Is he holding up Mind Sensor? I don't know if you run the Mind
no, I
Sensor.
don't think you'd play Mind Sensor. It's potentially an endurance just for pressure, but
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, Brewer's list is on, I believe, at least Intuition. He's definitely got some graveyard-based lines.
I think the most important line of text in this matchup for endurance is 3/4.
Yeah, that's true. You don't think the reach is relevant here?
Why? It blocks Thopter tokens.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, this is not really the matchup endurance was made for. Well, we don't even know if it is an endurance, but
No.
I think that's my guess. It could be a March of Otherworldly Light.
Oko. Yeah, well, that's a card.
Yeah, that's a very good one in this position.
Yep. Change 2 mana. He call? Oh, Catlock Commando. Okay, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Boy, yeah, this really was just like a Dream 7 for Felipe, huh?
It really was. Cathar Commando is one of the best cards in this matchup. I even consider it better than Collector Roof. Just
Yeah.
it hits really hard, and then just deals with a Time Bolt or anything similar.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, it having 3 power is just kind of huge because the problem with Oof, although Oof would be kind of amazing here considering that most of Brewer's mana is mana rocks.
Indeed.
But the thing about Oof is that it really just doesn't pressure very well, and all it takes is your opponent getting like a portable hole or something, and then it just doesn't do anything.
Especially if you pay you tutor for it and you pay sort of 3-4 mana for it. That's
right.
That's just like your pressure is just really, really poor if you're spending 4 mana on a collective.
Yeah, I mean, it can feel bad to have to give up some of your pressure to blow up something, but the threat of activation really cramps the abilities of the Time Vault player to deploy. It's interesting that Peru decided to attack with the Oswald.
Yeah.
Oh, get lost.
Oh,
Boy,
okay.
just perfect answers, eh?
Yeah. Does make 2 artifacts. Like that. He rips the even if he rips the Academy, I'm not sure what he does with it.
Yeah, I think he's got 1 card in hand.
Rips an Urza? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, Ursa would be pretty good. If he's got like Retrofitter or something, and draws Flight Academy or vice versa, that's also pretty good. But I think it's going to be a bit rough because part of the Dev 3 is coming up fast. Yeah, Timefall might be one of the worst decks for using map tokens. It's only slightly better than like Storm.
Well, I'm in my experience, the map tokens can be very relevant. Well, Academy or Constructs is the big thing. Where
yeah.
It's
rarely uses them for. Oh my god, I can't go through 2. Holy cow! It rarely uses them for actually pumping things. Just has them as fuel for other stuff.
For sure. I think the deck that uses them sort of worst is sort of Reanimator. I'd say that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to make my Archon of Cruelty a 7/7.
Brutal too that the White Plume untaps the mana dork so that he can't get Plume up at all times.
Yeah, there are some windows where you can do something, but it's pretty slim. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I mean his position is so good. I don't think Felipe has to do anything, but I think there was maybe an argument to blowing up the Felwar Stone to cut Puru off of colors, keep him on 2 mana, but can't cast a bunch of stuff with.
Yeah, potentially.
I don't know. It's just like to me the biggest thing that you're going to lose to is balance.
Yeah, certainly. Felipe may not necessarily be considering that, but he may feel so ahead that it doesn't. It's one of those things where when you're very ahead, you can often make slight inaccuracies, and it can pull you slightly further behind. It's one of the tricky things.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has to worry very much, but
no, it's pretty slim, but could happen.
I have to assume that Puru kept this because it was double mana rock, Fiddlebinder.
And that is the sort of hand that is pretty vulnerable into what Green-White has to offer, which is some really good removal spells and oofs.
Yeah. And Felipe is just prepared with all of the best artwork for initiative stuff.
Yeah, I heard he spent a lot of time yesterday sleeving his deck up, realizing he didn't print any of the tokens, and was like, "Okay, I'll just draw them." And
yep.
here we are with these beautifully drawn tokens.
Yeah, well, it is annoying because like when you look on Moxfield or something, it doesn't usually show you like the skeleton and everything. It just shows you the understate.
Yes.
You're like, wait, I need everything.
Yeah. It doesn't show you. It shows you the tokens the cards make, but not the tokens that the tokens make.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Puru scoops it up after a prismatic ending. Just more and more answers.
Yeah, I think that wasn't really going anywhere for Peru. I think it's better to sort of, especially at this time in the evening for him, save your energy and just move on.
Yeah. I think they both kept 7. I mean, Felipe's 7 was extremely good for the matchup. I wonder if Puru was maybe supposed to fish for something a little bit better. It's hard to say because turn 2 Oswald with all that mana is pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good into sort of the average green-white hand, but it's not the sort of really high quality something like that. I do think for Time Vault here, you want to sort of fish for interaction. If you can make them stumble, kill a mana dork, wasteland them, that can be the difference between sort of having enough time and not having enough time.
Yeah, I mean, play draw should be pretty huge as well. Like, I'm not even sure that game goes anywhere like that, even with Felipe's hand, if you were on the draw, because taking that turn off to deploy the white plume while Oswald's already on the field, you know, you just start getting value out of Oswald. If he had the Oko in hand, the Oko starts going a turn earlier, you know.
Felipe better be slightly careful, given that Peru can probably see his whole hand. But that looked like not very many lands, so we may see a mulligan here.
Yeah, I can attest to the not drawing enough lands today, or drawing too many.
Yeah, my mana bases have behaved pretty reasonably today, except when Peru thought seizes my only mana source. That's nice.
Yeah. I was going to say, I wonder how many stories. I know your story was just involving keeping a hand with Crypt and Timeless Dragon, but I wonder how many people are going to get caught by replacing their lands with MDFCs and then their opponent hand attacks them and they don't have mana.
Oh, me certainly. That's going to happen several times. I know it for sure. That is one of the risks. I think they are very powerful, especially in a meta game like this, where it seems like a lot of combo in blue, where the life loss is slightly less relevant.
Yeah, for sure.
But then I did see
that
just
like a mana grip.
Yes. Slamming that down. Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll keep this. Yeah, reasonable hand.
We just play the land and passes, eh?
I do think that is one of the issues of these decks, is you see a mana crypt and you get so excited that you have to care about the rest of the cards in your hand.
Well, sometimes it's right, although
Yeah.
I think it's less right in green white because you still high roll people, but like it's not like rule high rolling people.
Yeah, it's not like a turn one Minskaboo and.
Yeah, is that a Utopia Sprawl?
I think so.
Looks like the very pretty secret layer art.
Interesting. Not going for 3-drop on turn one.
I think I saw maybe a Palace Jailer or another 4-drop on. He wants to hit on 2. Palace Jailer itself is not great pressure, but getting an early one down against Time Vault, which is probably unlikely to take it from you anytime soon, it can be quite powerful.
Yeah, just having a 4 mana 2/2 Phyrexian Arena isn't awful.
Yeah. Now, some would say, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, that was one of the most powerful things you could do in the format.
Indeed. Yeah.
They've printed some better ones since then, but
Yeah, and some worse ones have been forced out. Dark Confidant. I don't know if there are any copies here today, which we've just got much better Phyrexian Arenas on a stick.
Yeah, well, I have a soft spot for Dark Confidant, although I think another thing that pushes it out is the prevalence of pitch spells and land cyclers. Kind of hurts to take 6 off of a troll costume.
Yeah, well, I think there was a famous story from Ben Wheeler where he brought Omnitel to a tournament and was meaning to borrow a card from someone who didn't turn up to the tournament. And so it was like, oh, right, I need to stick a card in. Okay, I'll put the Dark Confidant in. And then in the finals of the tournament, played the Bob for the first time. That was the first time he drew it. First hit, Omniscience. Hits for 10. And it's like, oh, okay. But he was against like Time Vault or something like that. It was not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Second hit, Emrakul.
It's, greatness at any cost. cycled for Tundra. Oh yeah, Osage the land. Get rid of the
Oh, yeah. Very cool.
I was gonna say a wasteland would be brutal, but Osage also sort of does the trick. Pretty sure Felipe kept a hand that had only one land in it, and the mana grips. So he really needs the Utopia Sprawl for double green or double white.
Yeah, that is one of the risks, especially if you develop with Utopia Sprawl, is that you're taking your turn off, and then sometimes it doesn't quite work out.
Yes, I had a jamming session one time against Paragraph who plays Gruul Monsters, and every other game he played either a Mana Dork or a Utopia Scroll, and somehow every game I matched him with either a removal spell for his Mana Dork or a Wasteland for his land. It was quite unlucky. I do love that you can get Surveil lands though, just like a little bit of selection.
Yeah, those have really been a game changer.
Yeah. I remember we used to think, do you run them in aggro? And it's like, yes, you do run them in aggro.
I was saying earlier I was super low on them, and now I still think they're potentially underplayed. Like it's crazy. I think a lot of people should be cutting their triumphs.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you. Oh, Felipe is walking away from the table. Must be something going on. Couldn't be me. I had cats just asking me to pet them while I was playing. I'm like, come on, I'm busy. They're just pausing the match.
Speaking of cats, there's been some good cats printed in the recent set. Ajani has been an all-star, no surprises. Have we seen any Ocelot Prides today?
I have not. I have to assume Ajani is in Felipe's deck.
I'm fairly sure. That's one of the sort of very cool things. Well, cool is probably not the right way of putting it. Is that Felipe isn't playing very many new cards. It's Green-White didn't actually get that many super powerful. Got Ajani, got Fanatic of Ronus, the 2-mana Mana Dork.
Yep.
And that's about it. No real. And Green-White is probably one of the worst color combinations to use Ajani. So it's not been a massive upgrade, but the base of the deck is just so powerful and so robust that clearly it's paid off even against all of these new powerful cards without very many of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little early considering that Modern Horizons came out yesterday.
Yes.
I suspect that MH3 will not actually impact the format as much as it's gonna have some impact, but it's not gonna be like insane like MH2 was.
Yeah, I think
power level seems much better.
I think more so the pitch. There's nothing quite close to the pitch elementals. Those were just absolutely transformed the format overnight. It was.
Yeah, I mean there was also Ragavan and Urktide, and it's a lot of nutso things.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and what we're talking about, the most powerful. Some people are saying like the most powerful card in the set might be like Tamio or maybe Ajani or Shifting Woodland. That's not quite the same.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a difference between things that sort of break the normal cadence of Magic and just cards that have an absurd rate.
Yep. It's like Felipe's maybe restarting. He's having some tech difficulties. Looked like he was plugging in his headphones. Maybe his headphones died.
Yeah, I hope it's all okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, after we sort of guess that this might be tough for Felipe, but he steamrolls last game, so we may be into in for an interesting match. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe all the Pride majors seems to have potentially paid off. We'll see if that holds true for the next 2 games.
Yeah. I guess we are just waiting. I suspect if Felipe misses a land, though, it will be kind of brutal. Just based off of the glimpse that I saw, it looked like maybe there was 1 3-drop, but it was mostly 4 drops.
Indeed.
Nice.
Yeah. So the 4-color aggro decks seemingly doing very well today, which I wouldn't have expected. But they seem to be really holding their own. They're sort of I think you and I have been a big proponent of mana crypt and really revolving your aggro decks around that card, but seemingly these people have been able to do it without it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I definitely like Mana Crypt decks. You know, their high roll potential is just insane. But I do think that there's something to be said for, I guess, I don't know how to put it, a more stable sort of aggro deck. You know, you're not relying on, although it's funny to say that because I'm pretty sure Zoe's deck is like Spirit Guide deck.
Yeah, it's maybe the greediest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that the depth of the triple block spread is greatly overrated. But, you know, there's something to be said for not having a deck filled with a bunch of 3 and 4 drops, and especially in a green-white deck where you have so many mana dorks. I mean, it gives you really high highs, but then, you know, half your deck is mana, so it gives you some really bad top decks. Some of these other decks are just gas.
Yeah, that was some of the concern before about when medium red was very popular and generally considered better than Gruul monsters. Is that the heuristic was that why would you fill your deck with a lot of these 1-mana 1/1s? But that has since changed as the threats in green have just gotten so much better.
Yeah. I mean, it's very funny. Like, you just look at the evolution of the Gruul monsters deck, and it's like 90% printed in like the last 2 years or something, or a year and a half.
Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of aggro decks. I've been looking at hands in black-white today, where it's like basically all of these cards were printed in the last 3-4 years, which is pretty amazing.
Yep. They keep printing good aggro cards. Who'd have thought?
Yeah. One of these days they'll print another good combo card.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they gotta go ahead. Yeah.
Uber Legend will jump for joy.
Yeah. I mean, they got to keep making the aggro threats better to deal with all the sunfalls in standard.
Oh yeah, of course.
Soon we're going to get aggro threats that can't be exiled. I don't know.
Yeah, like a squee, but like actually a good and aggressive.
Well, we do have a good aggressive squee, but
we do. Another good aggressive squee.
Yeah.
That we can cast from exile.
It's actually just insane. I mean, it is a feature of the fact that we play the vintage card pool, so we play with everything, and so you're always going to have like the bad slots, or you know, the slots that are like they're 6 out of 10s, or you know, 5 out of 10s instead of 10 out of 10s. It's just amazing how like every set it's like, okay, this is a new card that upgrades this slot. This deck just got better.
Yeah.
It's like the amount of haste you can run is insane.
Even if it's just like, oh well, before we had to run a 3/2 haste, and now we have a 3/3 haste. It's like it's incremental things like that, but it does make a difference.
Yeah. Every time that there's a new 2/2 haste for 2, it's like every red player's like, we immediately must play this.
or a new shock.
That's true for RDW. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I always get excited whenever they print a new 1 mana 2/1 in white, and I'm like, is it a human? Oh, is it going to be a human? Oh no, they printed a mouse this time.
Yeah. Well, maybe Cat Tribal will eventually be a thing, and but the D&T decks will shift from human tribal to Cat Tribal.
You joke. I have been doing some thinking about all the playable cats, and it's surprisingly high.
We got Leonid Arbiter. We got Alms Collector.
We got Lurus. We got
Oh, that's true.
Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, I don't know how to evaluate that one outside of like a dedicated game deck where it's obviously just a shoe-in.
Yeah, I think it's a little overrated personally. It's just one power can be really tough, even with First Strike. But I could see trying it in something like D&T.
Vast, do you want to move matches, or should we stay here because it looks like they're starting back up?
Sure, let's stay here. We could move matches. Should we go and have a look at what Zoe and Choirboy are doing?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
We could stay here. It's up to you.
I think staying here is fine.
Okay, sure. Let's do
We
that.
have to know how this ends. So you got rid of Utopia Sprawl. Well, got rid of the land that got rid of Utopia Sprawl.
Will Felipe draw another land?
Yeah. I did have a game today where my opponent, I believe, kept a 2-lander and then didn't draw another land for 5 turns. Bit rough.
Well, some decks that's kind of what you want to do.
I don't think that's what you want to do with Secret Walk usually, but
oh no,
yeah.
not generally. Not with Secret Walk.
You've just been. Can't quite see because of the glare.
So I am also not certain.
Oh, here comes the
It's like I think that might be a path to exile.
maybe.
Oh, there we go.
Thalia's not bad. Yeah. I think the Time Vault deck maybe plays, I don't know, probably plays like 2 basics. It's built off of Joking's list where he hates basics.
Yeah, I think it is. Well, I think Puru's version is a bit more custom. It's not just Joking's version. I think.
Yeah.
It's really trying to take advantage of cards like Shifting Woodlands and the Life from the Loam and more grindy stuff, which I think is really interesting. It's a cool direction to go in.
It's hard to take advantage. It's hard to fit basics in though when you need 4-color land base for duels. You want some surveil lands. You got utility lands like the Seiju. You want artifact lands.
There's the Academy.
Currently, it is Island. $300 Island or whatever.
We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts. There may indeed be artifacts in Puru's hand and deck.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because like Time Vault, it goes between 2 things. It's either an amazing Academy deck or like why are we paying a point for it? It just depends on the game.
Yeah, there has been talk of that. Well, there's been talk of Ancient Tomb going to a point, and some of the Time Vault players have said, "Well, if it does, do we keep Academy?" Because there's a question of whether it's better. There's a question of whether it's better than cards like Mana Vault.
Yeah, I think that depends on who you ask. A lot of people think Mana Vault is kind of cracked, and I would have to agree.
Yes, it's good with keys, I heard.
Yeah, I would suspect if they had to lose a point, they would probably drop like the Intuition or the Pain Impact, but who knows?
Yeah, potentially.
After Foundry, that's doesn't do much on its own, but has the potential to be pretty nuts against Felipe's deck. Not many fair decks can outgrind a Doctor Sword. Oh my god.
Ooh.
With the Tournament Academy, which means every time he does the loop, his Academy gets bigger and bigger. Yeah.
I think it will be very difficult for Felipe to turn this around. That's That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
As we see a march of otherworldly light off the top.
I should know this considering I have played with Thought Foundry, but I don't know if it can stack itself.
It can indeed. Yeah.
Yes, it can.
So it would not be disastrous for the march to see a march.
Yeah,
But
and
it
he does
wouldn't
play,
be ideal.
He does play, what's it called?
Cosmic Rebirth?
And probably Cosmic Rebirth.
Cosmic Rebirth is such a cool card. That's one of the very cool includes from was it Aftermath? Oh, we're seeing an Eldritch Evolution.
Yep.
I wonder what that might be getting.
I
Potentially
Kuru is passing priority, okay.
Potentially starts with a C and ends with an Elector Oof.
Yeah, I have to assume so. It's a little rough that it puts Felipe down to 1 mana, with an mana crypt probably going to slowly kill him.
Oh. That's it.
I'm not sure the duress. I mean, the duress might do something, but not really what you want here. I feel like if I were Kuru, I would have made a thought in response. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna go sage you, but not enough mana to use it. Yeah, nice mana crypt deck. Handful of 1-drops.
Yeah. Is that a Beseiju?
Yes, it is.
That's weird. I mean,
yeah, it's interesting he didn't play that as a land because he values it more as a spell in this matchup, which makes sense.
Can Beseiju hit your own things?
No, it's opponent only.
Okay, so
yeah, no, getting rid of your own crypt.
Yeah.
Here comes an Urza. I don't see how you get out of this. This has been my experience generally playing green white against Time Vault. You play a Collector Roof for something to stop their combo, and then they just slam a giant thing that you can't deal with.
Yeah, an Urza or an Urza Saga or something of that variety.
I mean, soon he's going to be start spinning Urza just for free cards.
And he's still got the Academy online. That's still a ton of mana to throw into it.
Yep.
And
if the Collector ever dies, he has infinite Thoughts.
Yeah. And Urza isn't an artifact. You could just activate it and turn all your artifacts into mana anyways.
Yep. Everything's a Mono Sapphire. But yeah, I mean, so it's going back to MH sets. Oh, wait. Urza was MH1. That's a messed up card.
Yeah. I think MH1 was probably. I think it had.
I think he
had the
missed
biggest
roll
thing.
for crypt.
Potentially. Let's see if we can get involved with that.
Yes, I will. Could you pause the game for 1 second while we call the judge?
Sure. Hi there. Can we pause the game? We need to grab a judge for a moment.
Hello. We on the commentary crew noticed that I think Felipe might have missed his mana crypt for the turn.
that seems like it's getting resolved. I think we're just going to have a flip.
Yep.
There we go. That's damage. Yeah, it's not great to have a mana crypt in play with an oof that's just dealing you damage and you can't use it.
Yeah. I do feel a little bad for Felipe because it is added mental stress, but we are playing at Comp REL, so it's important to keep track of these things.
Yeah, especially when this is your. Also, what is it? This will be the 7th match of Magic of the day. It can be really tough.
I'm sure everyone is exhausted.
Yeah, I even saw in just the early round for the winning in for top 8. Harju was saying to me that he'd played in a 6th round European Highlander event just before this.
Oh my god!
Which is to then go straight into this and then nearly top 8 is incredibly impressive.
Yes, quite impressive. Looks like Prue is worrying. He's probably getting, I don't know, some sort of portable hole or desk rose, which means he's going to have infinite life, infinite Thopters. Pretty sure the game's over.
Yes, I think so too. Which means we're moving to a game 3.
Yeah, for those who don't know how this combo works, I mean, I'm sure many people were watching our seasoned Canlander players, but you sacrifice Sword of the Meek to Thopter Foundry, which makes a Thopter, which brings back the Sword of the Meek because it attaches to 1/1s when you make 1/1s. And you can keep sacrificing the Sword of the Meek to generate Thopters and gain life. And because Ursa lets you tap artifacts for mana, this means that you can just do this as many times as you'd like. I think theoretically he also would have infinite mana to do infinite Ursa activations if he wanted to as well, which seems a little overkill, but...
Yes, I think Felipe is dead. I'm not sure there's a huge amount he can do about it.
No.
Especially not in green-white. That's...
Yeah, the beautiful part about the Thopter Sword combo is that you don't even need to go infinite for it to be good, but when you can go infinite, like, why not?
Yeah. You can also do it at instant speed, so any interaction ends up being not actually that good.
Yep. You basically need your opponent to run out of mana and have some grave hate.
That's why you need that Beckon Apparition tech.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about this with all the new cards that have come out, things like Flage and the Emperor of Bones and stuff. I feel like Graveyard Hate is going to soon become a premium, the Shifting Woodlands.
For sure. That was one of my big pulls to moving into black-white rather than mono-white, is that there are so many good Graveyard Hate creatures that they printed in the last couple of years that just are just sort of incidentally sort of Urborg Scavengers and Lord Skitter. They just really pull their weight.
Yep. Well, we got a game 3. Now Prue's got to take one on the draw.
I know you were on Schmedium Red today. How did that ended up? Did you any interesting new cards from Modern Horizons 3?
The only one that's like definitely a mainstay is the Reckless Pyro Surfer, because that thing is insane. Landfall Battlecry is pretty good.
And there's also just the coveted 2/2 haste for 2.
Yep. We would play that with no other text except for Must Attack Your Fable. There's a 2/2 with that text that we don't play, but yeah. And then other cards that I tested for today were Fanged Flames. It's 1 in a red for Devoid to deal 4 to a creature or planeswalker and exile it instead of dying. Just I don't know. It's sort of a tech piece for trying to win more mid-range matchups. And then I was also playing Siege Smash because I was like, surely the joking event will have a lot of time vault in it. I did not see any time vault. I did blow up a Sensei's Divining Top, though. That was cool. Usually that's pretty hard to do. But yeah, Shmini and Red didn't really get a lot. It's definitely interesting that like aggro decks maybe got 1 to 3 cards this set. Turns out aggro decks are still good. You don't need cards every set to still be good.
Do you also want to explain what exactly Shmedium Red is for those unfamiliar?
Sure. I guess Shmedium Red is, if you think of RDW as being, all mountains, and you maybe play 3 drops if even, and Medium Red is you want to play Crypt, Soul Ring, Mana Vault, and go up to 5 drops and play dragons. Shmedium Red is sort of in between. You play Mana Crypt, you play Mox, Ruby, you play Strip Mine. Well, I mean, really, Mana Crypt is the main thing. The other points don't really matter that much. And you play a lot of 3 drops because you just want to slam 3 drops off of Ancient Tomb and City of Traders and Mana Crypt all day, every day.
Yeah, it's one of the archetypes that you've really sort of been at the forefront of modernizing mono red aggro.
Yeah, I mean, I can't claim to be the only one who's played it. A lot of people played it before me, but it's definitely one of the decks I prefer. I like it over RDW a lot just because, I don't know, RDW's much more consistent, but when you tend to not draw enough lands like I do, and then multiply with RDW, you feel like you've already lost. You don't get that when sometimes your 5 has Mana Crypt, Mountain, 3 drops.
Sometimes you can...
Okay, so we 2-0 Choir Boy. I think Choir Boy was the one on Secret Walk.
No, Choir Boy was on Jeskai Slushy, Jeskai Green Slushy.
Oh, Jeskai Slushy, okay.
Yeah.
Man,
I lost to them in round 5, which was... I was not aware that they were a Slushy deck until the end of round 3 when they intuitioned me and then killed me.
Yeah. Aggro decks seem to be eating good today. See if Felipe can keep up the tradition.
Indeed. This does seem like a pretty healthy top 8. Lots, a few aggro decks, a few blue decks, a few combo decks.
Let's see, aggro, combo, blue, combo. Yeah, seems pretty healthy.
Yeah. But also, it's also sort of the decks we expect. It's Time Vault and Jeskai and Monsters.
Yeah, well, I would say that I assume Symbolman's on Winota, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. I would not expect... I wouldn't count Winota or the Turbo Blood deck out, but definitely not if you ask me, what do I think the top 8's going to be? It's not the ones that I would have chosen.
Yeah.
Not because the decks aren't good, just because, the monster style decks are so strong right now.
Certainly, yes. But both Zoe and Symbolman, they are extremely experienced pilots with those archetypes, so they can really pull it off.
Yeah. No one can flip good humans off the top 6 like Symbolman can.
Yeah, going with the Torsten or the Aragorn or whatever flavor of the month.
Even just hitting Yomar or Seasoned Engineer or whatever is just
Palace Jailer.
brutal. Yeah. Basically, my motto with that deck is kill all non-humans and don't let Winota live if you value your life.
Yeah, it is one of those decks that does really almost act like an EDH deck. It just is so much more powerful when it has the namesake card in your opening hand.
Yep. Okay, yeah. I think the fatigue is setting in. Felipe just fetched and started shuffling before getting back his land. I really love the one Surveil Land in aggro decks and the 2-color aggro decks. It's just like you're so unlikely to draw it, and it turns all of your fetches that you don't need the mana for right away into a little bit of card selection, which you don't usually get in these types of decks.
Yeah, it's really sort of brought out what I think we were always sort of aware of, but weren't always quite this aware of how much sort of dead mana you have occasionally when you have a spare mana here or there.
Yeah.
And you can really use that to your advantage now.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you before Surveillance were printed, just fetched a Shockland tapped? It's like. It's also just nice to have a. I mean, I'm not going to say 2-color mana is like amazing still, but it's nice to have a third fetchable tool that's not embarrassing to play.
Yeah, we haven't gotten really good, like widely playable dual lands in a while. Since probably the pathways are close. Those are okay.
Yeah, they're okay. They're not amazing.
Yeah. Before that, it was, I don't know, fast lands, the enemy fast lands.
Yeah, probably. Some decks can tolerate the slow lands, but not many.
I think that's basically just the blue control decks at this point. Seeker Walk can do it.
I mean, I've played a slow land in like the more control-y versions of like Rakdos midrange.
Oh yeah. I saw you playing one. Was it a Shattered Sanctum in your Abzan sort of Pox-ish mid-range deck?
Yeah, I can't believe that my curve tops out at like 3 practically. I run like 6 3-drops or something, and I have to play 36 lanes because I keep getting mana screwed in the deck. Turns out being low curve doesn't necessarily mean you don't use a lot of mana.
For sure, especially when they're all Hymn to Thorax, etc.
Yep. Looks like a Samwise should have been. Seems reasonable. Not really a card you care about in this matchup.
For sure.
Okay, turn 1 Retrofitter. Let's go. It's just like really just the types of starts that make Time Vault such a nightmare, even for decks that are, quote unquote, teched for it. It's just like you have to deal with so many value engines along the way to them working towards a combo kill.
Buru was telling me that he had a bit of a tough time against a mono-white aggro deck earlier today with his Retrofitter Foundry and their Charismatic Conqueror, which 2 mana 2/2 vigilance. Whenever a creature comes into play or artifact comes into play under an opponent's control, they can have it enter tapped or untapped. But if it comes in untapped, you get a 1/1 lifelinker, which is with the Retrofitter Foundry is pretty tough. That's not what you want to do.
Yeah.
It almost feels worse than if you didn't have the choice.
Yep.
Which it isn't, obviously strictly isn't, but it's...
Well, Folly is a good one to have, especially backed up by Krakus.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, it's going to...
Ooh.
What is that? Is that a sensor? Phyrexian sensor? Cool.
Yes, Phyrexian sensor.
Yep. That's pretty good.
That's the sort of the white creature lock that you can get, where just almost stop your opponent from doing almost anything ever.
Yep. I will say this Retrofitter is probably going to buy a lot of time. Is he blocking right away?
This stuff's not going to be able to block super well. They're not Phyrexian, so they'll come in tapped.
Well, this can't block this turn anyway because it comes in tapped. Because of the sensor, you're right. We'll see what happens. See if we need to call in a judge.
Well, he may have done it in response to the sensor.
Oh, yes, of course.
There may have been a miscommunication of some kind. I'm not certain.
Yeah, I have the... that's true. That's probably true. easy to make that mistake considering we have the players muted so that we can talk in peace. Or rather, we have ourselves deafened.
Yes, yeah.
But I do think blocking with the Circle is going to be, like, this retrofit is just going to be insane. It just keeps blocking, and then you turn it into a Thopter, and then you turn it into a Construct. Like, it's just going to soak up a lot of damage. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to buy a lot of time.
We're just getting in that that we have another result in. We have Crayon beating Genghis Prawn with Reanimator beating Czech Pile.
I think that is
2-0.
all the blue decks. All the blue decks are gone now.
Yes.
Yeah, looks like it.
Although I think Reanimator is a blue deck to an extent. It's a combo control deck, but especially the new blue-black versions.
Yeah, it depends. Crayon's like the I want to say the progenitor, but he's like the top dog when it comes to Reanimator, and he's always making all kinds of different changes.
Yeah, he famously won the Canadian National Championship last year, I believe, with the hot new trench gorger tech that is now pretty standard across Reanimator.
Yep. Interesting. Just blocks and doesn't convert it into a Thopter. Must want to use that mana for something.
Potentially a crop rotation?
Yeah, I can't think of anything that's a single blue. No? Okay.
No,
that
it
just
was
seems
a
like
it was a talisman of curiosity.
just seems like kind of a play mistake, but it is 2:30 in the morning for him.
Yes, I think that would be understandable if there were some play errors.
Yep, very understandable. I'm getting real flashbacks to the Discord year end right now.
Yes.
Not exactly D&T versus Academy combo, but sure looks similar.
Well, I think the matchup difference is pretty stark. I think D&T is favoured into Paradox Academy, but I think it's probably the other way around in this matchup.
Yeah, I just mean like Phyrexian Sensor battling Retrofitter Foundry.
Oh, yeah. Phyrexian Sensor is a card that still pops up. It sort of comes in and out of these decks, but it can be really potent in the right metagame.
Yeah.
So,
I think
especially.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I said I think it's more powerful in Death and Taxes than it is in the Green White Monsters list, because when you're on Green White Monsters, you have a lot of like sort of dead draws. You have the mana dorks and things, and having to be crimped on one spell turn is bad. And also, you just generally have more mana, so like you're gonna find opportunities to double spell that you wouldn't in mono white.
I think that's the big thing, is that we most Treves who won the year end last year, it is a bit of an exception to the rule. Most Death and Taxes decks don't play Phyrexian Sensor because it's not a human. Those decks are really focused on maximizing their human count.
Yeah, I can see that.
In the sort of builds that are less in on maximizing the human counts, it can be, certainly really powerful. But there is the here we go. Okay.
That's why he didn't make the Thopter, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's a beautiful foil balance as well. Is that a judge foil?
No, I think it's the secret layer drop. The set mark pool, I think. I don't know. It's a lovely balance art though.
Very cool. And that's not at all good for Felipe.
I think he can. Was his Krakus tapped or no? Looks like he's spending 3 mana.
Going to do what exactly? That doesn't work how you want it to.
Yeah. Interesting. Why? So he's got 2 mana floating. No, we should have 1.
Well, no, 1 mana floating because of Thalia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he.
Oh, he's getting cards out of hand, so the balance hurts Peru more.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah. That final card in hand. Let's hope it's a good one.
Goodbye, artifact tutors, I guess. I guess Peru thinks he doesn't really need them, considering that Retrofitter's probably just going to win on board. Oh, there's a Bowmasters with a floating mana. I don't know if he could do that, though. Oh, he could float one mana off of the Avacyn's Fulcrum, so yeah. It's all good. Yeah, it's interesting because Vaccine Sensor really messes up quite a lot more decks than you think it does. I mean, basically all aggro decks hate the fact that their stuff comes in tapped.
Yeah, certainly. It's a really good way to break the mirror.
Yeah, blue and combo decks really want to be casting more than one spell a turn. Turns out it's not that Rule of Law is a bad card, it's that Rule of Law on an enchantment is a bad card.
Yeah. I remember a game I had in an async recently. I was on green-white, and I was against Harju, actually, on mono-white. And I was able to outmuscle a Cauldron Complete with a Thalia Heretic Athar, just because their stuff came in tapped.
Yeah, it's like there's some sort of judge call going on. Maybe not. Maybe they determined that he didn't float the mana off of the Pilgrim, so he couldn't cast the Bowmasters.
Yeah, he may not have announced it in time.
It's interesting that he would run the Bowmasters out now. I feel like I would want to at least try to snipe a servo with it. It is brutal. Looks like it's gonna probably come down to a lot of top decks because that Retrofiter Foundry will take over the game. But if it gets answered, Uru is also rather out of gas. And
I think at this stage in the game, Felipe has enough mana to basically cast anything in his deck, barring a Thrun or Timeless Dragon.
Yeah, but this is kind of going back to what I was saying with the monsters variants. Yes, Mana Crypt is really strong, but when your deck is like half mana, your top decks can be painful. Or they can be amazing. You top deck a 5-drop and you get 5 mana, it's great. But
yeah, just good, quick grab a Questing Beast on your way, but it could also be an Elvish Mystic.
That seems bad. Oko plus Retrofiter Foundry. Yikes.
I mean, that taps for 2 mana.
Yeah. Cycle.
Giver of Runes?
I mean, that's not the worst because it helped push damage to the colorless creatures, but I think the Oko is going to make it too little too late.
Yeah, that's not enough pressure against a very large Oko.
I would be sad because I am a known balance enjoyer myself, but definitely the artifact decks certainly benefited quite a bit from balance to 0.
Yeah, I think that was a good change. Though has it been over a year now since balance went to 0?
I think so, something like that. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think that it's made the format unhealthy in any way, but definitely you get games like this where the artifact opponent just is like, okay, delete your board.
Yes. 2 mana Wrath of God.
Yeah. And sometimes it includes discarding cards and sacrificing lands.
2 mana Mind Twist Armageddon Wrath of God. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that points update quite fondly. There was lots of cool stuff there. When Mind Twist went to 0, that was a big deal.
Yeah,
Mind Twist
seen a lot less play.
Yeah,
Anyway.
It's still seeing a reasonable amount of play now, like a sort of a healthy amount of play, sort of here and there in sort of blue-black decks, control decks. I think Felipe might even be. We've discussed it in green-white monsters splashing black is potentially playing Mind Twist, just using all that mana to just sort of grind out a bit.
Yeah, that's definitely a good use to put mana into. Binning Age of Fairy. Guess that's fine. I guess with the Bowmasters it's kind of awkward. Uru is at the point where he can. No, he's got 4 mana. I was gonna say where he can convert and make another servo, but doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't really know what Felipe needs to get out of this. Like, top deck Planeswalker removal into artifact removal.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount. I think it's... Yeah, it's tough. The Oko invalidates so much of...
Yeah, that versus Saga's not
Felipe's
gonna
outs.
help.
Oko can be, in certain points, not the best card into aggro, where making your 3/3s get out-muscled and are too slow. But here, when you're already slightly ahead, it can be devastating.
Yeah, I think when there's not much action going, Oko just takes over.
Yeah. It is interesting that Oko's been on a little bit of the downswing lately. So it's still a very potent card, but less and less so a card worth splashing.
Well, they printed this Planeswalker called Minskin Blue Time with Zeros, and turns out that one's just a touch better.
Yeah, just
At least
a little
for our format.
Yes. Yeah, I saw even for the last Discord async, the winning list was Jeskai Green, that just wasn't on Oko. Just didn't. I think that was a Violent Eventide who was playing today.
Yep.
Just decided it wasn't really worth it.
Oh my
Which
god,
I think is
another engine cryptic code. Oh my god.
Here's another relatively new card that has been really impressive in all sorts of decks.
I definitely was kind of wrong on this. I still think I was not super wrong on it in blue decks. I mean, I know people played it in blue decks, but it's definitely really insane in these artifact decks.
Yeah, for sure. I think where people went wrong is assuming you had to play it with Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah.
And you really don't. It is just a fine card on its own.
Yeah.
I know Jay Wyatt, who I think did manage to top 8 today, has been playing a lot of sort of Jeskai Stoneblade decks. The sort of Jeskai control, Jeskai mid-range, but with also Stoneforge Mystic for Cryptic Codes. And has been having pretty reasonable success with them.
Yeah, the deck's pretty cool. It's not as good as in, well, I guess I don't really know enough about Legacy to comment. I was going to say, it's not as good as in Legacy when you get to run 4 Stoneforges, but...
Yeah, you get I think that's also true in a modern where you get to play 4 Stoneforges, 1 Cryptic Coat, 1 Cauldra, 1, I don't know, Shadow Spear.
Oh my god, I forgot that Stoneforge Mystic is legal in Modern. Holy crap.
Yeah, it was banned for a while. I think, was that? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, we're really seeing the artifact grind engine. You know, every turn, Crew's just making more game objects using all of his mana. It's just really hard to outpace that.
Yeah, and it's not a quick death for Felipe. It's he's still going to be here for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, but this is kind of why Time Vault has become such a menace. Is that, yeah, it has the ability to threaten like really fast wins, and you know its combo is super easy to find. But also, there's just all these engines that do stuff, and they all get found by the same things.
This sort of, it can sort of almost end up feeling a little bit like some of the scraps decks that are around. But then sometimes it just combo kills you on turn 3.
Yep.
It's kind of what we were talking about with the slushy deck, is that just having multiple angles of attack can be really, really powerful for combo decks.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely found similar success. I mean, I'm not a grinder of any one particular deck, but I found similar success with stuff like Band Painter that, has the combo finish, but just all these grind engines. Slushy is definitely one that I don't know how to feel about. It's like some days I feel like that deck is the dumbest deck to ever exist, and then other times I'm like, yeah, maybe it's not that good. It's hard to evaluate.
I think it's very metagame dependent. It really benefits from having honestly having other blue decks in the field where the blue decks really thrive on knowing what to tech for, and when they can't quite tech for the right thing against Slushy, that can be tough.
And it also helps.
They never know when to keep Lightning Bolt in their opening hand.
Yeah, it also helps that the Slushy deck, at least for stuff like Jeskai or Jeskai Green. I mean, Jeskai Green has, I guess, Oseiju and some other stuff like that, but he uses the graveyard, and stuff like Jeskai is really not very good at attacking the graveyard. It's different for like Reanimator because their payoff is a creature that they can just swords, but he can't swords an Underworld Breach.
Yeah, you can march it. I guess you can't really prismatic. You can prismatic any if you have a Teferi Time Rattler in play. He starts to get a bit desperate.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not even sure what the life totals are. I just know that this is going to be like a very slow.
I'm not sure they really matter at this point.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things in this sort of meta where any sort of Jeskai Green player might want to consider something like Leyline Binding to be able to deal with these problematic non-creature permanents that.
Yeah.
Where Leyline Binding it has its issues when other people are trying to also deal with non-creature permanents, but it can be very, very potent.
Yeah, I do think Leyline Binding currently suffers from the splash damage of everyone playing every Kasali Pride Mage on the planet to deal with Timefall. But
yes,
for sure. But yeah, I mean this game just sort of really emphasizes the difficulty of saying like Felipe text his deck for Timefall. It's just like it's too late. You draw a Collector Roof, you draw whatever. It's like there's too much stuff already. You need to get it down before all this stuff happens, and sometimes that's not the luck of the draw.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have access to fast mana and a combo kill, and great great grind engines. Really hard to find any single angle to attack it on.
Yeah, I have found, at least in my experience, I'm sure the blue players will have different answers because you can check for time vault with like growth towards end and stuff. But I found in my experience that really fast aggro is something that they sometimes struggle to deal with because unless they, turbo combo kill you, which happens maybe once every 4 or 5 games, you just get underneath all the engines. It's kind of like how the old artifact mid-range welder decks needed time to get set up. It's sort of the same thing.
Yeah, I have found that I am sort of even to favoured when playing against Time Vault on Death and Taxes. Like you are fast enough to really sort of get under them, and also just get your disruption out in time. Like you can do that turn 1, turn 2, Anointed Peacekeeper, or Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah.
You can it's easier to strip and waste when you're not color screwing yourself as much.
Yeah. I will say Time Vault is also not infallible. It's a little weak to other combo decks because, again, unless it gets its God turbo combo hand or happens to hit the hand with relevant disruption, it's generally a lot slower than the all-in combo decks.
Yeah. Urza doesn't do that much against an Atraxa.
No. Yeah, I mean, if you're breach killing your opponent, you really don't care about Oko.
Yes. And that is one of Oko's weaknesses, is that it's just kind of slow sometimes.
Yeah. Now, looks like we're digging with Skull Clan. I will say that's I don't want to say it's a surprising include, but I know that there's been a lot of talk amongst the various mid-range and aggro pilots of whether you should be running Skull Clamp, whether you should be running Shadow Spear, whether you should be running Gloves for Boots. Like, you only have so many slots, which ones are actually worth keeping in? I know Skull Clamp ends up getting cut a lot these days.
Yeah, I haven't seen that quite as much. I think that is one of the big ways where you solve the dork problem of drawing these bad 1-mana 1/1s late, so that you can try and convert them into real cards.
Okay, Seasoned Engineer.
That's
I lose the initiative immediately, but at least it can attack.
Yeah, that is a real card.
Oh, well, maybe not. I mean, the Oko is going to just elk it. Oh, it's so brutal. Just like a real chokehold. This has nothing to do with the current games that are going on, but I will say it was very exciting participating in this event.
Oh, incredible. Well, we haven't really had anything particularly like it from the online community.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible event. I would love to do more and more and more of these. It's some of the most. I've been playing Highlander for a couple of years now and played a lot of Highlander. It's nothing quite beats the high stakes environment.
Yeah. Nothing quite beats the roller coaster going 0-2 into 4-2 and then losing on breakers.
Yeah, well, nothing also quite maybe that slightly beats out the 2-0 into 0-3.
Yeah, no, that's
roller coaster.
No, but it's just something very exciting about high stakes Magic and getting to do it in a webcam environment, which means we don't have to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars traveling to an event, and also we get to play with proxies, which a lot of other events currently do not support.
Certainly for several of us that sort of live in the middle of nowhere or without a local Canlander scene, the online community has been an absolute godsend. It's everyone's really wonderful around here, except for points increase discussions. That channel is not. You don't want to go near that.
Listen, if you value your mental health, you just mute that thing. I have made the mistake many times of unmuting it. So I will admit, I am guilty.
As am I. We still have the clamp going on this construct. It's likely pretty large at this point.
Yeah. I think it's only a 4-3 or 4-2.
Yeah, well, that's a, yeah.
Oh, no, that's almost there. That's a 5-3.
Still not really big enough to deal with Puru's board.
Well, the
It's blocked
issue
quite now.
is that, if Kuru wanted to, he could just start bouncing Cryptic Coat back and forth and make a bunch of 2/2s. He could just start turning things into Thopters and fly over. I think he's going for the Thopter plan, just Air Force.
Yeah, these are untimed rounds. He can durdle and grind as much as he wants.
I mean, this is like the best opportunity if you're watching to go get food. We're going to be here for a little bit.
Puru knows that he doesn't really have to commit to start to attacking anytime soon or really pressuring Felipe. He can just continue to accrue value, knowing that.
I mean, even just with the Cryptic Coat and the Thopters, he's going to be swinging in for like 3 or 4, basically unblockable per turn.
Yeah. And one of these turns, he's going to draw a tutor of some kind.
God, he's going to take the Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Oh,
got free power.
The classic line that everyone forgets, that Oko doesn't say mana value, it says power.
Yeah.
I have had this done to me and done this to several people where they're just like, you what? No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Not sure if that was worth the mana, because it's not like you get the ETB.
Yeah, no, it's just it is
which it wasn't used before. It loses ward.
It loses ward. I guess it's blue now. I don't know. It's a wizard. I don't know. Does that matter?
I don't know. Maybe he has a. I can't imagine. Maybe he has a bounce spell. I just can't imagine.
Maybe he has an Otawara.
Possibly. That is a bounce spell that they would play.
Potentially the new Sink into Stupor.
Oh, maybe. I feel like the mana base on the 4-color Time Vault list is already stretched pretty hard.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that Puru is continuing with the Black Splash. He was talking for a while about just going to Bant.
Is he representing this correctly? Because the Trinket Mage is still attached to the Cryptic Coat. Or other way around, I guess, technically.
We may want to double check that. Do we have a judge around that might be able to deal with that?
Mic off. Mic on.
Oh. So, yes, the wizard text does matter on Trinket Mage.
Oh, for the Dungeoneer, right, of
course. For the Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Oh my god. Jeez. Why did he flip it up? Because of this Seasoned Dungeoneer that he stole using Oko's minus ability that no one remembers that Oko has.
Well, I mean, this is why we love Highlander. It's just all of these cards coming together that wouldn't have seen play together otherwise. And you get these amazing interactions.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, it's not like Retrofitter Foundry. It's not like these cards individually don't see play in other formats, but not in the same decks.
No.
Well, it's pretty hard for a lot of cards to be in the same deck as Oko, considering he's banned everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, that is another appeal of Highlander, is that you can... there have recently been a load of bans in the format of sticker cards. We say that we basically don't ban things, but that has been an exception.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not particularly upset by it.
No, neither am I.
I'm not particularly overjoyed by it, but now I never have to deal with sleeving up Sticker Goblin again.
I never tried. I just didn't bother. I have a line Prancers somewhere, but I've never sleeved it up.
Well, sometimes when you're trying to do dumb things like sacrifice your Sticker Goblin to try and cast Beseech the Mirror and Behold Beyond and other stuff, you go to dark places.
Yeah, other degenerate things like that. I think at this point, really, the angle from Felipe is hope Peru is tired enough that he forgets certain things and misses things.
Hope he passes out at his gotta play your outs, you know. So with all that being said, did we ever get an explore trigger on the Trinket Mage?
Who knows?
I don't know. I sort of have lost track because I'm not really sure what the life totals are, and I feel like Felipe's got to be pretty close to dead. I appreciate that Peru has the best Velar Stone art, which is the dark.
Yes, indeed. Also, there's a very nice old bordered Trinket Mage.
Yeah. Was that printed in Time Spiral Remastered, I think, maybe?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Lots of really great old bordered reprints there. I've got the Palace Jailer and Path to Exile from that cycle.
Yeah, some of them don't look quite right, but some of them look quite good.
Yeah. I think the weird ones are the gold cards. They always look weird.
Yeah. I don't have that nostalgia fuel for the gold. I like the new multicolored style.
Yeah. I do like them. It's not I wasn't playing back then, so I can't necessarily call it nostalgia, but it's I do think it is nice. Especially the old bordered foils where the art is not actually foiled, but the border is.
They look so good.
They're so good.
I mean, I'm someone who proxies everything, so I don't really spend money on Magic cards. But I get it. When people say they spent like $400 on their gush or whatever, I'm like, yep, I get it.
Yeah, I splash occasionally on things, and on things like fetch lands and things that I'm going to play a lot with. They did a lot of old bordered foils for the enemy fetches in MH2, and I've got a few of those. Those are lovely.
Yep. So I remember going to an MH2 not pre-release, just like a draft. I loved drafting MH2. It was great. For how much it destroyed other formats, it was an awesome draft experience. I remember I was like, okay, there's plenty of good money cards in here, and I ended up with drafts, tribal, Bant Blink food stuff, and there was no money cards. And the person next to me opened up a alternate style Ragavan and a Fury.
Oof.
At the time when Fury was expensive, and I think a fetch land. And I'm like, okay, they might have gone 0-3 on the draft, but they made out with the money.
I had a similar experience a couple of years ago, probably about 3 or so months after MH2 came out. I got a new job, and so I'll buy myself a bundle. That'll be fun. I think I opened a Ragavan, an Endurance, and this is 10 boosters, a Ragavan, an Endurance, an Urza Saga, a Verdant Catacombs. I think also potentially a Solitude. No, it was a Subtlety as well. Just everything. An old bordered foil Yavimaya.
That was nice.
Looks like we've got a. Sorry, I entirely missed that. It looks like that's all she wrote. It's over.
Yep. So I don't know. It ends not with a bang, but with a whimper, and ends with a endless stream of tokens.
Yeah, well, that's how these matches go sometimes. Is that you just get sort of almost demoralized to death.
My only claim to fame for opening money cards is that I opened 2 mana crypts on separate occasions for other people's boxes.
Yeah, that's wasted luck, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's alright. They got mana crypts.
They got mana crypts.
$200 again. Jesus.
Yeah. I'm a lover of mana crypt. I don't know if I'll ever own one.
Speaking of demoralizing, Based, I am here to take over from you on commentary.
Yes, I am going to go to bed because it is currently 2 a.m. for me.
Now that you've been thoroughly demoralized by Parakogi's tokens, we'll send you off to bed.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. Good luck, everyone else in the rest of the top 8, and I'll see you guys around.
Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciated having your insight on the mic. Obviously, you have a ton of experience in the format, and we just really appreciate you jumping on and staying up late with us. So thanks a lot.
That's all right. Goodbye.
Good night. Good night.
Have a good night.
And then there were two. Cyclops, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about you?
Not too badly myself. Is it late for you? Where are you calling in from?
I'm on the East Coast, so it's 9 p.m. for me.
Oh yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah, I can definitely do semis, depending on how long finals take. But you have to check out.
We will see. There's some possibility that maybe Joking himself will be able to hop in for the finals.
Oh yeah.
It would of course be exciting.
Yep.
It sure was a interesting and diverse top 8. There were some decks I didn't expect to see personally.
For sure, yeah.
And now that we have all the results in, we do know our top 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe the top 4 is... Oh, my stream is really flickering.
2x aggro and 2x combo.
Looks like we're getting started right away. I would like to hop in with Zoe and Crayon if we can.
Yep, sure.
So I'll see you there.
Yep.
And the excitement abounds. They are shuffling up here for game 1. It's going to be Crayon, Connor on your left, on Bug Reanimator, I believe, primarily blue-black.
So glad that people have taken up the mantle of Bug. I don't want to say that I was the person who brought it to the forefront, because I play a lot of decks, and I don't do well with a lot of them. But I remember saying, what if we played Bug instead of Esper? And people who are better than me have taken that to much better heights than I ever could.
Hey, you can still take some credit, though.
They draw systems for the seed.
And Zoe has really been like the absolute standout of the tournament. It feels like she's just been running everybody over that I've seen.
Yeah, she's been on fire. I've definitely played against her deck many times. I guess I shouldn't say many times, several times. And it is quite scary. Capable of really, really fast starts.
Yeah, I was really impressed watching her mulligan as well against Purokogi in her earlier match. I just watched her tanking on the mulligan for so long, and then decided to keep, and it was because the hand dumped a turn 2 Undermountain Adventurer that left her hellbent. And it was Undermountain Adventurer versus the world. And she really wanted to weigh her options on whether that was going to be like a reasonable game plan or if she had to go even lower.
Yeah.
But it did end up getting the job done.
I will say, from what from my note of her list, she really likes playing against combo opponents. She's pretty well teched against the combo players. Super fast 8 pieces, really good aggression. So.
And they are off. This is we're right back in it. Do you know this card that she's casting here?
Kellen Daring Adventure or whatever it is. Yeah. It's got like an adventure for a green to make a map. It's 1 plus the number of opponents that have artifacts. You make that many maps. And then the creature side is a 2/3 for 2. That when it attacks, you reveal the top part of your library, and if it's a creature with CMC 3 or less, you can put it into your hand. So it's like a little card advantage engine.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I played a game against her where I had a Krakus, and I think she did the whole map thing like 7 times.
That's pretty nice. I watched her play earlier with, and I believe it's called Araya's Oathsworn.
Oh yeah, the Ayara's Oathsworn.
Yeah, another 2-drop that generates incremental value whenever it hits.
Yeah,
And I saw she's on the new Goyf that generates value when it hits as well.
yeah. She's a big fan of 2 drops that grow.
Yeah, yeah, grow in both power and impact, generating additional cards as the game goes on.
Turn 1 Sylvan Tutor from Crayon.
Nice Sylvan Tutor here.
Yeah, I have to assume that means that he's got a mill spell, an instant speed mill spell, so that on his upkeep next turn he can just mill the reanimation target. This is
could be
like one of the cool. Yeah, go ahead.
This could be a turn 2 big boy from him if he's packing actual reanimate.
Yeah, for sure. Or I think his deck has been in and out of Lotus Petal or Chromox. Oh, that looks like Control of Khazad-dûm. It might just be mana fixing.
Very nice. Troll of Khazad-dûm really playing double duty in the reanimator deck.
Yeah, but this is one of the big draws to going bug over Esper or just blue-black, is that you get to turn these top-of-the-deck creature tutors into copies of Entomb with Surveil lands or with mill spells, and just really, like, Entomb is the most busted card in the deck, so anything that does a reasonable impression is similarly really strong.
Surveil lands with that is such a good point. We really have just been seeing them every single round of the tournament without fail. We've seen Surveil lands.
Yeah, they've made a pretty awesome impact on the format.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, I'm really excited to see what the play is here for Connor on his turn 2.
I suspect that him getting Troll just means he's just going to draw it, but he might have the reanimation spell.
Yeah, maybe looking at a turn 2 cycle troll, turn 3,
Reanimate it.
bring it back.
Yeah.
Cycle troll, of course, can also find you a Surveil land to play and get a little additional fixing there.
Yeah. It's 2 mana Thalia, I think.
Oh, looks like it
It's
might
like
be.
one of the secret layer versions.
That's going to put some pressure on Connor's mana here, especially if he's tutoring for this troll because he's a little light on lands.
Yeah, definitely Mana Confluence as your starting land is not ideal. There's one of the downsides of being 3-colored, because it turns out when you're playing a combo deck that has very few lands, your mana requirements are actually really harsh. You have to play some pretty dubious lands in order to make it work.
Yeah, very true. I'm something of a Flash Hulk gamer myself, and boy, do you have to play some stinker lands.
But if you kill him on turn 2, what does it matter?
Exactly. Gemstone Mine into City of Brass, no problem.
Yeah, if you were tapping Gemstone Mine more than 3 times, you probably lost that game anyway.
Exactly. It's 2 tutors plus a flash. That's how many spells you gotta cast. Connor just showing off the Surveil land he tutored for, I think.
Yep.
And this is Savannah into Badlands for Zoe.
Yep.
Mana in her deck must be a bit difficult, but I've seen this combination of Savannah plus Badlands a couple times when I've been spectating her.
Yep.
I wonder if this is optimized to cast, like, the best slice of her 2-drops.
Yeah, I think it just gets you all your colors. You generally, I don't think she plays many Mana Dorks or any, really. My understanding is that it's a base Abzan deck splashing red, so you really want to emphasize those early green-white sources.
Yeah, makes sense. And it also turns on your Abrupt Decay, your Tidehollow Skeller.
Oh my god.
Oh, and second Thalia here is a huge hit for Zoe.
Yeah, it's really, her deck is really interesting because it's like, sometimes it just looks like mono white Death and Taxes deck that is for some reason playing 4-color mana base. And then other times it's turn 2 Underground Adventure.
Indeed. Well, here's Persist on the Troll of Khazad-dûm. Pretty nice for Connor to just have the basic swamp to play here, allowing him to play through both Thalias on that turn.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably on Tainted Pact as well, so there's probably only 2 of those in the entire deck.
Oh yes, great point. Now, Troll of Khazad-dûm is usually a 6,
6/5,
7,
6/5.
6/5, which means with a -1/-1 counter from the Persist, it is a 5/4, but it must be blocked by 3 creatures. I will say it's not going to kill 3 creatures if 2 of the creatures blocking it are first striking Thalias.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of absurd for being a common, just how pushed it is.
Yeah, seeing that get exhumed in Pauper really makes you think.
Yeah. Okay. Exploring onto the big Thalia.
Now,
Seems
a
reasonable.
4 power first striker, so the Thalia is going to be able to attack through the troll on her own.
Yep. I guess she's keeping the Luminarch Aspirant to grow the other first striker. Makes sense.
Looks like life totals right now are 18 for Zoe, 16 for Connor.
Yep. There's the old swarm.
Yeah, there's the Oathsworn. Menace also going to let Zoe attack through the troll if she wants to.
It's also quite good with the Aspirant because you put a counter with the Aspirant, it gets a counter on its own, and you put a counter with the Aspirant, and the second time it hits, it gets a Demonic Tutor.
Wow, that's actually disgusting.
Yeah.
That's some very nice synergy coming out here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of IR's Oathsworn. I play a lot of black decks, and you gotta reach for creature quality, but sometimes you get cool things like that.
Oh my god, it's second basic land here for Connor into Shieldred.
Yeah. Seems not bad.
Shieldred's really going to let him pad his life total.
Yeah, it looks like the troll is staying back on defense.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I mean, I guess I can't really attack into the first strikers then, so yeah, makes sense.
No, I suppose that's true. It'll be interesting to see here if Zoe feels pressured to start attacking because of the Shieldred's unblockable drain effect. Or if she's going to be patient and sit back here.
Looks like a little crimped on white mana to play the Aspirant and the Kellen. So
Yeah,
I suspect probably just an attack with the Oathsworn keep the first striking army back.
Yeah, especially because the Oathsworn, like you said, is going to quickly move toward the Demonic Tutor mode. And presumably she'll have something in her deck to swing this race in her favor.
Yeah, just a removal spell even.
Yeah, very true. This will be an attack for 3, putting Connor down to 12.
It's like they missed the Mana Confluence paying off of the casting the Shieldred, so...
So
Down to
11
11.
even.
Yeah, it's always very interesting in these aggro versus combo matchups because, on one hand, sometimes you get games where the combo opponent just does their thing really fast and the aggro player can't deal with it. And other times you have the aggro player does their thing really fast and the combo player can't deal with it. And then you get these games that are like lots of very minor decisions, like, everything matters, every choice you make matters, and they're really interesting.
Yeah, we're looking at 4-6 versus 4-3 first striker and being like, which of these bodies is going to play here? Everybody's done their thing. Wow,
Yeah,
I suppose Connor can do his thing a little bit more than this. A Trench Gorger would look pretty good on this board.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I had to assume, I would say that Zoe's currently favored, but all it takes is, a removal spell, and the board starts to collapse a little bit.
Yeah, a removal spell for either of them would be pretty, would really break this kind of stalemate that they have.
Yeah.
That's
What
a
is that?
Brainstorm here for 2 mana for Connor.
Okay, that's going to gain 6 life.
That's pretty nasty here.
Yeah. Another thing you can do, although, who knows if he has a Surveil land, Brainstorm can always set up the Surveil, a big Reanimator target into the graveyard.
Very true.
Yeah, Reanimator, I mean, Surveil lands have been excellent for the entire format, but Reanimator really loves them. I'm getting an update from Joking that Game 1 in the Peru versus Simbleman that Kuru had a turn 4 time fault, where he casts Enlightened Tutor in response to an off agent.
Ooh.
Yeah, now he's redeeming himself from getting his intuition off agented earlier in the tournament.
Indeed, this time he's catching the oppo player flinching first
Yep.
and sneaking the instant speed tutor in on top.
Yeah, I will say a benefit of a deck like Zoe's over a traditional Ancient Tomb deck is that your mana base, generally speaking, doesn't just murder you. When
That's
you're in
true.
a stalled situation like this, trying to, you have an Ancient Tomb in hand or a Mana Crypt, you're just like, I have to end the game because everything that I have will kill me.
Yeah, and your life total just does tend to bleed out a bit.
This is an interesting attack because the Oathsworn is a 5/5, I guess. Yeah, I guess it can trade with the Shieldred.
Yeah, looks like Zoe's interested in that. Her first strikers do play very well into the troll, and this
Yeah.
way she stems the bleeding from the Shieldred direct damage.
Yeah, and also prevents the life gain from, helping Connor stabilize.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much a forced block as well.
Yeah, because the Demonic Tutor, you just can't let that happen.
Yeah, especially because, yeah, like it's essentially a 2-for-1 for him to block, so he's kind of forced into doing it, but also for her, she gets to choose on her own terms how this creature is going out.
Yeah, Fable's another great reason to get Shieldred off the field.
But here's an Entomb for Connor. He is going to
Yeah.
be going pretty low. I was going to say low on life total, but I'm pretty sure Zoe just wrote down 18.
Yeah, because he gains so much life off that Brainstorm.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
God,
looks
that's
like a
Sarah's
Sarah.
Emissary.
Indeed, a Sarah Emissary. For anyone at home lucky enough not to be familiar with this one, let's see if I can pull it up here. Sarah Emissary, when it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type, and you and creatures you control have protection from the chosen type.
Yeah, pretty good against the creature deck. You just name creature, and if they can't remove it, they lose.
Yeah, especially now that he's gotten Zoe's Demonic Tutor off the board, he's pretty free, presumably to just name creature and hope that there aren't too many things in her deck that can deal with the Sarah Emissary.
Yeah, I mean, she does get a bunch of votes with Fable,
Mhm.
assuming that it doesn't get reanimated right away. I mean, if it doesn't get reanimated right away, she has some graveyard hate to draw to.
Certainly.
Otherwise, she's looking for like swords. I'm not even sure if she plays like Shieldred's Edict. I think she just plays like Swords Path. It's as unconditional as you can get, but not much of it.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at her list here to see what her options are. There's an Ajani and a Mink-skinned Boo getting mind twisted here.
God, that is brutal. I mean, not just because those cards are great, but that's fewer cards that she can cycle through with the Fable.
Yeah, great point. Comet could be an answer to that Emissary, although you never know.
That's definitely true.
Apart from that, not a lot of good options. Grist the Hunger Tide.
Must like what she drew because she didn't cycle it away. Yeah, there's a graveyard hate, Emperor of Bones.
Oh, what a
Newly printed in
pickup.
MH3. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Emperor of Bones here, 2 mana 2/2, and at the beginning of combat you get to exile a card from a graveyard. And then it has 2 more abilities somehow.
So, the really dumb thing with Luminarch Aspirant is that you can stack the trigger so the Emperor of Bones exiles something, and then the Aspirant puts a counter on it, and immediately Shallow Graves whatever you exile.
Uh,
And Connor has a couple of juicy targets.
that might just be lethal.
I think it might be. It's just named creature swinging.
Yeah, that's 8 in the air from the Sarah, or no, the Luminarch is going on the Emperor. So that's 7, plus 2 is 9, plus 4 is 13, plus another 3 is 16. Connor is at 18, but this could just be an attack to put him to 2
Yep.
and say, good luck, buddy. What a draw from Zoe.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if Connor didn't have the reanimate right away, she's definitely drawing to some graveyard hate. Emperor Bones is almost certainly the best one.
Yeah, the extra 7 damage upstairs is pretty nasty.
Yeah, next turn, if Connor doesn't find a way out of this, she's just going to take the shoulder and do the same thing.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yep, another great piece of incidental synergy. I know that there's been a lot of work done on counters decks recently, but it turns out that you can just play these cards without necessarily going all in on the counter theme, and they tend to work really well together.
Yeah, anytime you happen to draw two of them that work together, you just get a little bonus there.
This seems dire because the big Thalia means that anything Connor manages to reanimate or try to put down comes in tapped. I don't know.
Yeah, this seems very tough. I wonder if Connor's on any creatures here that can wrath the board. Something like the voting creature from Original Conspiracy.
I mean, he might be on Harvester of Misery, but I think stuff is too big now to. And unfortunately, I mean, I think he's not going to have the cards or mana to do so, but I think he's locked out of the Trench Torture Hail Mary from Thalia putting it into play tapped.
True. Yeah, that's such a good point. It really feels like Zoe's hate creatures have just been attacking him on pretty much every axis she could ask for. The graveyard, mana, creatures coming into play tapped. There's a hedge maze for Connor. Here's the Hail Mary.
I don't know if he's on strictly bug. I know he has, I think in the past, sometimes played 4-color, splashing just like a couple of white cards.
I feel like Connor's played pretty much every conceivable color and card in Reanimator that you could.
Yeah, I mean, because if he was splashing white, I believe Balance is one of the cards he would likely splash for, and that could definitely turn your tide. But
yeah, very true. And that is going to be game one, going over to Zoe.
Yep.
We'll have to see what kind of hand she can find on the draw. I think this matchup is somewhat more difficult on the draw than on the play.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a matter of them high rolling each other, but there are definitely large portions of Zoe's deck that don't matter in this matchup. They're just creatures with power and toughness, which is fun, but you really need disruption.
Mm-hmm.
But she also knows her deck inside and out. She knows how to mulligan to what she needs. And Connor's deck, I mean, if you get an early Severus Emissary or Archon of Cruelty, it's pretty hard for creature decks to deal with it.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm having a look right now at Zoe's deck list, and she sure is playing a lot of incidental graveyard hate on cards that are already good on their own.
Yep.
There's a Deathrite Shaman, an Endurance. We saw the Emperor of Bones.
She should be on a it's like 2-man Suncold Sentinel. Is she still on that? She might have replaced that with Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that one here.
Okay, yeah.
Even playing her own Reanimate, which
Yeah.
I would love to see.
Yeah. That's definitely something that you have to watch out for when you're playing Reanimator versus black aggro, black mid-range deck. Is that it's just so easy to play a value Reanimate because it's just so good, and it's insane when you snag a Reanimator player's stuff. Looks like Zoe bowling seemed like a very quick decision. Picked up.
An easy one.
And doesn't have what you need. Gotta go.
Get that one out of here.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely understand. I was playing an aggro deck in a tournament, and I played against a combo opponent, and I mulled to 4 because it didn't have what you needed.
Yeah, and a really good 4 can be a lot better than a bad 7 against combo, especially where many of your cards matter a lot and many of them don't matter at all.
Definitely. Although I will say there was no reason for me to win with that 4.
Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
It's double bound strip line kimono is not exactly an ideal 4.
Nope, that's tough. That's tough.
Fortunately, my opponent's mana crypt was on the payroll, so.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Mono red. You were on medium red, is that right?
Yeah.
I know you already spoke to the Modern Horizons 3 cards in your deck, which is the only question I want to ask today. But do you enjoy playing the medium archetypes?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of putting down some fast mana and playing things before they're supposed to arrive.
For sure. That have a result coming in here. Looks like Puru Kogi is taking down the match on the other table with turn 4 Thopter plus Sword plus Urza.
Yeah.
Um,
A lot of turn 4s in those results.
Yep. Symbol had the op agent, but was stuck on 2 lands, unable to deploy it in the face of Porokogi's tutors.
Yeah, it's something I tell a lot of people when they come into this format is this format's fast. Like there are games that are ending on turn 4. There are a lot of games like the one we just watched between Zoe and Ground that go to turn 6, turn 7, whatever. But there are also games that end really early, so you need to have your decks doing things early.
Yeah, and you really need to be mulliganing to a hand that plays into the matchup as well. Can't be keeping too dirtily a hand when the matchup's likely to be decided in just a few turns sometimes.
Yep. So it looks like Zoe kept 6. I think Ponder kept 7. He's wandering.
Yeah, Ponder, a nice start here for Reanimator, getting some card selection before his opponent has a chance to deploy anything.
Likes what he sees.
Yeah, pretty quick keep from him. Let's see if Zoe has some good stuff to deploy on turn 1. I think she's going to need something pretty quick to contend with. Keep 7 on the play, Ponder, don't shuffle.
Yeah, it's a very interesting philosophy that her deck has because she doesn't really play mana dwarfs outside of Deathrite, which means that she doesn't have as many fast mana starts, but she also has a lot fewer dead draws. And instead of having like all the mana dwarfs, it's just Promoxes and Spirit Guides, which are also not great top decks, but they work just as well for accelerating things out.
It's true. And technically speaking, I'd rather draw Elvish Spirit Guide than Llanowar Elves if it's turn 18 and I have 10 lands in play.
Yep. Turn 1 Deathrite, that's not bad.
Nope, that's a banger for Zoe. Can't ask for much better than that.
Yep.
Bonus points, of course, for the retro foil.
Yes.
It's a very nice version of Deathrite Shaman.
I've never seen that version in person. It's very nice.
And we still haven't.
Well, yeah, I just mean even on webcam, I've only ever seen it on the Scryfall preview, and let me tell you, Scryfall does not do retro frames justice.
No, it really doesn't.
There's a Surveil land, I think.
I think that might be a River of Tears.
Okay, yep.
Casting a black spell here because
Inquisition
it
of Kozilek.
saw itself landfall.
Yep.
This is nice. We're going to get to have a look at Zoe's hand here and see what she's working with.
It's definitely not impossible to play around Deathrite Shaman. One of the nice things about things like Deathrite Shaman or Scavenging Ooze is that they're instant speed, so you're not gated by timing. But one of the difficulties, especially in an aggro deck, is that you then feel kind of forced to hold up the mana in order to deploy your, to use your effects, which can really stifle your development.
Ooh, it's a Legolas's Quick Reflexes in the hand. That one also lets the Deathrite Shaman activate twice if required.
Yep. And means that with Spirit Guide, assuming they're both there, it's basically always protected.
True. I see the Quick Reflexes. There's an Elvish Spirit Guide in there. Land.
Mosswood Dread Knight, and then IR's Oathsworn again.
Yes.
Taking the
Unfortunately,
Oathsworn.
thank goodness, I really didn't want to have to pronounce that card anymore. Mosswood Dread Knight is an interesting one. You can cycle it on the adventure side, and then every time it dies, you can cast it from your graveyard as an adventure. It's an incredibly sticky card, and very difficult for the control decks to deal with if they don't have access to a Swords to Plowshares pretty immediately for it.
It also turns out that there's a secret mode that most people tend to forget, which is it's just a 3-2 for 2.
Indeed, you can just cast it.
Yes, sometimes all you need is a 3-2, a 3-card reader.
Yeah.
People get obsessed with maximizing their value, sometimes you don't need to do that.
Yeah, especially if Zoe can rely on Deathrite Shaman plus Spirit Guide to keep Connor off of a reanimate. Maybe
Yep.
it's just we're gonna see it in 3-2 mode. Ooh, it's Unearth coming off the
Oh
top.
my god, that's a. Thank you for giving me a discount, I guess. Yeah, I'm shocked, honestly, that the quick reflexes or the spirit guide were not taken because it's going to be really hard to keep death rate activations from happening, which means it's going to be hard to reanimate something.
Oh, is Zoe willing to go shields down here to deploy 2 threats?
Yep.
I imagine that since she hasn't seen an Entomb or looting effect from Connor, she's gonna gamble that he just doesn't have access to a big creature next turn.
Yep.
And this is gonna make her clock much, much faster. But I bet this was not a super easy decision for her. It's Brainstorm first off for Connor here.
Yeah. There's also a lot less risk because Connor is not on double black sources, so there's not going to be like an end step Entomb, untap, 2-mana reanimate spell.
Great point. Yeah, and in order to put a big creature into play, he would need an Entomb effect, a second black source, a reanimate effect. It is a lot to ask from his hand, even though it was a 7 with a kept ponder.
This is also something that you can really appreciate, or at least as a fellow aggro player, I can really appreciate about Zoe's play is that you got to know when you're allowed to put the shields down and deploy your threats. Like you need to get your pressure down, or else your opponent will just find a way to get out of it, and you can't just play scared all the time. Sometimes you got to take that turn off, and it's a little bit of a gamble, but it's also something that you should know how to calculate.
Absolutely, yeah, it's definitely her time to just stare Connor down and say, I don't think you have it.
Yep.
So here's 2 creatures that are going to deal with your life total very, very quickly. Especially if she's allowed to start activating the Deathrite Shaman on his end step to get rid of instants and sorceries as well. She's looking to be putting on 7 to more damage as the Oathsworn starts growing every turn. Could be a 3-turn clock pretty easily from her.
Yep. It is relevant for her to be eating not just creatures, but the instants and sorceries, not just for the damage, but because those are fuel for Delve spells, which Connor's deck usually runs.
Great point. Yeah, any kind of discard spells are likely to be good here. Or getting rid of discarded cards, I mean.
Yep.
Connor cracking a fetch land here, making it a perfect brainstorm at shuffling away 2 cards that he doesn't want. I wonder if we'll see a Surveil land here.
I don't think so. I think it would be difficult to do a Surveil land with just Tropical Island. You can't really afford to put a creature into the bin because you can't reanimate it right away with the Deathrite Shaman there.
Yeah, very true.
I also appreciate that Zoe's playing Eldraine Storybook Brain Tribal.
Yeah, seriously. Ooh, it's Fatal
on the
Push.
death rate, I think.
I wonder if she's gonna commit the Spirit Guide quick reflexes.
I think that she kind of has to.
Yeah, looks like she will. Split second on that quick reflexes, so Connor can be sitting on all the counter magic in the world, and Zoe will say, no thank you.
Just gonna eat it as graveyard.
Yeah,
Just to keep it a little trim.
pretty free to do so.
Yep.
So we obviously down to 1 card in hand here, but she's got to be feeling pretty good with the board presence that she has currently. This attack's going to drop Connor down to 13.
Yeah, and this is sort of what I was talking about earlier, is that like there's the tension of having to leave up Deathrite activations, which makes it harder to develop, but by taking that turn off to develop, now there's not any tension whatsoever.
Yeah, she was willing to bet it on that turn, Connor not having any great threat to deploy, and it does look like that bet's really going to pay off. She's able to just turn her creature sideways every turn.
Ooh, shifting woodland. I guess that is new tech for bug, huh?
We haven't gotten to see one of those on camera yet today. And here is Pillage the Bog. Vase called
Or as
it
I,
0 point dig through time.
I was going to say, as I like to call it, demonic shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even a dig through time here, looking at 8 cards.
Yeah. It's a card that people slept on for a little bit, and then they played it and they realized, wait, this is dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turns out if there are any people who like alchemy, not many people, but there's an alchemy card called Assemble the Team that looks at the top 30 of your library. It's not exactly the same, but feels very similar.
But eventually it'll get there.
Yeah.
Looks like a pass from Connor, and I think so. He's contemplating whether or not she's going to go after an instant or sorcery here in his graveyard. Or at least what instant and sorcery she wants to go after. He's got 5 in there to pick from.
Yeah.
I imagine he's on Snapcaster Mage, as
I
well
believe
as
so.
Founding the Third Path. Does that one also flash stuff back?
Yes, yeah, lets you rebuy something.
Yes. Going after the Brainstorm here.
Interesting. What is this? Bitter Triumph? Pitching Show and Tell?
Looks that way to me.
Alright,
Yup.
kills the death right. So now the graveyard's clear.
But discarding a Show and Tell here means Connor has no big creature to discard.
Yep, that's certainly true.
This will be an attack for 6 for Zoe, putting Connor down to 5.
Yeah, he's gotta assemble something this turn, or else he's just dead on board.
Yeah, it's do or die here for the Crayon. Zoe's got to be sweating right now in her seat. I know I've been in that position of sitting with your aggressive creatures in play, dead card in hand, and being like, come on, please just don't have it.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing that happens a lot with aggro. You're like, okay, just please have their deck fail.
Just let my opponent sigh and put their head in their hands, and I'll be so happy.
Connor's paying mana for this Git Probe, which I guess makes it so that not dead immediately.
Ooh, it's a misstep.
Oh, brutal.
That's extremely relevant here. A huge draw coming off the top for Zoe. That's very funny that she was contemplating whether or not to misstep the Cataxium Probe.
Yeah.
It certainly makes the misstep less threatening when you don't know, when you have information of it.
I mean, problem is that most Canlander decks have lots of ones, but combo decks especially, because they're trying to do things fast, so they really just don't want to be playing expensive spells. You know, all the best spells, Entomb, Reanimate. What is that? Is that an Entomb?
Speaking of Entomb, here it is, Graveborn, Premium Deck Series Graveborn Entomb here. And right into the mental misstep.
Yeah.
Zoe's thinking about it. I have to imagine that she's going to elect to fire it off in the end, though. I think
Yep.
Connor's on 1 card, so...
I can't imagine that you can get out of this with 1 card.
No. There's the Entomb, he
And
had the
Exhume.
Exhume, and that's going to do it. Zoe on to the finals.
Yep.
Is she stoppable?
I don't know. Did she go undefeated in the Swiss?
She did, yes. 5-0 into an ID in round 6.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And not
Yeah.
dropping a lot of games. I
Cannot be stopped.
believe she's dropped 2 games today so far. And just absolutely cooking on this 4-color blood deck.
Yeah. It is very cool to see, because it's a very personal deck. I know she's been working on it for a long time. Not many other people have done similar things, so it's always very cool to see a master of the craft.
When I was playing Canlander in somewhat of the olden days, 2016-ish, people were talking at that point about how 4-color blood was like a boomer archetype at that point and couldn't hang anymore. But we're seeing it here like 6 years later, still just putting up results.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting because I know that I tried probably about a year and a half ago to do sort of what Zoe does, which is like a very low curve version.
Hmm,
Because like the traditional blood decks were kind of top heavy, lots of threes and fours, and then when the initiative got printed, it turned out that you could just play initiative creatures instead of playing like siege rhinos and vindicates.
indeed.
But I never had nearly as much success, so it's very cool to see this pop off.
Yeah, super cool. And just seeing so many new cards from sets like Throne of Eldraine, I guess make myself out to be a bit of a boomer calling Throne of Eldraine new cards, because that was at least a few years ago now.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
you actually mean Throne? I thought you meant like Wilds of Eldraine. You mean Throne of Eldraine?
oh no
Okay.
no no, sorry, I mean Wilds of Eldraine. I mean Wilds of Eldraine.
Yeah.
Not that much of a boomer. Uh, but seeing cards from Wilds of Eldraine as well as Modern Horizons 3 coming through for Zoe's deck.
Yep.
Oh, I'm just gonna put the stream on a quick break while I do a bit of technical maneuvering here.
All
And I
right.
think we're gonna get Mr. Joe King, Nick himself, into the booth for the finals.
All righty. We'll be right back.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Oh, I am just wonderful.
I'm not hearing you well. You're very quiet and your mic's a bit fuzzy.
Well, what have we here? A grand final, a time vault. How poetic.
Yep.
I have had a phenomenal day. I don't know about you, but this has been an absolute treat, an absolute privilege to sit back and watch all of these yahoos play some Magic the Gamagerin.
Yep. It was it's definitely been a lot of fun. Commentary crew. I will say it was a lot of fun playing. It's a little stressful, but it's pretty sweet to play such high stakes Magic. People like myself don't really get the opportunity because we don't live on the West Coast to go to all those nice fancy paper events.
Yeah, I certainly am privileged. I mean, that's where I got this plateau. Was very much doing paper events on the West Coast. So I am very privileged to be able to go to paper events, win plateaus, and use them to run online events where I might have to ship it halfway across the world.
So what you're saying is we just need you to win more paper events so we can have more online events.
It wouldn't hurt. I'll tell you right now, it would not hurt. Like
No.
it would not hurt at all. Well,
So
here we
I
go.
would say who are you rooting for, but I assume you're forward to time vault.
I'll tell you this. I think Zoe's deck is super cool.
Yeah,
it
her deck
is
is
a
sweet.
super duper sweet deck.
Yep. It's,
Of course, Peruse is a little cooler, but I'm biased. What can I say? Sue me,
Yeah.
I don't know if there was more than one time vault today. I think there may have been. There's either one or two. There can't have been more than two because I didn't see a second, and I mean I didn't vet all the lists, but
I think it might have just been Puru because some of the other time vault players who normally play time vault were on like Jeskai and stuff.
yeah, and the Rigorn couldn't make it. I know he's a time vaulter.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean this meta was filled with a lot of aggro, a lot of medium decks. I'm very excited to see a Mox spread. That's something that I noticed when I was looking at Zoe's deck list. She's on triple Mox 4th, which is super sweet. I'm glad to see some non-soul mana decks doing well.
Yep. My Siege Smash rotting in my deck, but it's okay.
Sorry, say again.
My Siege Smash from MH3,
Oh.
my anti-time vault tech card.
Didn't do too hot if you didn't play against any time vault decks. Yeah.
No. I do get the privilege of saying I have blown up an untapped Sensei's Divining Top with it, though.
That's sweet. That card's hard to get rid of. Almost as hard to get rid of as like all these time vaults that are just constantly making all the finals in these events. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I do love Zoe's deck, just because Triple Mox has gotten sort of a bad rap with how prominent the soul mana decks are, and Zoe really showing that you can still crush with low curve aggro.
Yeah, I think a big thing about that too is going to be this proxy-friendly environment, right? You can't see those triple mock spreads in very many paper events, even in the sure on some of the proxy-friendly ones, but like the LDXP San Francisco, Command Fest Vancouver, and then the upcoming LDXP Tacoma later this month, those are all no proxy events, and I saw no triple moxin. I saw one or two moxin, but I never saw a triple mox spread. And there's a reason for that. So,
most people don't have like $27,000 to put in their deck.
Right, exactly. That's as it turns out a large barrier. Crazy.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool to see what Triple Mox is able to do, because I think it's a more consistent spread, right? Because you do have that one extra piece of fast mana versus a Crypt Ring or a Crypt Mox.
I think it's not just the amount of fast mana; it changes your deck. When you're playing a triple box spread, you're not filling your deck with cards that are honestly like too expensive for the format. Like you would not be playing all those 4-drops in this format unless you had fast mana to pull them out. And it means that like maybe your highs are not quite as high, but it means your lows are a lot better.
I agree. And we even saw a Mox Diamond, or was it a Chrome Mox?
I think she's on Chrome Mox, probably not Diamond.
Yeah, I think there was the turn 2 Undermountain Adventurer off of, and there's an Elvish Spirit Guide. So like there's still
there's both Spirit Guides, yeah.
Yeah, and exactly. So like there's still the ability to explode into those 3s and 4s, but it's backed up by this very robust set of like 2-drop utility creatures, which I think is just super sweet. Like all of these cards with just so much text.
Oh my god.
Yep.
My god. What was she on? Like 32 lands with Mox Diamond?
I am curious. Yeah. A lot of fast mana on this deck, but obviously it's doing work. It's
Yep.
got a lot of explosive hands that are very tough to beat.
Yeah,
And of course, drawing really well helps a lot too.
Yeah, but I mean, something that is nice about the 4 colors deck with the triple Mox spread is that, yeah, you have a lot of fast mana, and you don't need as much fast mana because you're not playing like a ton of 4-drops. But you also don't have a bunch of dead draws. You're not drawing, mana droids in crucial points of the game. You're just drawing, hopefully, good spells. Like, once in a while you'll draw your Spirit Guide or your Chrome Mox on turn 6 or whatever, but
Yep.
it's less likely than drawing one of your 15 mana droids.
Yep. Very true. Very true. I think the fact that every card in Zoe's deck feels like 1.5 cards is what's really standing out to me. And it's like, yeah, okay, you lost a card to your Mox Diamond, but you gained half a card when you cast your 2-drop on turn 1. And that kind of modern design where every card is a card and a half really feels on display effectively and well with this 4-color deck.
Yeah, I would definitely say that if this deck didn't exist beforehand, it's definitely if it already exists beforehand, it's gotten much better. As they just keep printing better 2-drops.
Well, that's just every Modern Horizon set. They're like, here's like 7 new cards that your deck filled with good cards wants to play. How would you try that out?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how like every set, the 1-color aggro decks like Mono Red get new cards. It turns out that's amplified when you have 4 colors. You're like, oh, there's a new card in like 80% of Magic.
Yeah. Speaking of new cards, Peru's the only one that I heard, if my memory serves me correctly, was the Cave, Urza's Cave, which is also, that's such a slam dunk card because the deck was already loosely floating a land slot for utility, and a land that finds all the best cards in your deck is a pretty good card.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. I'm wondering if the Shifting Woodland is going to make it into Time Vault decks because it's such a powerful card, obviously, with Time Vault, but on the flip side, it is, double green.
He is playing it right now.
Is Peru on the Shifting Woodland?
I'm pretty sure.
All right, let me crack open these deck lists because it doesn't matter at this point. We can say whatever we want. There are no more secrets to be held. Deck list. 4-color combo.
It's like Zoe opened with a Once Upon a Time to get a Verdant Catacombs.
See, now that's a classic Throne of Eldraine card right there.
Yep.
Shifting Woodland. I see no Shifting Woodland out of...
okay, I guess he's not on it.
Is that 29 lands? I'm sure there's some miscategorized lands in here.
The artifact lands.
Ancient Den. Yeah, all the artifact lands. Still looking at enchantments. Yep, there's the Urza Saga. Okay, yeah. So 29 lands plus a bunch of artifacts and enchantments that are also lands.
Yeah, why bother cycling Lord Revealed when you could just put it under Chrome Mox?
Yeah, for real. Speaking of enchantment lands, there's the Urza Saga. It's a great opening.
Yeah. I mean, Accelerated Saga starts are just crazy. Yikes.
That is a great looking 5-card hand out of Zoe, though.
Yeah.
What's the 4th card there? I know the Archon, the one next to the brass.
The Witherbloom? Oh, the Canlander Adventurer?
Yeah, okay.
I'll push that one up. You don't know this LCI All-Star?
Nope. You got me there. I'll be honest. I read it earlier and was like, yep, not going to remember that one. That's not internalized.
The adventure makes maps.
Yes, this one.
It always makes one map and it makes another map if your opponent has an artifact.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The 1.5 cards worth of card. Right here.
Yeah, well, and also it draws you cards potentially when it attacks, which is quite good.
Yeah.
It's a modern day Bob. I am afraid for Peru right now. Because
that turn 2 Archon and Witherbloom command is not a good sight.
I mean, I do not blame him because I almost certainly would have done the exact same thing. But there's probably something to be said for get roping first before committing Urza Saga as your first land, because that Witherbloom command is likely to blow up this Chrome Mox, which means the Saga might not actually get to make constructs. Could be brutal.
It definitely is looking tough. Where's the no dazes in sight? Is he on a Forceneg?
Probably. I assume he's on both forces.
Force of Will for sure. Force of Neg is one that we've gone back and forth on because, yeah, no Force of Negation, only the Force of Will. The Force of Negation's gone back and forth for a bit because it's not a proactive, right? It doesn't protect your win.
Yep.
But on the flip side, it would stop this Witherbloom command that's about to ruin his day. So
Yeah. Well, it does turn out that if Zoe does blow up the Chromox, which would be quite good for her, because obviously the Chromox is card negative, so it's just basically taking 2 cards for 1. Turns out Saga getting, I don't know, Retrofit Foundry, Key, can still be quite good, even if it doesn't make constructs.
yeah, it is very far from being over. I think that the fact that she has to decide between blowing up the Chromox and deploying that Archon, because that Archon is, and the Archon also denies the Saga, because
I guess that's true. If
he doesn't have a
want to
land.
use it.
Yeah, I mean the odds of Peru having the only basic land in his old deck in his hand are low.
That has not stopped people from.
True, very true. But yeah, this is the Witherbloom command. It's perfectly safe because the Archon's still coming down next turn. This guarantees the land drop.
Yep.
Yep.
Something that I am fascinated about is that somehow Zoe's mana base never seems to betray her. So it's quite impressive, really.
Well, when you start putting the 4-color land, the rainbow lands, City Brass, Mana Confluence, there's some amount of that where you're just like, yeah, sometimes I'm just going to lose a game or so to my mana. But I don't think Zoe's played any like aggressive decks in the top 8. What was her round 1 matchup?
In the top 8, she was facing blue deck, I think, right? Facing Jeskai, I think.
I'd believe it. Oh, it was Slushy.
Slushy, yeah.
Yeah, so she beat Slushy Reanimator and is on her way to taking down Time Vault. So she's just seeing combo. And that's, I mean, tracks. This is the deck that deploys a hit bears on turn 2 or turn 3.
Yeah, I was saying that, I've had some experience playing against Zoe, and I've, seen her talking in various discords. Her deck is, like, designed to fight combo.
Yep.
Which is very funny, because I believe her local meta is just a bunch of mid-range.
Fair enough. Well, she came online and got paired up against 3 combo decks. Seems like a good strategy, a good line of play.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, she's also just very good at the game.
Yes. Can't take that away. It was 5. She hasn't dropped a match. 5-0-1, right? She was 5-0 ID'd and then 1-1.
Yes.
So she has not dropped a single match.
Yeah.
How many games has she dropped? 2. She's dropped 2 games in 8. She is 16-2 for games. 16-2-3 over 8 rounds of Magic, soon to be 9. That is an impressive record.
Yes, it is very, very impressive.
Yeah, her
bordering on
opponent.
insane.
Yes, her opponent here, Peru, has lost 9 games of Magic in that same period of time.
Yeah,
she lost 2.
Peru's also playing with the Belgium tax, which is that it's like 4 in the morning for her.
Yep. Honestly, massive L for EU. I tried to. I was like, how early can I start this such that I'm still like I'm not gonna make all of the remand here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That is a great site. Very important site to see on this. I mean, if there's a land and a time vault, what's that?
Nothing.
If there's a land and a time vault in Peru's hand, he wins the game.
Yep.
It has to be exactly that, but
Yeah, well, I haven't highballed about enough times that I believe it. I'm pretty sure I played a game against Peru once where Kindred into Citadel, and I hit balance, so he had to go down to 1 card in hand, which was just a Boseiju.
Yep.
And then I bricked, and he Boseiju'd me, and then I think in his next 4 draw steps he drew Key, which I blew up, Time Vault, and then Tutor for Key.
Wow.
I'm like, great. Yeah.
Got there.
Time Vault sure does have some redundancy. What is this?
3 mana? Transmute Muddle. I mean, It's saying, "Hey, I'm winning next
Where
turn."
did you get this mana from?
There's the floating mana from the saga and the fetch land, the Delta in the graveyard that hasn't finished fetching
Oh,
yet.
okay. I see. He hasn't finished resolving the fetch land.
Yeah. Just doing some
Stacking
friendly
up the
shortcuts because I think he
Yeah.
wants to go to bed.
Yes. Yes. Seems reasonable.
Man. And after staring at Zoe's hand and being like, "Wow, this is a monster," I'm like, "Well, it's still a matter of do you have an answer or do you lose the game?" Although
Yeah.
there's not enough mana to cast and activate that key, so he is
But
going to be a mana
he's-
short. A
Oof.
Thoughtseize!
Never mind.
Oh,
I was gonna
well,
say, Guru is
mental misstep! Mental misstep back? What?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Holy shit. Literally perfect draws from Zoe. Unbelievably perfect draws.
Yep. That is. Ooh. I have been on record saying I don't like mental misstep and acro. It's pretty good there.
That's 2 games in a row where that's a game-winning mental misstep, or at least a game-defining one.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Thoughtseize, I'm like, wow, that's a perfect draw. He's like, mental misstep. I'm like, wow, there we go.
Oh yeah, time to
I'm
make
gonna
some
misstep
maps. I get to make 2 maps. I was gonna say, I believe Zoe's deck does not run that many ways to blow up artifacts in the creatures. I mean, I think it probably runs Canker Bloom. Maybe it runs Cathar Commando, but I think that's not where she's chosen to attack her 8 bears for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and she's going Hellbent here. So that Mind Twist is not doing anything.
Yeah.
That Counterspell is just waiting for a target, but it doesn't have enough artifacts for the fair. It is not looking too hot. Maybe Sabine's off the top. That's about all I could think of. Is that in his list?
It should be.
Yeah.
I think he might be
I
on
don't
Cosmic
know why I
Rebirth
keep
too.
closing it. I gotta just open his list and keep it there. Yep, there is a Sabine's. But yeah, this Archon beatdown, we got maps on maps.
I mean, it's probably going to be pretty fast. I mean, it's funny because the Kellen looks very silly in terms of like, oh yeah, I make some maps, but when you've got nothing else to spend your mana on, it's a great mana sink and can improve the clock quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the speed of this clock cannot be understated because I think Peru's at...
Looks like 16 based off of
Yeah.
Zoe's.
I was going to say, because it's been a couple fetches and maybe one swing, but it's about to start chunking through that life total real quick. And that window's going to close.
Yep. Map.
Of course, a lot of the explosive plays being shut out by the Archon.
Honestly, not the best for Zoe.
Yep.
She definitely wanted the power boost, but drawing through 2 dead draws is not the worst.
Yeah, and after the top deck luck she had in the last 2 draws before these 2, I think that, it's okay to take a little bit of a chill on the absolute insanity that was those 2 cards. That was unbelievable.
Yep. It's very funny too, if you think about it, because by not deploying that Archon early and blowing up the Chromonx with Witherbloom Command, she didn't lock herself out of misstepping the misstep on the Thoughtseize.
Yep, very true.
Oh yeah.
Talisman.
All gaming.
Yeah, that is actually a really good site because it gets you one closer to that Inventor's Fair. The worst hits here would be those lands, but Talisman because you just need to get to 4 with the fair and then you can actually do something, anything.
Yeah.
But it is definitely looking like Zoe's game here to she's just gonna close the door. She's closed a lot of it, now it's just time to just get it shut.
Glad we're really showing why Mind Twist deserves to be off the points list.
Yeah.
Looks real bad here.
Well, when your opponent's curve topping out at 3 and is throwing Spirit Guides in their deck, they're gonna empty their hand pretty fast.
Yeah. I will say
So
that.
he has
Yeah.
what, 3 cards in hand, and we know
I
at least
believe
one of them is a
so.
land.
One's a fetch land.
Yeah. I'll see what else she's gonna try to close the door with. Is
Ajani.
that new Ajani?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't even know what
Otherwise known as Raise the Alarm. With a little
Well,
bit better stats.
it's 3 power, right?
Yeah, it's 3/3 across 2 bodies.
This card is pretty slick. That's gonna help close
Yeah.
the door for sure.
Yeah. I had some trauma with this card earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, did not go so well for you.
I might have played a turn 1 Vagabond and my opponent went Sandbox Ajani. And I'm like, great.
Yep.
Ooh, versus Cave. Let's go.
I mean,
I don't know
is
if
that gonna do anything? It finds an
New
academy.
cards. Yeah.
It's gonna untap with an academy without the
That's
ability to crack
right,
the
right?
fair. Yeah, it's.
I mean, he can search for an artifact land.
But I don't know if he has the time, because an artifact land enables the fair and then has to pass back again. So he's taking 10 damage. I don't think he has that much life to.
I mean, I'm not. Oh, yeah.
The cave definitely should be tapped. Although it looks like. Oh,
Nope.
not quite. I'll jump in and let him know. I didn't even have to say anything. They just as I was unmuting, they caught it. So.
Yep.
Well, I think that
really not doing anything.
yeah, that's definitely not a huge draw here. I think the door is pretty much shut.
I wonder what Kuru is holding in hand besides the Mind Twist, because I don't know. I mean, it's like not great value, but you're just twisting for 1 or whatever.
Yeah, twisting for 1 is not the way.
Well, it's not doing anything otherwise, so like, if you're not doing anything with your mana.
Yeah, it could be like a counterspell or something, but with 6 mana up and mostly tempo-based counterspells, it doesn't seem. Tapping the City of Brass. Sure.
Hey, 1 life instead of 2.
we wanted to know.
Oh, Force of Willy.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way out of this one.
I mean, it's Savine's off the top. That's the only
true.
way. You play to the out, and the out is drawing Savine's Reclamation, targeting Time Vault, and untapping it in 1 turn.
Yeah, that's true. Or balance, I guess. Balance would be good.
Balance also well known as being an out. This is a scenario where I'd really value a Tainted Pact over an Intuition, because you can do the end step. Although I guess you can end step an Intuition as well. So, because I know that Peru is on the Intuition.
Yeah.
Is it Bowmasters? Is it the Twist?
Does he have a fetch land in his graveyard for the Intuition for Savine's to work? Don't know. I'm not sure it matters.
Yeah.
Been long 10 hours.
Well, the fetch land wouldn't even work because it comes into play tapped, right, with the Archon?
Oh my god, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Archon's a really good Magic card, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like balance Savine's Swords to Plowshares, and she has to give a removal spell, and then you just remove the Archon. And if it's Swords, you remove the Archon. You're still a mana short. Die to Ajani. Yeah, you're hooped. I don't know how to spin it in a way that's not you're dying. Like that's
Yeah.
That's the way this game is going.
Is he running Cosmic Rebirth or is he not?
That's a good question.
I know that's been in and out of lists like Regorns.
Yeah, Regorn's I think maybe up on 3 all the way on the recommission. There's a Life from the Loam. That's it. I don't see any other things other than the Savines and the Loam that pick stuff up.
Yeah. Because if he was on Rebirth, then you intuition for Rebirth Sevrek balance, and they have to give you something that gets the time ball back and wins, or give you balance. So.
Yep, and the balance opens you up for another turn. Yeah, I think the intuition package is a little bit stronger when you have tools kind of like that, but at this stage, not a lot left to do.
I do think that his current intuition package is mostly to facilitate the sort of low lands type of thing, which is pretty good against blue decks, but not so good here.
Does this Enlightened Tutor do anything?
I
mean, the One Ring. That's the
sure.
gold standard. Draw 3 cards.
Is
he able to survive a 2 damage on his next turn? Because blanking a combat step is super relevant.
Yeah. I feel like he's going to end up needing to draw with this, and then he's going to have to figure out how to get out from under his own ring.
Yeah, but there's already the key in play. So this One Ring is going to draw 3 cards, untap, take 2 damage, draw 7 cards, and if in 9 cards, like that's a massive, absolutely massive thing. Like that opens up a lot of opportunities here. Seeing 6 cards and an additional draw step, so 7 cards total without having to taking 2 damage for the privilege.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, this deck is ridiculous. Who built this?
Who came up with such evil, genius idea?
Who came up with such machinations? Is Zoe hellbent?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Well, so it's a Fable that we saw, and then just a bunch of lands in the back there.
I think she played out all of her lands before drawing the Fable.
Yeah. What's the flip on Ajani? It's just when the other creature dies, right?
Yeah, when another cat you control dies, yeah.
Gotcha, yeah. So that's not getting triggered anytime soon.
Yeah.
Well, it's One Ring time.
Although, it's pretty funny. Obviously, it doesn't work because Pooh is currently under protection, but if she were to flip the... Oh my god, Manama too. If she were to flip the Ajani, the minus, I think, would just kill right away because she owns the Goblin Shaman, which is red.
She punches an artifact creature enchantment, puts it from one. Oh, the 0, yes.
Yeah.
I was looking at the minus and I was like, what? How does this do that? No, but yes, the 0 would just kill.
Discarding the Bursted Bill just seems like tight play. It doesn't do anything here.
Yep. You've already got lethal on board. Now you're just drawn, hopefully, to a piece of artifact removal. Man, is Peru? Yeah, he must have at least 2 life. Because that's a lot of that's a lot of cards.
Yep.
And the Manamo, that's so many cards.
Just,
the Manamo also opens up the mine finding academy. So if there's the ability to go critical mass big enough on artifacts, it gets that academy untapped for the low price of 2 mana and 3 mana to find it. Not relevant, but it could be.
Yeah. I think what Pooh is looking for here, besides, well, I don't think Sevrek does it now because I think he's going to die to his ring if he tries to do the Time Vault because he's just looking for Thopter Foundry. Just make a bunch of blockers, save yourself some life.
I think you got to hope that you have to get enough cards to discard the Thopter Foundry to. Oh, untapping with the.
Untapping with Manama.
Yeah, that's interesting. You must not be close to the other halves of the combo. Oh, he's drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards in the last turn. So.
Well, yeah. I don't know what his current life total is. I suspect he'll die to his One Ring, but I guess he did currently leave up the ability to Sevrek and activate Time Vault. 2 mana. Concession. I suppose.
Tap 2 is the game.
Yeah.
Wow. An absolute stranglehold on that game from start to finish from Zoe. Masterclass.
That was game one, right? I'm not hallucinating.
Yep, that's one. That's
Okay.
one.
Ooh, long day. A lot of powerful Magic. It's just been a great showing so far. Just so many cool games.
I think players have also been playing super sharp, super tight. I haven't seen a lot of like obvious or egregious misplays. Things are just like players are playing tight, which I'm really happy to see as well. Even though even though Peru has the Belgium debuff, he's still doing well.
Yeah, I am actually quite impressed with the level of play that we've seen, given that it's 10 hours into the event.
Yep. I did not expect it to go this long, if I'm being honest. I mean, I should have. I've run events before, but I'm very much used to CDH, which are just cursed duration events, and so I'm like, well, it's 1v1. How long could it possibly go? Well, the answer is this. This is how long it can go.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was not expecting it either, but turns out some people brought blue decks, so a lot of games went to time.
Yeah, we had a lot of draws today. I also think, I mean, there was the 30-minute players meeting, and then there was the 30-minute delay because Melee had a bug that came up into existence this morning. Like, I messaged on their Discord, they're like, hey guys, I'm having this problem. They're like, yeah, we just discovered this brand new bug. Here's the fix. I'm like, cool, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Yeah. That's all right. Tech difficulties aside, I think the event ran quite smoothly.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. I think Melee helped me a lot with handling all the registration and stuff, and deck lists all worked out perfectly. And I'm super excited to be able to pull all of these deck lists and see what people were able to bring, because this is the first time we've had a full proxy paid worldwide event, right? Has there been other events like big webcam events like this before? I'm sure that there may have been before my time, but
no, not that I'm aware of.
Sure.
I mean, to be fair, I am relatively new.
Yeah, we are new. Yeah.
But yeah, not that I'm aware of. Not on the webcam space. The
Very
Discord,
cool.
the Discord really only took off, I think, during the pandemic. It was around, but grew big.
Yeah.
And we've obviously had Discord year ends and stuff, but
those ones are free to entry, right?
They are free entry, and they're not playing for $400 prizes. It's Pride, and some of the stuff is cool. I think the year end for 2023 was a cool altered fourth Air Lingus, which is not the cheapest card, but it's not a dual land.
True. It's certainly more for glory than it is for dollary dues. And I gotta say, I love what happens when you put dollary dues on the line, because people show up. They fucking show up, and they come to play, and they come to win. And we're seeing that on display with that absolute banger of a game one. Going into mulligans here.
Yeah, I'm glad that we ended up hitting 37, almost 40. It's a good turnout.
Well, we had 40. I think we had 42 people register, and then 5 people had to drop for various reasons. Or maybe it was 43 people registered, 5 had to drop for various reasons, and 1 no-showed. So we had 6 players who didn't make it, but that's a great turnout. I'm super pleased with how many people, especially all around the world, right? East Coast, Europeans, someone from Brazil, that's awesome. It's a worldwide. It's Canadian in the name, but it's a worldwide format.
Yep.
Now, of course, the one downside of being a worldwide format is that if we do a quick time zone conversion, 4:18 a.m.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's 6 hours ahead. Yeah.
Oof. Hey, you know what? It only cost him $10 to try to win this plateau. It's a good rate. It's a good deal.
You only have to pay $10 for the privilege of staying up until 4 in the morning to play Magic.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little worried. I'm like, what am I gonna have to do if I have to ship this to Europe? Should I just buy a plateau in Europe and send it to him, and then just sell this one to a North American person? Is that a better use of the money?
I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see what's. I mean, he's got to get through 2 games against Zoe, so let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That's true. Zoe is definitely the raid boss.
Undefeated. 16 and 2, 17 and 2.
Yeah.
Unbelievable run. Oh, I forgot to ask the players if they'd be comfortable coming on stream and doing a post-game interview. I will mute myself, jump in, and ask them real quick. because I think that would be cool to do. All right. I have confirmed they are willing to do a post-game interview.
Sweet. Reading in the primary Discord that Puru is currently high on sugary drinks.
That makes a lot of sense. Hopefully some caffeine.
Yeah. Okay, so I see a fetch land, I see a Lotus Petal, I see hands on head thinking.
This is an important turn, turn 1 of all of the turns, because we've seen some very explosive starts out of Zoe.
That's right. Do I play this Archon on turn 1 or do I play this Undermount Adventure on turn 1?
Right, exactly. Which back-breaking 3 or 4 mana card do I want to play on turn 1? Jumping over to that Discord, I heard it looks like Puru and Zoe played earlier on in this event.
Yep.
And she demolished him there, apparently. So,
Well, maybe this is the start of a comeback story.
it would be one hell of a comeback, I'll say that.
Some might say poetic.
I think most would say poetic. down 0-1 in the grand finals versus somebody who demolished you in the Swiss in the Joe King Canadian Highlander Open. Back against the wall. Where was Time Vault?
Yeah, Time Vault, the underdog of the story.
the underdog. Yeah, I don't know if we go that far.
Yeah.
Well, just a main phase. Oh, an end step. Okay.
End step.
Was that a
It's like
opening? Was it Gala Shrine pass from Zoe?
Yes, looks like a tapped Gala Shine.
Cool. So it looks like, yeah, in round 4, Zoe took down Puru 2-1. In fact, Puru is one of the only 2 people who have taken a game off of Zoe today. The other being Chris Genghis Prawn on his check pile. He was the only other person to take 1 game off of Zoe.
She is not invincible.
Well, it certainly seems like she's in like.
Yes. Listen, we can hope, we can build a narrative and Soul Guide Lantern. My opponent played Soul Guide Lantern and I thought they were on goblins. They were not on goblins.
Yep. Well, Urza Saga's good again. Good card.
Yes. This time, probably making constructs.
Oh, definitely. This looks like a great opening out of her. This is what the Time Vault deck wants to be doing. Deploying constructs that are of decent size, getting a key out, taking the game into the mid game with some value engines.
I mean, it depends on what his hand is. I even suspect that he might not even go for a key. He might just go for a Fountain Retrofitter because that's like how you grind out a fair deck.
And if there's something like a Cryptic Coat or an Urza or something, that it could just be an Expedition map for Academy and start getting the mana out there. Chrome Box and Printing Tarmogoyf. Interesting.
I remember playing a game against Peru and the Expedition map for Wasteland, and I died. I've never seen that line. Okay.
Let's try to keep tabs on life totals, helps us with the nail-biting end of the match.
Yeah. 19 to 19.
All right, MS Paint. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. White Plume. Oh yeah.
Yep. I was looking at that 2-mana up, and I was like, that smells like a counterspell. And White
Yeah.
Plume is absolutely the type of thing that you point a counterspell at.
That's yep.
Not pleasant losing the pedal, but very much better than just losing to the White Plume Adventurer right now.
Guru getting extra tilt factor points by playing the Whiteboard melee.
That's good points.
Yeah.
So we're 19 all. 2 fetch lands, no other damage so far.
I'm very familiar with Guru counterspell in the early turns.
I think that's what makes this build of Time Vault so sinister, is the fact that you have to respect it having counterspells. I mean, you don't have to respect it, but it will counterspell you sometimes, and that can be a bit tough.
Yep.
Tapping the Saga here, very interesting. Is this just a Time Vault? Surely not.
Possible.
It's gonna be pretty freaking good.
Sylvan Scrying.
That is pretty good.
Okay. For what though?
Could be an academy to get ready for that retrofitter.
I guess so. I think Zoe mulled the 6 though and put something on a Chromox. I feel like I would just want to be getting max value out of Ursa Saga.
Yeah.
Because that feels like it's going to be hard for Zoe to just deal with.
Sorry, Bunny Boo, there is no stream where you'll be able to hear the players. We are sitting on top of it, watching. So you're stuck with us.
Yes, yep.
Mostly because we want to be careful not to disrupt the players while they play. And if we let anybody just be able to connect to the Discord, they'll have the Discord pinging going off of people disconnecting and connecting, potentially people not muting. It's just some stuff like that we want to avoid to create a good environment for the players, because it's pretty tense in that room.
God, I love an academy that's basically an island.
I will say, Slan Academy does indicate to us that there is some sort of value engine that Peru's much more interested in than that Saga.
That's true.
I'm just waiting for Zoe to just rip the wasteland.
Yep.
Was this academy hitting the battle? It was.
Okay. Making a blue. Okay, we're pondering.
Yep. Misstep? All right.
Yeah, it's showing up every game.
It turns out. Pending the Chromox. That's great.
Oh, yeah.
That is great.
Yep. Yes, this is definitely something I have done myself against Zoe's deck, is that fast mana does come at a cost.
Absolutely. I mean, not the 3 actual factual Moxen, but the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the other decks don't also suffer from that. Obviously, a Chromox is a Chromox, but when you're playing a deck with a lot of dorks, you have a lot of redundancy for your mana.
Yeah. Or when you're playing a deck with a bunch of artifacts, it is also just a Mox Sapphire with an Academy. Ooh. That is a good opposition agent.
Yep.
Holy. Yeah.
Definitely mandatory.
That is not a May. Yeah, I'm sorry, Peru. That search is not a May. You will have to. You can see Zoe rubbing her hands in excitement. That is not an option. Oh dear.
This will be the second time in the tournament that Peru has been sent to the Shadow Realm by an opposition agent.
The first time I would say was a lot worse than this one. This one's still pretty bad though.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he's just taking a moment to sit and think on what the hell he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to draw for turn, man. Is there something else going on here? Brainstorm. All right.
I guess you want to get the shuffle? I feel like you would still want to draw the card and see what you're doing.
Yeah, but if there's a... I guess, yeah, you do want to draw probably in the draw step first to dig one deeper, because you're looking for like a swords or something.
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe he's thinking of something that we're not, though.
It's also possible.
Because you get the shuffle either way, right?
Yes. You do shuffle either way. Yeah. I think this might also just be 4:30 a.m. break.
Sure. That's without a doubt one of the possibilities.
I think he's gonna make a construct.
Yeah, construct this
better
time.
better get some board presses while you can get it. Nope.
On the flip
Okay.
side, Zoe's got just one card in hand, by the looks of it.
I believe so.
Zoe about to receive Per's deck list as per our agreement that you're allowed to look at your opponent's deck list for opposition agent to save everybody all of the time.
Yep. And if she remembers to ask him, she gets to see the hand too.
Absolutely.
Not required to ask him. As in, he's not required to give it if she doesn't ask.
Is that true?
I believe so.
I don't recall how that interaction works. You do, I mean, currently she controls him. I guess while controlling him,
Yeah.
he does not have to look at his hand. Because if you mind slaver someone, you don't have to look at their hand. But she's definitely going to. Beseiju and Oko, great card. Would have loved to have that down. But there's a Beseiju
Yep.
with a green source. So
Yeah. I mean,
this
think
is
that
this
it's
is not
still,
this is far from over.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty good. Let's just look up.
Yeah, because the food also brings that construct up to a 3/3.
Yes. Yeah, because he didn't make the construct.
Yes. I'm surprised. I guess when you see Oko, you're thinking that's a better thing to deploy than a construct and be stalled a turn on the Oko.
I think I agree, actually.
Yeah.
Assuming that Zoe's hand is not, anything crazy. That's
I mean, historically it has been, so I wouldn't wouldn't bank on it. But
you're not wrong.
yeah.
Um,
See what she has selected for herself. The other problem, of course, being that she's about to receive probably some sort of Sensei's Divining Top or Retrofitter Foundry or something like that. That's quite nasty. Yep, Retrofitter Foundry.
I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to look up. I could have sworn at some point I had read a rule saying that yes, people obviously you can look at your opponent's hand, but if you don't ask for it and you just take a card and say go, they're not required to like retroactively show you the hand if you didn't take the time to look at it yourself. But I could be misremembering that.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but that sounds reasonable.
Took their retrofitter. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That is not a card you want Peru to have, and plus, it's not the worst thing to have yourself.
It's a build an army, and if you're staring down an Oko, which is also a build an army.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
Now,
here he
the
comes.
question is, what is this Oko doing? Is it elking the op agent? Is it just making it food?
I think it's almost
It's
always
just
making a food here. You don't have the payoff for the. You don't have a reason to get rid of the op agent, and you have no reason to think you won't be able to get rid of it later.
That's fair.
So it's
Yeah,
time to
you
get
just
the
want your
blockers up.
academy to tap for more.
Yeah.
Plus, if for some reason Zoe makes the decision to attack Peru, he can swap control of the op agent and the food.
True.
Ooh, also,
Oh man.
oh my god, she just
I
has
don't
the
even
perfect
know-
card every time.
I don't even know if it's fair. How are
Oh
you?
my God.
How are you supposed to beat somebody who has every card they need at every stage of the game in every single game? Like that's.
How are you supposed to beat an actual wizard?
Yeah, we're out here mere mortals slinging cardboard like fools. Zoe's out here transcending God. Wow.
I mean,
Oh.
if the Oko were able to steal, it could have stolen back the retrofit foundry, which would have been cool. But
I
that's
don't.
obviously not happening.
I don't think that's how opposition.
Is it only creatures? It doesn't.
Oh,
it
you're right.
treats an
Still the
artifact on your
foundry.
side?
Yes. If she casts the foundry and then he stole it, then yes.
So I might be misremembering things. Been a long day.
I mean, if he just naturally hits the vault
Oh,
key.
no, it can't
all you
steal
gotta do.
artifacts. It just steals creatures.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
No, Pure, you actually had your graveyard order the other way. That's correct.
I-
Because it was just discarded as a part of the cost. There, I mean, key off the top. Just now, you're just gonna hit vault off the top. That's it. That's all you're gonna do.
That's right. Yeah, I'm real glad that they showed restraint with Oko by not letting it steal artifacts.
That would have just been unfair.
That's right.
If Oko was also the greatest thief in the multiverse, what would you even do?
I don't know.
Dak Faden.
I would say Pat's out of a job, but he is canonically dead, so
Yeah.
I guess by definition he's out of a job. I wonder how many Dak Fadens were registered by Just Guy players in the hopes of
Stealing some time vaults, yeah. I think there's a little bit of that with the Met. Everybody's so worried about time vault, and then nobody sleeves up time vault. It's like, well, I mean, at least one.
And it wins anyway.
And then it wins anyway. Well, I don't know about that. This is looking like a time vault off the top or lose situation for Peru.
Yeah, I mean, he's technically got like a few turns. I mean, if he draws a one ring, like, just goes to town.
True.
Okay, that's a mismove.
Okay, well, there goes the window as we were.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's lethal next turn. That's swing for 7, swing for 10. Like, yeah, you want to talk about a card that closes the door very, very fast. It is Minsk and Boo.
I would like to take this moment while I'm on public TV to stand on my soapbox and say, Minsk and Boo is not the same as other 4-drops. Every other 4-drop you draw in that situation, it takes at least 2 turns to kill you, maybe 3. Minsk and Boo is just killing you right now.
Wow.
I guess Comet can kill you faster, I suppose.
Oh man. Well, was that time vault, or is that a plateau for Miss Zoe here?
I mean, it is sort of fitting that
Enlightened Tutor,
her
and
deck,
that
deck
is.
can in fact.
And there's a comet too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm shocked that she didn't just play the game and make it be decided on Comet dice rolls. I mean, come on.
True. That's all you.
Wow. Excellent.
Wow, incredible. All right, let's see what we can do to get Zoe on stream here to chat with us. An incredible run.
Well, she's doing the rolls just for posterity. Okay, it would make squirrels.
Just some squirrels. It's fine. Wow. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable run from Zoe.
Yeah. She went, 18-2?
Pretty much. Let me pull up the standings here. I want to see for myself. Sure enough, 18-2-3. All right, we're going to swap over to Discord now to chat.
Do you want me here, or can I head out?
You are free to go. Rowan and I will close this out, or I will close it out. It is no problem. I can take it from here. Thank you so much, Cyclops, for joining me for this wonderful commentary. It was wonderful having you on the desk, as always. Do you have anything closing you want to say before we ship you off into the night?
I just want to say thank you so much for running this event. It was a blast. Super awesome. And
we did it. This is
one.
for my own recording, sorry.
Joe King 2 coming up soon.
Yeah, I recorded the match. So
All right, I'm gonna slip over to Discord and chat with Zoe.
This is just had to.
Hello, Zoe. Here we are.
Hello.
For your winner interview. Congratulations. Let me be the first to say.
You really
Thank
stole
you.
my thunder. It's my event with my name on it, and you had to be the first to say. Congratulations, Zoe. What a phenomenal, incredible run.
Thank you.
So I want to kick this off by mentioning that you lost 2 games of Magic today. You won 18 games of Magic today. That's not just a really good run. That's absolute dominance. What's the secret? What brought you? How'd you do it?
I'm gonna be honest. I was drawing pretty hot today, but mental misstep came in clutch so many times. Not in games, not even on camera. But yeah, I mean, I've been playing this deck. It's been the same Moxfield Link for about like 5-6 months now. And just taking it from just like deck familiarity, and I think it really helped that in the Iowa meta, it's a very creature deck based in like Gruul and Naya, and those are very hard matchups. So training on those matchups and then being able to play in matchups that aren't just like my absolute worst, it really like it's like rewarding to be able to have that payoff, instead of just like lose to Gruul monsters for like the 3rd time.
Sure. One thing I noticed, your top 8 matches were all these sort of like blue-based combo decks. How do you feel playing against blue-based combo if you're used to a lot of creatures in your local meta?
I eat it up. We have a local Seeker Walk player. Luke, I'm very sorry, but I kind of got experience playing against blue combo against him. It is very different because it's also like green creatures and stuff, but I would say that this deck really it excels at against those decks because it has the disruption of D&T, but then also the sheer aggressive force of Gruul monsters put together. And having both those tools to just really applies pressure on them because they're looking to because they're just looking to hard stop the game, and you give them not a lot of time to do that, and also make it much harder for them through your tax effects, your hand attack, your whatever it ends up being.
Yeah, we saw that in your match, your semifinals match against Reanimator. It seemed like every single creature you played was both hating on them and a big enough blocker that Connor wasn't really able to get anywhere, even with Shieldred and Troll of Khazad-dûm in play. Like you're just getting these combo decks on every axis.
Yeah, a lot of it also comes from the fact that my threats either are hate pieces, must kill threats, or both, even starting at 2 mana. There's some value creatures in there, like Kellen Daring Traveler and Mosswood Dread Knight, but besides that, everything is a must kill, all the way down to 2 mana. And a game that wasn't on camera, I don't believe, but my round 5, game 2 against Prawn, I think I just went like turn 1 Surveil, turn 2 Ayara's Oathsworn, and then we just started trading resources as this Ayara's Oathsworn just kept chipping in, and then it eventually cheated for Minsc and Boo, and then I flung it at him for 6, even though he had 2 Uro triggers as well to keep his life total healthy.
You'll be pleased to hear, Zoe, that game actually was on camera.
It was? Okay.
Yeah, that was an awesome one. I was really impressed with the Oathsworn.
Yeah, that card is... I have a little game called the Oathsworn Test, and it's just if my opponent has to read the card or not, or has to have me read it. And most people fail. I'll just say that. Most people don't know what the card is, but it's such a house. Because it does so much for 2... Yeah.
Vaste and Cyclops both had to correct the way I was pronouncing the card multiple times during commentary. So I'll tell you, I would fail that test and then continue to fail it, probably on subsequent turns.
Yeah.
We also watched the game on commentary where you played Luminarch Aspirant afterwards. And just cooked up a tutor in like a couple of attacks.
Yeah, I didn't get to tutor there because I just forced a trade with Shieldred, which, to be honest, I was just going to tutor for an answer for Shieldred, so it did its job.
Yeah, and it did make it a force block there for the Shieldred. It felt like your deck has some low-key counter synergies when we saw that as well as the Luminarch Aspirant plus that skeleton dude in that same game.
Yeah. Counter cards are really good. That's how they make cards good nowadays. It's completely by accident.
Just staple
You'll also see,
explore to it and just call it a day. That'll do.
yeah. Like just, I think the only cards that care about +1/+1 counters are Iarzo's Horn and Emperor of Bones. I may be wrong. Oh, I have Bloated Contaminator to proliferate +1/+1 counters. But that's about it.
You got Bristly Bill.
I have never activated the 5 mana.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't activated it, so that's also true. But 5 mana is a lot to be spending to do a effect that it's like whatever.
One of the things I was noticing, especially versus Time Vault, is that you were able to get sort of a stranglehold on the game very quickly, right? The speed at which you're deploying your hate pieces, your control pieces, is very, very quickly, very, very rapid. And then because you have some of this counter synergy and things that are sort of incidentally buff and create, it creates a very quick clock in the same breath. So you end up with this Archon that's beating in for 2, and then you just need one other threat. Or I think against Reanimator, it was noted that like you took a turn to go shields down to deploy 2 2-drops with the Unearth line, and then casting a 2-drop as well. And then again, 5 power on board. So you create this scenario where you deploy something that is interactive very, very quickly to push your combo player down a turn or 2, and then close the door so fast that they never really get a chance to buy back into that game. How did you discover that being such a strong line of play, especially with I noticed the Chrome Mox and the Mox Diamond and both Spirit Guides, you're on a lot of fast mana to make this happen, but it obviously is working.
Yeah, so when I started to play the format, I quickly latched onto Atraxa and Taxes. And I was noticing as I was playing the deck, besides just how Natural Order, I play Natural Order when it's 2 points, when you can play all the red cards, and it's 1 point because it's just 4 Thurlingas, so you get to play another Mox. But in addition to that, I was noticing especially if I had the fast mana starts, I was able to land a hate piece, a 3 mana Thalia. I was able to land it, and then I was never able to capitalize on it. Or I wasn't able to capitalize it as much as I would nearly like. So I was, and then Gruul and Naya, very popular in the Iowa meta where I mainly play. So I was just looking at these Minsc and Boo, Comet, Fourth, Lelia, Inti, Broadside, and just these cards kill your opponent so fast that that's where the extra pressure is going to come from. And then also, they just been in the past few sets. They just been pushing 2-drops, Bristly Bill, 10th District Hero, which I'm not on anymore because I think it's already not good enough. I might be wrong on that. Emperor of Bones. Yeah, that card's insane, and I want to put it back in.
New Ajani?
Yeah, New Ajani. These are all within. That's 4 or 5 cards I'm in with the past few sets. It's the rate at which they're printing these push 2-drops it makes the hands where you go land 1-shot mana like a Lotus Petal or a Spirit Guide into a 2-drop. A play that seems really bad at first, but if you put a Bristly Bill or Glyph Elemental into play and then next turn you play a fetch, you're swinging for 4 and deploying another threat. And it's just really hard for most decks to combat that in a way that also allows them to develop their game plan.
Yeah, I think we saw that a lot coming from the combo players that you eviscerated so effectively in the top 8, in that even when they were able to get through 1 or 2 pieces of the disruption, the game was already over. And it was just a matter of you going, well, How do I want to kill you this time? You flipping the comment at the end. We were sitting in the commentary going like, well, the only thing that would close the door faster than this Minsc and Boo would be a comet. And you're like, well, anyways, the last card in my hand is comet. And we were like, wow,
Yeah.
all right, just a roll for style points.
I asked before I cast the Minsc and Boo, I was like, Peru, how disrespectful do you want me to be? And he was like, not that disrespectful. So I'm like, cool, Minsc and Boo. Originally, I was gonna put the cards out and say left or right, and then just cast whatever one he said. I figured I should just play the line that gets me the win guaranteed, because Comet is good. He's not always a 4/4 haste trample that becomes a 7/7 or draws you 4 cards the next turn.
Yeah, Comet's a great card. Boy, is it not Minsc and Boo.
Yeah, I've done some stupid things with Comet. I've killed someone on turn 2 by dealing a total of 42 damage to them after finishing all my dice rolls. And Minsc and Boo can't do that, but like, yeah, that's a extreme high roll case.
And of course. Another question I had for you was related to your mana base. I noticed you're on Prismatic Vista in 3 basic lands, and you're a 4-color deck. You're not finding any problems. You've got the City of Brass. I don't see a Mana Oh, yeah, and a Mana of Confluence in here. So you found yourself not having trouble with colors? Is that because most of your 2-drops are like 1 in a color, and your 3-drops are the same sort of thing?
Yeah, the sacrifice with 4-color is you just can't play that many pips. But WotC Design is printing a lot of single pip threats, and the only 2 cards that have double pips of the same color in my deck are Questing Beast and Endurance. Everything else is single pipped, and most multicolor cards are either like utility or like 4+ mana.
Yeah, like a Witherbloom Command, Abrupt Decay, 4th Year Lingus.
I also
noticed, 4th could be a 3-drop.
Sorry to interrupt you, Zoe. I noticed you fetching a lot for Badlands plus Savannah in the games I watched. Is that something you're thinking of as well with your deck building, where 2 duels can cast a lot of your double color cards?
That's kind of an evolution this deck has gone into. I just find myself that there's not really a particular reason. I've also done Bayou Plateau quite a bit. It just kind of like depends on what's in my hand. But I do, today was a lot of Badlands Savannah. Particularly because my 2-color cards are multiple red-green cards, multiple white-red cards, and then 1 red-black card and 1 green-white card. I can go look through for more, but yeah, I don't have that many multicolored cards. Which also is just to like makes the mana easier once you actually you see your 7, and if you have any fetch in there, including Prismatic Vista, you can always like maneuver it to get the colors that you need. And it's very easy to just be like, cool, I'm gonna this hand only has 3 of my 4 colors, but I don't care because I don't have any black cards this hand. I don't have any red cards this hand.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's some incidental. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the basics. I guess are a requirement as well because you're on a lot of initiative threats.
Yeah. Yeah, people might be surprised that I'm only on 3 with Prismatic Vista and 3 initiative creatures, but it's never a problem. Even if you draw a basic, play Prismatic Vista, and then play an initiative creature, that's all 3 of your basics. So you have to kind of low roll, and even if you're aggressively fetching for them, kind of how this deck works is that you probably can't start doing that until turn 3 anyway. So there's been one time that I've been I've drawn a Prismatic Vista and I'm I can't actually find a land with this. But yeah, it was one time, and what happened was I could have fetched for it, but then I didn't, and then I drew my card and it was my last basic. But that happened once, many months ago.
The other thing I noticed with your colors is because you have a lot of sort of incidental filtering, where you have Lotus Petal, Mox Diamond, and then was it Ignoble, Noble, Deathrite, Birds of Paradise. Like you're playing a lot of dorks that help filter into the colors that you're looking for. So you end up with incidental, making those 4 colors flow a little bit easier because you've got a few extra pieces in there that help get you that 1 or 2 colors you need.
Yeah. Also Chromox, depending on if like my hand's really color heavy. There's also the 2 land cyclers and Once Upon a Time.
Oh yeah. Once upon a time.
It also
Yeah,
looks
that card
to me-
is.
Oh,
great.
sorry, Zoe. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. No, just yeah. I was just saying, Once Upon a Time is a really good card. I think if you're green basic creature deck, you should play it because it makes your opening hands are gonna be most of the cards you see in the game, and that's when Once Upon a Time is really good. So most of the time, it's really good.
It
That's
looks
it.
to me like you are on 1 Surveil land here. I see a Lush Portico. Has it been good for you? Is 1 Surveil land the perfect number for 4-color blood?
Um, in my build, I've really liked it. I'm also really greedy on my lands. I'm on 30 plus a MDFC from MH2, MH3. Um, so I could see myself adding another. But it does help in the games where there are quite a lot of times that you get those like turn 2, turn 1 Archons, and then you lock the game down, and then you're just drawing dead. Um, so I have thought about adding another one, and I think it just depends on what decks I'm facing. I didn't particularly tune to this tournament. This is kind of the list I normally run. So usually when you're against creature decks, you just don't have all the time to find those surveil lands. But in like a meta with a lot more blue decks and a lot more combo decks, I'd probably add a surveil land. Probably not a red one. Probably just underground mortuary. Just because it's more, I want the second one rather than I want all my fetches to be able to get them.
Makes...
One of the things. So go ahead, please.
No, I was just gonna say makes sense. It's all you.
One of the things I noticed, I mean, really, when you think about it, this is a 5-color deck because you've got Cataxian Probe and Mental Misstep in there. We've already gone over what makes Mental Misstep so incredible. How's Cataxian Probe been? I'm very interested that you're just looking for the information from the card. Like, I don't see any top deck tutors in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's half the reason hand attack is so good is because you get to know what they're gonna do, and you can formulate your game plan around it. And Cataxian Probe does that for 2 life. Against like monsters decks, like I've been finding that I was like almost about to cut it, but then especially like into a monsters meta, because it's just like a card like, oh, I pay 2 life and I see that they're gonna go Mana Dork 3-drop. Cool. But
Cool. That's what they were doing anyways.
yeah. So it's not really great there, and a 2 life does matter. But against against these combos, and you get to know, hey, can I tap out or not? Can I can I tap out or not? Like, what do I need to be worrying about? What do I need to be what resources do I need to be using where? It's such a low cost for a card to be in a deck and it just does so much. And especially now with it is a sorcery for both Tarmogoyf and Barragoyf. There's a little anti-synergy with Archon of Myria and Thalia, but no deck's perfect.
It may be true that no deck is perfect, but this one did pretty good.
Yeah.
Rowan, do you have anything else you want to close it out? Otherwise, I will start wrapping this up and let Zoe get on with her evening.
No, that sounds just about right to me. Zoe, we were just super impressed with your level of play from the booth today. I got to watch a few of your rounds.
Thank you.
And just thought your decision making was super heads up. We saw you tapping out into Reanimator on the perfect turn to be able to hold up stuff for the rest of the game. Some really great mulliganing. I saw you in the tank for a long time about the turn 2 Undermountain Adventurer earlier in the tournament before deciding to keep that hand and win the game with it. And yeah, we were just really impressed. So big congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Zoe, I am extremely pleased and privileged that I will be able to send you this plateau that's been rotting a hole in my pocket for the past 2 months. Do you own a plateau already, or will this be able to go straight into your deck?
No, I'm a broke college kid, so I do have quite a bit of things in the deck, but no, I do not own. I own one scrub land that I could be running, but I'm scared of damaging it, so it is currently in a binder.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, hopefully you'll be able to put this plateau either next to your scrubland in a binder, or someday if you have to go play in a paper event, you'll be able to sleeve it up. But congratulations so much. What a phenomenal run. 16 to 3 draws, incredible 80% game win percentage, absolute slaughtering of the field. You did not lose a single game in top 8. An absolute masterclass. Any closing
Thank you.
thoughts, Zoe? Otherwise, I will let you go.
Four color blood is a real deck, guys. You just weren't building it right.
You heard it here first. It's been a skill issue all along.
4-color blood greater than 4-color vault? Find out in Joe King's next YouTube video.
Find out next time. Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Zoe. Thank you for the time doing the interview. I appreciate it so much. Go get some good rest, and I'll be in touch soon to ship you off this plateau.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. See everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate it. Thank you. Huge shout out to Rowan here for coming in last minute, getting the coverage together. I was busy running an event, and he was busy entertaining all of you, and it means a lot to me, man. So I appreciate you coming in and doing this for me.
Oh, so my pleasure. So fun. And thank you so much to everybody who tuned in during the day, helping me out with the cards printed post 2018. That was huge. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, let us sail off into the sunset. One Joe King Canlander Open complete. Maybe more to come. We will see.